Hello. Hello. Good morning. Or good afternoon. It's the noon. Hello. How are we doing today? I I took a little bit long to get in because I had to use the bathroom. No one's surprised. Hello. I hope everybody's been having a good day so far. I'm like in such a vibe right now. Hi Artie, how we doing? I am in such a heckin' vibe right now. I'm kind of like, obviously I'm not like under any after effects of like medicines and stuff since like my treatment yesterday, but I woke up being like pretty chill and vibey, and I was kind of like, hold on, let me just, I have some coffee and like pretzels and stuff, and like I kind of, after yesterday and some of the frustrations that I got from Xenosaga, I was kind of like, I woke up today and I was like, you know what, I kind of just want to vibe. I kind of just want to chill. Maybe we'll get into GU or something later, but right now I kind of just wanted to just chill and kind of, I guess, ask how everybody else is doing. How are you doing today, Artie? Are you okay? You doing all right? How are you, boo-boo? I'm just gonna so I don't know how many people know what Boursin cheese is. It's a soft cheese that's usually like meant to be spread on like crackers, and it looks like a puck. And it comes wrapped in a foil, and it comes with like a bottom. And I guess what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to keep the foil bottom on and then remove the foil that surrounds the rest of it, and then like put it on a charcuterie tray or something. I have no idea. And then you're supposed to like, you know, scrape and go at it from there. But I just kind of kept it in like the big one. Doing good, just procrastinating, just drawing a procrastinating? Hell yeah. And like, I kept it for the most part in the main foil, because there was no point in me taking it out. And now I'm just kind of like, wow. The little bottom foil that's supposed to be sitting on, a little like crinkly. I'm like, huh. I woke up, and just before Jester went to work, he was like, I'm totally fine if this becomes a fend for yourself night. And I was just like, no. I don't want it to be fend for ourselves. And I'm kind of, yeah, no, these are like pretzel chips. So they're like really thin pretzels. They're pretzels, but they're like thin like chips. So they're really crunchy. And I have like this soft white cheese. It says here fig and balsamic. So it's actually kind of sweet. The white cheese is a very, very mellow flavor. I have another one that's garlic and fine herb, but I might save that one for later with like some crackers instead of the pretzel chips. But it's really good. It feels more like I'm eating like a cream than a cheese, because it's sweet. But the saltiness of the pretzels really help. But just like about an hour before stream, I took out some pork steaks. Hi, Ryfan, how are you doing? I took out some pork steaks because I was thinking, I was like, man, what could we possibly have for dinner today? We've been having so much chicken. Not that like chicken's bad or anything. We love chicken. Hi, Anthony. Hold on. Should be able to hear you.
Hello.
There we go.
Yeah, you were just muted, deaf, and silent.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, we've been eating so much heckin' chicken lately, and chicken's great and all, but like we've been having it a lot. And while I could have like defrosted, really easily defrosted some heckin', let me try to like, there we go. And then
Hello.
let me hemkin.
Hello.
Hello, Lynn. Hold on, I'm just fixing the override here. One sec. Ba, 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 ba. There we go, because I know you like having the Star Rail one as your new default now. Just save that. There we go. But yeah, a heckin'. I gotta make Lynn a little smaller. One sec.
Tiny.
Yeah, because Lynn is really big from Xenosaga. Let me heckin'. Bye.
Do you? I am canonically tall.
Hey.
Hee
You're
hee
right.
hee.
You're right. Hold on. There we go. For the sake. There we go.
Hee hee hee.
Eh.
Okay, hold on.
God. It's a collab stream now. These are two VTubers here.
Hold on. I gotta... Hold on. Oh shit! What did I just flip?
You broke something, didn't you?
I don't think I did.
But-
No, I don't think I did. Hold on.
Well, I don't think I do lots of stuff, and then it ends up breaking shit.
No.
Hello there, Artie.
Let's see. Hold on. Let me. There we go. There we go. We'll put Lynn right here. There we go. That's what I wanted to do.
Hello.
Hello there.
Freaking, hold on. We're gonna. I gotta move everybody now. Hold on.
I'm just gonna do more fucking work.
Okay. Alright, hold on. Alright, here we go. There we go. Perfect. Good enough. Alrighty, there we go. Okay, so yeah, so it's because Lynn is, well, she's still not taller in here. I'd have to make myself smaller. Hold on. There we go. There we go. Now it's
Huh.
art. All right. Anywho, so back to what I was saying. No, we had too much chicken lately, and I was like, I want something different. And I have these pork steaks, so I pulled them out, but they're frozen as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
So now, does anyone know how to use a defrost function on their microwave? Because I don't.
Well, I still don't.
I don't know how to use it.
Microwaves work differently for some reason.
It asks me for a number between 1 and 3. And then and then it says 0.0 for quantity. And then it wants me to put in something, but I don't know what it means. And I don't
Maybe
have.
I was going to say yes, but I haven't had a microwave for a long time.
Actually, I think we have the manuals somewhere for all the appliances we have. I haven't looked through it because I was gonna say, like, we don't have a manual because this is an apartment.
Mm-hmm.
But we probably do, along with like some stuff, but I'd have to look for it. I don't remember where I put them. I know they're in a generally safe place. They're probably on top of the fridge, honestly. But I don't trust it. One time there was one that was like, it was like, what are you trying to defrost? How much does it weigh? And then it like partially cooked it in the fucking
What's your
microwave.
Social Security number?
Yeah, I hate when it happens. Maybe I'm doing this thing.
Mhm.
I do have
But the general idea is that you want it to be in a container.
I do have the meat in the container or package.
Well, it comes in a package, but the package, instead of a styrofoam tray, they put it on a plastic tray, and it's pretty thick plastic. So I was like, oh, This should be microwave safe, hopefully.
I wasn't.
Well, here's the thing. I ended up not putting it in there because, again, I don't trust my defroster.
Yes.
I literally
was,
just I literally just took the plastic wrap that was on it already because it was a very somewhat they make the way they have the plastic wrap, it's technically sealed, but it's really easy to pull apart as well.
Uh-huh.
So I was like, okay, well, if I submerge this in cold water to defrost it, the water's gonna get in. So I had to rewrap it better in plastic wrap. And then I put that container in hot and cold water.
Yeah, I basically wanted to say that you could put it like in warm.
Yeah, with
water too.
defrosting, you want it to be covered by either glass or Tupperware.
Yeah. That's that thing where it's like, most of the time, Jester and I are like, oh, maybe we'll do this. And then we'll heckin' pull whatever meat or anything we have that needs, like, any defrosting overnight. But the problem is that we didn't think about anything. Because I was too busy worrying about all the snacks I fucking bought. There's still too much. But that's okay.
Yeah. I really want to eat something.
Yeah, I portioned out, again, the last little bit of this Boursin, which isn't that much. A small, like, little bowl of these pretzel chips, and then I had 2 pieces of garlic naan, with some hummus.
Ooh, sounds good.
And that's pretty much... Oh, and, like, 2 cookies. So, like, girl breakfast. You heard of girl dinner! Get ready for girl breakfast!
Breakfast!
Like, and a cup of coffee.
I only eat... I ate. Like in the morning, and then I just eat... drinking tea and not really eating, and now I'm really hungry.
Oh.
It's almost middle of the night. It's time to eat.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, no. God, I remember when I was in high school, or coming out of high school, my sleep schedule was so bad because I didn't have to go to school anymore for a bit, until I was forced to go to college. And being hungry at like 2 or 3 a.m. was the worst. Because everyone's asleep.
Yeah.
And even though like now like I was like 18, 19, and I can technically do what I want, I was still living with my parents. So no, I couldn't. No, I couldn't.
Yeah.
So I would... Now, thankfully, my parents, for the most part, slept like fucking logs. And my room was relatively close. So the way our house was, it was kind of a long house. So then there's the kitchen area, which has the bathroom and my brother's room. So the kitchen... So out of the 3 of us, and now technically not my brother because he hadn't moved out, but my brother's room was pretty much in the kitchen. Like, the kitchen had the door to his room, and there's the bathroom. My room was on the border. The door to my room was on the border between the living room and the kitchen. So I was the second closest, and then my parents were on the other side of the house, which was the furthest end of the living room. So they were the furthest away from the kitchen, and thus also the furthest away from the bathroom.
Oh.
My mom having potty problems at some point, this really started sucking for her because they also had a pretty high bed. So my mom would have to get out of bed, and again, small, like tiny girl bladder on my mama. And she would have to like get out of bed and then have to like scurry to the bathroom, which is literally on the other side of the house, so that she can use the bathroom. She hated it.
Oh.
As
I
she
hate
got,
it too.
As she got older, she ended up getting, it's a teeny bit TMI, but don't worry. She's kind of shameless, so it's fine. So, she ended up getting those little like potties that they use for elders that have issues getting up and going to the bathroom too because of like issues going to the bathroom. And she started having that in her room. So whenever at night she had to go just to pee, so only to pee, she would go in that, and that would be it. And then in the morning she'd empty and clean it out and then put it back in her room.
Oh.
Because at some point she would have those issues and she would always worry that she was going to have an accident. She'd never had an accident, but she was just too worried. She'd be like, in the middle of the night, I have to go to the bathroom. It's on the other side of the house. I've got these 2 dogs that like to leave their toys all over the place or like to lie in the middle of the floor. If I fucking trip and I fall on them, not only am I going to die, but I'm going to piss myself. She was like, no.
Oh no.
If it means I have to have a little toilet and a little porta potty in my room, a little toilet, a little old people toilet in my room, and I gotta pee in there, whatever. And my dad was like, I hate this. My dad was like, I hate this. Because obviously, like, their room was still, like, standard bedroom sized. And they have this huge bed. So the only walkway was, like, around the bed. And it was on her side of the room, and that's fine. But he still just hated it. He just still hated the idea of having, like, a little porta potty in their room. But it was like, your mom needs it, though, so... whatever, I guess. So it was what it was. But that being said, me being so close to the kitchen, obviously it doesn't take that much to just kind of slink out, go to the fridge, grab something, slink back in, fucking ninja. Problem is if I need to fucking put something in the microwave. Because our microwave, like every other microwave at 3 a.m., is the loudest thing in the fucking world.
Yep. It is.
Yeah. And it's that thing where you don't want to let it do... You never want the timer to fully run out unless you get the 3 loudest, longest beeps in the world. And then everybody knows that you had to reheat a Hot Pocket at 3 a.m. And it was like, this isn't worth it.
What is a Hot Pocket?
Hot Pocket? Oh. How do I explain a
Okay,
Hot
maybe I shouldn't know about it.
No, it's fine, because they might not have them in Russia. This is an
No,
American
maybe
thing.
it's just a different name, and I don't know what the fuck it is.
How do I...
Do you know what a calzone is?
What? A what?
Okay, so.
Okay, I'm terrified.
I'm gonna try to find a picture of a Hot Pocket.
Yeah.
I found a picture. I'll put it in stream chat. But like it looks
A
like
Hot Pocket is basically a slice of pizza, but you encase the whole thing in crust.
yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. It looks like that.
It looks like it looks familiar, but I'm thinking if even we had to have this, it's not really popular. We have pilmeni. It's the best food in the world.
Yeah.
Well,
They look-
dumplings, but
They look like
yeah.
this. It's not always pizza. Sometimes it's ham and cheese. Sometimes it's Philly cheesesteak, meatballs, and mozzarella. The point is that it's some sort of fillings inside of a baked pastry.
Well,
I like them.
yeah, I get
sometimes.
it. It's familiar, but not exact the same.
They are always there. You only find them in the freezer aisle, and they're
Yeah.
pretty basic. They're pretty basic. They're never like overly seasoned or anything, but they're almost notorious for being super hot after you take them out of the microwave, especially the center,
Ah,
Or frozen, depending.
or still frozen despite despite it exploding in the microwave. It'll
Still
still be cold.
or maybe on the outside they're really hot, on the inside it's just an ice.
Yep, it's really funny. If your
Thermal-
microwave you know your microwave sucks if it can't heat up a Hot Pocket.
Okay. I tried to microwave lasagna that way. On the outside it was really hot and steamy, and the inside was just ice.
Yeah, it's you either have a good freezer or a bad microwave. When it comes to these specifically though.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hot Pockets. I think they're kind of an American thing, because I don't find them in Canada. The closest thing I ever found were like Pillsbury pizza pops, and they pretty much just look like pierogies with pizza filling in them.
Oh, пироги. Yeah.
And
Okay, yeah. Now I get it.
yeah. And that's pretty much it. They just look like little pizza pierogies, and you just stick them in the microwave. You're supposed to like poke a hole in them with a fork, because they even tell you in the package that they might explode. And it's just like, why would you do this?
Why would you make it like this?
And then the closest thing I saw to an actual Hot Pocket in Canada was a Stouffer's, and I can't remember what the hell they were called anymore. They were like, oh my god, what were they called? And Stouffer's is Stouffer's is an American brand too.
Huh. Maybe
Crostinis.
this particular brand.
They're called
Doesn't work.
Crostinis.
Crostinis.
Yeah, I remember I saw a couple of these, and I was like, Jester, this is a Hot Pocket. And he was like, that says Stouffer's. But I'm like, but this is a Hot Pocket. You guys don't have Hot Pockets. But this is the closest thing you have. Well, Hot Pockets, they used to come with a little cardboard in it. Because what they would want you to do is to take the Hot Pocket, heat it up. Actually, they would normally want you to put it in the little cardboard and then heat that up. Or you could just heat it up and then just slip it in the cardboard, but you're supposed to put it in the cardboard. And then as you eat it, you peel back the top half of the cardboard. But like, you didn't have to do it. It just, I guess if it's really a grab and go experience, you had the little cardboard. And you can buy these of like 1 million in Costco. My mom would only ever buy the fucking 4-cheese pizza. And I was like, Mom, please buy another flavor. Please buy another flavor. And my mom wouldn't even call them Hot Pockets. She'd call them Pops. And I was like, what are you talking about? She would just call them Pops. And
Pops.
because of her like bad like Spanglish, she would just call them Pops. So like, oh, mia que compré Pops. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And then like until I figured out what they meant, me and her, I'd be like, what are you talking about? She'd be like, los Pops, lo que te gusta, those things you like, the Pops. And I'm just like, what Pops? What Pops? There's no candy in here. What are you talking? The Pops! And then, and then she pull out this, mira! And I'm just like, that's a Hot Pocket! They're Pops! And then she take them away. I had never known a lady so wrong, but convinced that she was right.
Yeah.
It says right there, Hot Pockets, and she says they're Pops. She did the same thing once with fucking canola oil. Where now my mom is a Caribbean Latina, and when we use oil, we mostly use corn oil, vegetable or corn oil, but corn oil, which is like the worst oil for you.
In
I know
Russian,
there's an entire Reddit meme community entirely based around that kind of interaction.
in Russia, we mostly use like
Confidently
sunflower oil.
incorrect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. I always heard like in America or Canada, just only vegetable oil and corn oil. But do you use sunflower oil?
Sunflower oil is pretty good.
Well, it's tasteless, so yeah. It can be with taste and without taste. Yeah.
Mm-mm.
With taste, it's really good for salads.
Mm.
Yeah.
I've not really put oil in a salad.
Oh,
'Cause-
they are pretty good. Like regular salad, cucumbers, tomatoes,
Oh.
maybe a little onion for a spice, a little bit. Spices for salads. Oh, it could be anything, and a little bit of sunflower oil with taste and with a really strong aroma. It will.
Okay.
It's pretty good. I prefer making salad with these kind of ingredients, but with sour cream
Oh.
or smetana. Yeah, it's it's better with than with mayonnaise. Just yeah, I don't like mayonnaise.
To be fair, I used to love freaking mayonnaise. Like, I don't know how to explain this aside from the fact that I was not a picky child when I was young. And one of my favorite snacks when I was a kid, and this is like elementary school, was taking plain saltine crackers and dipping them in mayonnaise.
Ooh. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. I will tell
I
you.
can handle mayonnaise, like
You
light
gross.
mayonnaise with onion sandwich.
Why are you such a degenerate all the time? Fuck you mean? What do I mean? Who does that? Yeah, why are you such a degenerate all the time?
I was like up like between 5 and 7.
It sounds like a fucking excuse to me.
Honestly, when I was in that age, I wasn't better.
It was like sometimes honestly, it's a better childhood snack than some other people. Some people just ate dirt. So you know what?
Well, yeah, we
and
don't
cookies,
know.
my favorite.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Honestly, that tracks. Child taste buds are so weird.
Yeah. So
Never
like,
been able to develop yet.
well, on top
Honestly,
of
as a
that,
child, I never wanted to eat the sand.
no, I never understood
At that
kids.
age where you can chug syrup and think it's good.
Yeah, like,
Oh,
well, it's that thing of like kids. They're also like super tasters. Their taste buds are still figuring things out, and everything tastes more intense to them. So like,
yeah.
so like nowadays, I haven't had actual mayonnaise in over 10 years. Because
Oh.
when I came to Canada, the last time I had mayonnaise when I was in the States, I don't know, at some point my parents stopped buying it because my dad had gotten the diabetes and he wanted to
Oh.
stay away from like butter and mayonnaise and like heavy oils and stuff, so he just was like, I don't want it in the house. And the only time I would ever actually have mayonnaise was maybe when it was in a burger. But I always ask for light sauce because some places always put way too fucking much.
Yeah.
Any other time that I had mayonnaise, I never had. Well, okay, let me correct myself. I never had mayonnaise like solidly on its own in a way in over 10 years. Because the only time I would have anything that had mayonnaise, it was like Smash Burger Smash sauce, which is just mustard, lemon juice, and mayonnaise. And that's stirred, and you can dip your fries in it. A lot of like creamy dips will usually have mayonnaise as a base. Same thing with Big Mac sauce, I think. I think Chick-fil-A sauce kind of has a little bit of mayonnaise in it. Pink sauce is literally just ketchup and mayonnaise. But when I came specifically to Canada and I was able to have regular mayonnaise again, it was now a thing that was in the fridge. I didn't like it. Like that freaking Hellmann's or Heinz mayonnaise that I grew up with, I didn't like it. It was sour. It tasted sour to me.
Heinz have a mayonnaise?
I can't remember. It's either Heinz or Hellmann's. I don't know the name. I don't remember the name of the brand anymore.
Okay. Heinz, I only saw Heinz like I don't know if I'm saying this word correctly. Like only ketchups.
Let me look up mayonnaise really quick because it's probably not Heinz, but it's just the one I'm thinking of because Hellmann's. Hellmann's. It's because I'm thinking of Heinz because they both start with H.
Oh.
Yeah, so it's literally a this.
Okay. By the way, what kind of mustard do you have like as a sauce? A lot of people saying that it's like too yellow and watery, like it's look like paint, and
so
it doesn't taste like anything.
So there's two types of mustard that I'd say are the more popular ones in the West. There's Heinz mustard, which is yellow mustard, which looks like paint.
Yeah.
And then there's Frank's yellow mustard, which also looks like paint, but it's a little bit more mustardy than Heinz. I don't buy either one of those. I buy whole seed mustard. And
with seeds?
Huh?
With seeds?
Yeah,
Yeah?
whole seed. Yeah, I buy whole seed.
yeah.
I buy whole seed mustard, and I buy one that's specifically in the import aisle that comes from Germany.
Oh yeah, we have that probably.
And that one is very, very pungent, and I don't know why. If I want like mustard, I want it to like be like mustard. Like like not so much a Dijon mustard, but I like a whole seed pungent mustard. I find those to be my favorite.
Marinating the meat with it.
Yes, it's very good for marinating and for lamb and things like that. I like those.
Oh yeah, and salads too.
Yes. And
I just want to mention that in Russia, I remember we have mustard too. We call it горчица. It's so spicy, and it looks like a paste mostly. It's like it comes with paste tubes. It looks like some paste, and it's really spicy, and it's not really yellow. It's more like more natural color.
Oh.
Okra, or I don't know. I trying to. English is not Englishening. I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Here we go. This is the mustard that I get. It's it says product of Germany on it, and it's in the import aisle. I don't know if it's an actual import, but it's apparently Kine brand, and they come in a little glass jar, and it lasts forever.
Oh.
Like I only use it I only use a little bit on like sandwiches, and I mostly use it in like marinades that call for mustard.
Oh.
I find they're more potent when it's in a small jar.
We have something like this.
Oh. Come in a little tube.
Yeah, it's as a paste, and it is really spicy.
Oh.
I remember it's as a kid I was trying to eat a sandwich that my dad made, and I was like,
Lynn loves herself some spicy mustard. Or spicy anything, honestly.
And in the color... Oh, sorry.
No spicy good.
They're just saying good stuff.
And in the color it looks like this.
Oh. Yeah, that looks like spicy mustard, yeah. That looks like spicy mustard.
Yeah.
Spicy mustard is particularly wonderful. Great for so many things.
Yep. Especially traumatizing your child.
Oh my god. That reminds
I remember I was trying to make like an American hot dog. And I was using... I just saw the mustard, and I think we have mustard. And I tried a particular Russian mustard. And yeah.
Honestly though, Hello, Kid and Burden. How we doing?
Yeah.
What the heck and bonk?
I was just trying to imitate a hot dog, just 2 slices of bread, just bread, not buns, not just.
Oh, that's not an American
bread.
hot dog.
I mean, I put spicy mustard on mine, so good job.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, no, right now I would eat it up, but in the childhood, when you don't really have a resources and you're alone and you have a refrigerator, you just take a sausage. That your
The
mom.
facsimile hot dog is just using 1 slice of bread you wrap around it.
Yeah, and of course it's ripping off, and the sausage is falling out, and the mustard and ketchup are everywhere, and the sausage on the floor.
When I
So
was
a
young.
hot dog.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing. I've only ever had hot dogs with a hot dog bun. So I never had this instance of like it's falling apart.
Really?
Yeah, I never ate it with a slice of bread.
Well,
Look at this bougie bitch.
What do you mean this bougie bitch? It's a hot dog bun. Whenever we had school lunch and it was hot dog day, they gave us a hot dog bun. The fuck you mean bougie?
Oh yeah, we're not talking about. I'm not talking about school. I'm talking about the guy at home. It's like, yeah, we're out of buns. Get a slice of bread then. Bread. It's just a different shaped bread.
Next
Just use
you'll
the
say
slice.
you haven't had a hamburger with normal bread.
No.
To be fair,
Unbelievable.
You need hamburger bread. School hot
You
dogs
did
were
say-
gross. No, they weren't. They were delicious.
Depends on the school. But
Depends on the school.
no, it doesn't matter if it's a bun shape or it's bread. You just put something in between the bread.
No,
it doesn't matter.
but like if you put like the way with like ketchup and mustard and stuff, they seep. They seep through the bread. And then it's
you
gross.
toast it.
well,
But then it's gonna be too crispy and it's gonna shatter everywhere.
well, at least we tried.
Like it's not meant for burger or hot dog. Like here's the thing. My parents bought hot dogs, but they wouldn't always buy hot dog buns unless it was barbecue season. And when that happened, I just microwaved it and ate it like that. I didn't put bread on it.
You had the barbecue.
Well, yeah. It was
Anthony
like
gets
summer.
it. Sometimes you have burger and hot dogs, but you don't have buns. And also the store is 40 minutes away by car, or you're just feeling lazy. Bread is
Yeah.
bread.
I just whenever and here's the thing too. Whenever because my mom also used to be a lunch lady, or like a lunch monitor for like a school. So after a while, she would just start bringing uneaten food home, and like any food that they were like, oh, we have all this extra, but we don't want to throw it out because they were supposed to throw it out, or like refreeze it and stuff. My mom was like, no, and she would bring bags of hot dog buns, and then she'd occasionally bring those school hot dogs, and those school hot dogs weren't like beef frankfurters. They were pork ones. They were pure pork sausages, and they were good as fuck. They were definitely like boiled and then like briefly grilled or something.
That's
because
not Eric, and it's very funny to me whenever someone thinks Anthony sounds even remotely
they
similar
don't
to
sound
Eric.
similar
Also,
at all.
yes, a hamburger is a sandwich.
You know, you're talking about it, and you probably didn't hear it, but my stomach is just screeching for food.
No, I didn't hear it.
Just.
But yeah, the slight deviation aside, my point being, when I got to Canada and I had mayonnaise again, I didn't like it. It was too sour. But then I noticed that sometimes Jester's family occasionally bought Miracle Whip, which is not mayonnaise.
What is it?
I don't
It's something. It's something.
I don't know what the hell Miracle Whip is.
Which is garbage, yes.
I don't know what the fuck
Sounds
Miracle
like
Whip
miracle.
is. It's according to Wikipedia. It's made by Kraft and Heinz. It is apparently it is developed. It was made in Germany. Apparently
yeah.
it was sold by
German
Mandela.
hygiene.
Oh, it is also sold by Mandela's International, formerly Kraft Foods, as Miracell Whip throughout Germany.
Oh my God! It's not mayonnaise. It's made by Mandela. It's an alternate to mayonnaise.
So no, it's meant to be a less expensive alternative to mayonnaise. It's made with water, soybean oil, high fructose corn syrup, vinegar, modified cornstarch, egg, salt, natural flavors, mustard flour, potassium sorbate, spice, and dried garlic. It's essentially cheaper mayonnaise.
It's that thing that goes in the trash when you get it.
Ew.
So
Honestly, sounds like ew.
essentially here, the original Miracle Whip is producing using less oil compared to traditional mayonnaise, thus has around half of the calories. Due to added corn syrup, it is also sweeter compared to mayonnaise. Well, here's the funny thing. They
It's
had
like mayonnaise but sweet.
Yeah.
Because America.
Now here's
Sugar
the weird
obsessed.
and now here's the weird thing. Because for some reason when I started having mayonnaise again, it tasted sour to me, and I didn't understand why. Now I know mayonnaise is just eggs, oil, lemon juice, and I think maybe a mustard or some sort.
Mm.
Depends.
Yep.
And maybe that's why I was like, oh, now because I haven't had this in such a long time, I didn't realize how lemony it was.
Mm-hmm.
But when I had the Cool Whip, the Miracle Whip, I liked it more. I liked the flavor more, and I didn't register it as sweet. I registered it as almost kind of like savory.
Mm-hmm.
It definitely felt like it complemented what I put in my sandwich more than mayonnaise. And
Honestly,
Mhm.
I would have a recommendation for a sauce. Try sour cream, herbs like parsley, shit, kinza, how it says in freaking English. I'm sorry.
Do us a describe.
Describe
I
the
can't-
taste.
Delicious.
Unfortunately, as an Italian, that's every herb I've ever tasted.
goddamn.
Uh,
Of course, I went to the Miracle Whip fucking whip like wiki page, and I found a fucking. What was with the
It'll-
fucking 60s and like 60s to 80s with fucking Jello mold food?
Because it was cheap and easy and it was jiggly and it made the kids shut up for 5 minutes.
And no one ate it.
Yes.
Keep going, Artie.
Yeah. So you said it was like, Can you find it? Can you like Google a picture of it and show us, and then I'll be able to point it out.
cilantro.
Some people like Miracle Whip.
Cilantro.
Anytime I've had it, I've almost gagged.
Yeah. Look what's not for me.
Cilantro, parsley, and dill.
I find
Delicious.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit of garlic and mixed it up with the sour cream, and it's really good. Like an alternative way of mayonnaise. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel so bad for people with the bad genes.
oh, the soapy
cilantro's
jeans.
awesome. Cilantro's awesome, and I feel bad for those who can't.
Yeah,
consume
Jester
it.
has it. Jester and his mom has it.
Oh no! Okay, no parsley then.
Oh no, cilantro and parsley are different. They're slightly different.
Yeah, I know.
It's they taste different, but they look similar.
Yeah.
So it's like
Yeah, they look kind of similar, but the taste is completely different.
Yeah,
Yep.
some people
Yeah.
say that cilantro and coriander are very much the names are interchangeable, but like
Yeah.
they're not the
Today's
same
stream
either.
is brought
They're not
to
the
you
same.
by Squeaky O's.
Yeah,
Squeaky
they're not the
O's.
same.
They
just-
done did be like food eat cereal
You know, if
breakfast.
you don't have them in the same room, you will.
Yeah. Now here's the thing again.
Which is
Oh,
weird.
Scylla.
Oh,
Oh,
hi,
hello,
Scylla.
Scylla.
Mwah. Hold on. I mean, heckin'.
Yeah,
Hello.
no, I hear what you're saying. I think that sounds delicious. I should probably make that sometime.
Just to make
Yeah.
sure again.
Shouldn't
What was it? It was
It's already-
it was sour cream, parsley.
Cream,
What else?
cream,
Garlic.
Cilantro and
Cilantro?
And dill.
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 Yeah, and,
Cilantro.
and maybe a little bit of garlic.
I think you
Ooh.
mean a lot of garlic.
No,
That
a
kind
little
of- That kind of reminds me a little bit of like French onion dip. You
Yeah,
can
it
make
does
that
sound
with
like-
sour cream.
Huh.
Yep.
And
I never
French
tried
onion
making
dip
that
is
with
so.
sour cream.
Yeah,
I
you
don't know.
Mhm.
Sour cream and smetana are the same thing, but
Huh.
well,
Consider
bit-
substituting the sour cream for plain yogurt.
Greek yogurt maybe.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Well, here's the thing. Considering my stomach problems, I'd probably have to substitute for a yogurt if I want less fat.
Greek yogurt preferred, yes.
But I would probably still do sour cream because it's better.
Yeah,
I'd still probably do sour cream because I hate my life.
sour cream is really good with pancakes. Yeah,
I've never
Also,
had.
Greek yogurt is good for gut health.
Yeah.
yeah.
I
Or with condensed milk. I
hon-
freaking loved condensed milk. It's-
honestly, I had never thought
Yeah.
because I know you can put sour cream on. I'd heard you can use sour cream on pancakes, but when I first
Yeah.
started living with Jester's family, they introduced me to using yogurt instead of whipped cream on pancakes.
Oh.
Getting vanilla
basically
yogurt.
the same thing.
Yeah, just getting vanilla yogurt.
Oh, vanilla. Regular yogurt is good too.
You can also use peanut butter on pancakes.
But it's a different flavor profile than like, again, if you're trying to substitute whipped cream, then getting either a plain yogurt or if you need it to be a little
Oh,
sweet,
definitely.
getting a vanilla yogurt.
Yeah.
Although you can probably mix that yogurt or that sour cream with the peanut butter to make it like a creamy peanut butter,
Oh,
kind of like a peanut butter whip or like a peanut butter filling.
I never had a peanut butter in my life.
Huh.
We have it, but it's kind of overpriced, honestly.
Oh wow, really?
And yeah,
Huh.
because it's mostly like not from here. It's
Oh, it's an import.
yeah, import. Yeah,
Oh.
yeah. I wasn't really interested because I don't really like peanuts that much. I only
Oh,
like
that's fair.
Snickers.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. I most of the time my sandwiches, like sweet sandwiches, were with butter, like regular, like
Mhm.
regular butter and a sprinkle of sugar on it, and it's pretty good.
Hmm.
Like a fresh bread or toast, a little bit of butter, a sprinkle of sugar, and that's it.
Oh. Hmm.
Yeah.
I never sprinkled like sugar on things. Again, I'm the one that was dipping crackers in the mayonnaise when I was young, so
Peanut butter and peanuts are pretty different in profile, though if you aren't
Mhm.
used to it, I'd imagine having peanut butter as the first time as an adult is a very strange experience.
That's the thing. It's like it's so weird because peanut butter isn't peanutty, if that makes any sense.
I will guess it sounds like just oily.
No, it's not
mush with,
oily. It's not oily unless you get all natural peanut butter, like almost like healthy people peanut butter. No, it
Mhm.
only gets healthy people peanut butter that's like organic and all that stuff. That has oil gathering on the top. That one is oily, and I hate that stuff.
Oh.
I hate
Also
that
a
stuff.
staple in a whole lot of sweet and salty treats.
I'm an all natural peanut butter beach. Scylla, okay, hear me out. Scylla, hear me out. Because one time, because I had gotten really excited a long time ago, because Jester's former boss, who was a complete freaking fitness man, he was Mr. Fitness Man. He was a
Scylla
bodybuilder.
gets it. Anyway, carry on.
Hold on, I gotta explain. He was Mr. Fitness Man, and he was a bodybuilder. I'm a hop and call for this. Hell yeah. He was Mr. Fitness Man, and he was like, yo, I eat fucking this, and when I need a snack, peanut butter. And I was like, fuck yeah, peanut butter. And one time he got too much peanut butter, so he gave Jester a huge fucking jar of all natural peanut butter. Hi, Scylla.
Hello. I can't be here all that long because I'm writing anime,
Uh-huh.
but
Oh yeah.
I'm like, no, it's easier to discuss this. So, bodybuilder man having all natural peanut butter.
Yeah, he gives us this jar of peanut butter, and Jester's like, we're gonna use this all natural peanut butter to make peanut butter cookies. And I was looking at him like, that seems counterproductive, but let's do it. Can I tell you, that was the worst batch of fucking cookies, because we let it sit there because it you know, obviously we're not freaking shaking our peanut butter everywhere. And we go to make these cookies, and I'm like, Jester, what's this like huge layer on the top? This like inch long layer. Oh yeah, that's just the oil. It just kind of settles there. You just gotta mix it in there and shit. And I'm like, are you telling me to churn my fucking peanut butter? And he's like, yeah, you
Yes.
gotta do it. And we were churning that bitch for so long, and the oil was just dripping off of that shit.
Yeah,
And-
that's how it do.
And it was making it into cookies was a traumatic experience, okay? They would not cookie. They became a giant amorphous blob in my fucking oven, and I hated it, and they sucked.
Yeah, if you're going, because I
Alternatively, you can turn it upside down so the oil settles at the bottom.
Oh.
Yeah, what I do is I usually flip my jar over and I let it settle at the bottom.
Yep,
and then
yep.
when you flip it back to stir it, it's way less messy.
Mm-hmm.
I've used all natural peanut butter. My favorite brand, like back in Canada, was Adams. That shit slaps. But I've actually found some good brands down here. I can't remember the name of the one that I actually found in Texas, but that's me getting distracted. So all natural peanut butter can work for peanut butter cookies, but
It's just the oil.
it's the oil. So what I recommend is if you are gonna use all natural peanut butter, wait till it's like near the end of the jar. So
Mhm.
then most of the like really oily peanut butter is kind of like pieced.
You can
and then
kind of
you
just
can use
dump it.
yeah, and then you can just kind of scoop it a little bit easier, or you just have to mix it really well. What I
Mhm.
know some people have done, and you would not catch me doing this because it sounds like entirely too much work and entirely too messy,
Mhm.
is you take all the peanut butter out of the jar, you put it like in a bowl
Uh-huh.
with like a hand blender, and you blend it like that, so it like whips the peanut butter, but also like fully incorporates the oil. And I'm like, I'm tempted to try it, but I ain't got that kind of time on my hands.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I might as well just actually just go get peanuts and a processor and make my own peanut butter at that point.
I used to make my own peanut
If
Yeah,
butter.
I
you're
would
making
rather-
cookies, yeah, you do
Wow.
that.
Yeah,
You
Yeah,
literally just put peanuts into like a food processor and
yeah.
you just turn it on.
Just wait. Just
didn't
let it
know.
happen. Just let the magic
Peanuts
happen.
have natural oils in them,
Uh-huh.
so you don't need to add anything to them.
Yeah,
you
just
just
a little
let it
salt if
go.
you want it to be salted.
Mhm.
Oh. Yeah,
I feel like it's doable to make peanut butter cookies, but honestly, it's better to find like a natural, like pre-whipped like peanut butter, like in my opinion. I'm
What-
like, I can't do with like Peter Pan or like
the bears.
what like Biff.
What about the Kraft, the bears, the one with the bears on it?
It's too sweet. It
It's
just
too
tastes
sweet?
like sugar. It just tastes
Oh.
like sugar. It's nasty. But
But
I
yet,
was
if you're
also
using
raised
peanut
hella
butter for
hippie.
baking, you want to blend it.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
no, I
didn't
agree.
experience peanut butter a lot when I was younger, so like I have like a very small jar of like the bears, and I'm like, yeah, this is peanut kind of, but like I don't register sugar, so maybe that's where it's like
Mm.
I don't eat peanut butter. I'm like, oh, sweet. To me, a sweet peanut butter is like Reese's peanut butter, because when I used to be a waitress, I used to make peanut butter milkshakes with Reese's peanut butter, and that's sweet.
Reese's peanut butter is just sugar, but
Yeah.
you will always catch me. Like if it's Halloween time, I'm like, there is a Reese's peanut butter cup in my face. I love Reese's peanut butter cups. They
Mhm.
fuck.
No, Reese's peanut butter, again, it fucking slaps. And you don't
It's so
eat Reese's
good.
peanut butter because you want to be healthy. You don't do it for the protein.
No.
Like oh my god, Scylla, I got high. I
So
got-
usually that means you have a desensitization to sugar because of just how much you get it, which is real common for Muricans.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And I think and maybe that's also maybe somewhat factored into like for why mayonnaise just felt sour to me after a while, because like I don't know, I again dipped crackers in mayonnaise and was no issue, but then I tried again as
Then
an
you
adult.
pick sugar for a while, go back, and it's like, what the fuck is this?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I also, because I'm in Canada, so they're like they don't put as much sugar into things as like American foods do. Like the Canadian equivalents are not as sweet, Oreos being the best example. But like last week I got high. I took a little sucker and I got high
Oh.
off of that. And that same day, the last grocery run, I had bought like a pack of Pillsbury Reese's peanut butter cookies just to try them. And then I get high, and then Jester was like, I'm gonna bake these, is that okay? And I'm looking at him high out of my mind, and I'm like, yeah, you can make them if you want, hun. And I
You know,
fucked
guys,
up those cookies. Yo, I fucked up those cookies. I freaking the apartment smelled like like a warm peanut butter hug, and it felt so cozy and comfy. And then because they had just come out of the oven, Jester comes up to me with a peanut butter cookie, and it's so warm, and it's Reese's, and I'm like,
Oh,
and then at some point I just kept going and getting more, and they were gone.
you know, guys, you tempt me to try peanut butter right now.
I'd say if you're ever able to without breaking the bank or having, because here's the thing, because there's always a chance that you might not like it. If you already don't like peanuts, you might and still might not like peanut butter. Also, hi Din Din, you're up from your nap, hell yeah. But like if you're able to have it in a way that is like small and not, and now I have all this peanut butter, then definitely
Mhm.
give it a try.
I also must impress upon you. Around an hour after she got the sucker, Squeaky turned over to Jester and said something to the tune of, "Is this thing even working?" When the heck is this supposed to hit? Followed immediately by oh there it is.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I literally looked at Chester and I was like, what is this I was like, how much is in this sucker? You said there was like 10 mg? And he was like, yeah. He was like, the gummies had 5 mg and I'd already be like out by now. Where is this? These suck. And then he was like, yeah. And then I said something really incoherent and then it was like, oh, there it is.
Yeah. I know it's hit because I'm like, I'll feel floaty, but I get giggly. Especially because we often watch TikToks before we go to bed.
Uh-huh.
We'll just like lay there and watch TikTok and things will be entirely too funny. Entirely too funny. And I will get stuck in a giggle loop. And you've played DMS with me. You've watched me giggle loop myself because I'll think of something funny and I'll be cry laughing. That's me. Crank that up with me being high. That's just me.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No, I've noticed now that when I get high, I become very aware of my mouth for some reason. And
God,
my
same.
ears like almost like they don't pop,
I
but
think
they
she
feel
was hardcore zoning out, and the moment she activated herself by getting impassioned at Jester, it was just oh fuck there it is wow.
like I
Are we
noticed
still
my
talking
ears
about food or something else and illegal?
well, it's legal in Canada land, so but we are talking about edibles, yes. But yeah, I noticed I become very aware of my mouth and my ears almost get like muffled. They kind of like they don't get like they don't pop, but they get a little bit muffly where I'm just kind of like I almost do the motion where like it helps you pop your ears and it doesn't work. It almost feels like I'm in a plane. Like when you get in a plane and your ears kind of like muffle a bit.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, okay. And then, yeah, there's just the hyper awareness on my mouth. And I'm like, what? And then I start feeling like floaty and loopy. It definitely happens a bit more with sativa than indica. But I've only had indica once. So it's hard to compare.
I prefer indica personally because it's how I remind myself. I'm like, which one is the comfy cozy one? Oh, it's indica because Inda couch.
Yeah, you're in the couch.
You're Inda couch.
Yeah,
But
no,
I'm like,
that's a great way to remember it.
Sativa, I'm like hit or miss with. I'm like, I need more, but I just finished off my flower. That was like a really good indica. And I'm like, ooh, it kind of has like peanut buttery aftertaste. Heck yeah. But because I don't have edibles because I don't trust them where I am.
That's fair.
But so I have like this. It's called a volcano vaporizer. So if you look it up,
It's the one with the balloon, right?
it's the one with the fucking
The balloon!
So it's like this little, like, if you know what a diffuser looks like for the others, it's like it looks like the base of a diffuser, and then you grind up your flower, you put it in this little thing, and then you put this big ass like plastic balloon on top of it,
Yeah.
and then you essentially, so you're not inhaling like smoke.
Yeah, it's vapor.
It's just vapor, so it's
Yeah.
just hot air.
Yeah.
I just
You're
realized
basically
you're
making
talking
a
about weed.
weed. Yeah, you're making a weed hot air balloon. Is
Yeah.
kind of what you're making.
You're just like, and then you just suck it out like when you suck helium out of a balloon.
Yeah, I look very silly. It's delightful.
Yeah, I've only had like I can't smoke for some reason. I've tried vaping. I remember very early on when vaping used to be a thing. My brother had a vape pen, and before he started putting any nicotine in it, I was able to do it. I was like, yeah, heave ho. Then he started putting nicotine in that shit, and it just started fucking my throat. I couldn't do it, and I never touched it ever again.
I'm really glad that I never picked up smoking like younger, and I'm like, I don't even like smoking weed. I'm like, I can do the vapor because the big thing, I'm like, well, my throat is my entire job, but I'm like, then you're not inhaling like the particulates, and smoke is really bad for your lungs. So it's like, if you cook it too high, that shit's gonna hurt. I definitely
Yeah.
cooked it a little too hard yesterday, and I'm like, whoops, ow.
Oh.
But I know, poor baby, poor me. It's like I overcooked my flour. But no, I'm really glad that I never got into nicotine, because I have friends who are like, yeah, I got into it. It is a disgusting habit, and I hate that I do it.
No.
Well, like, again, with the vape pen, I was just curious to see what it was, and I didn't mind it at first, because my brother was like, yeah, I vape, and he found that it helped with his anxiety. Because with,
Mhm.
America's Wonderful Insurance, it was easier to get a vape pen than therapy. So, but then he was told that if he wanted a stronger hit from it, because a plain old vape pen with no nicotine at all has no hit, then to start adding small quantities of nicotine in it. And then because of that, it can go up to a higher temperature. And that higher temperature, the first time I did it, I almost burned my throat and it hurt.
Holy shit.
And I was like, what the fuck? And he was like, it's not that much
Yeah.
different from before. And I was like, no, this hurts. I can't get this away from me. And then before that, the only reason I never touched nicotine was because when I was 3, I had a neighbor that smoked. And I, being a dumb 3-year-old, wanted to know what these adults were doing with these funny little sticks that lit up when they put it in their mouth. So when he finished smoking and he threw his cigarette butt, I ran down the stairs like a dumb little gremlin and picked up his cigarette butt and did what he did, and it hurt and it sucked. And I said, never.
Oh no.
I said no and
Yes,
never
I'm
touched
not
it
going
again.
to go as far as to go all my body is a temple on you, but I've seen way too many miserable people who have lives that revolve around smoking to ever want to touch it.
Yeah, I pretty much just traumatized myself at 3. And ever since then, I looked at smoking and I was like, that hurts and it sucks and I'm never doing it.
I just didn't like the smell most of
Oh,
the
I
time.
love the smell of tobacco. Tobacco smells amazing. So there are some cigarettes that smell... legitimately, there are some cigarettes, some smell like ass. Some smell like nice, woodsy, and like, I like nice, like, woodsy, smoky flavor, like, scents. I kind of like them.
My sorry, continue.
Oh, no, that's okay. Just,
I
again,
do commonly make characters that smoke though, when I'm playing in a more modern setting.
yeah,
Yeah.
I don't mind the smell of certain cigarettes. I also know that they leave residue and the damage that they do and how gross the habit can be. But I have no interest in smoking or vaping or hookah or anything like that.
Yeah. I'm a really boring Russian. I don't drink and I don't smoke.
Nah, you're fine. You're a healthy one.
Hey. I was like, that's good for your health. I'm like, the only reason I got into like edibles and stuff like that isn't because I'm like, ooh, I like being high. I'm like, it's because anxiety.
Mm,
No.
yeah.
I have to self-medicate because my body cannot be on medication for
Mhm.
like ADHD or anything like that. Like I
Yeah.
was specifically told it's like it would be dangerous for us to put you on medication for anything because of how your body is wired.
Well, if it's for health reasons,
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. While I don't, as far as I know, don't have a clinical reason like Scylla where their body can't handle certain medications. It's a thing of I haven't gone to any sort of like I go to a psychiatrist, but I've actually dabbled a little bit in microdosing. And for anxiety, depression, and things like that. Like, so I've talked to a professional, and in controlled environments with other professionals, I have dabbled in microdosing. And I've found in the 3 treatments that I've had, because yesterday was my 3rd, and very spread apart. Like, the first one I took was in, I want to say 2020. Then late 2021 was my 2nd, and yesterday was my 3rd. I have found that microdosing and the the following therapy sessions and exercises, it's mostly like mental and journaling and again sessions before and after, I found that they've really, really helped with my mental health. Like my very first time, I was suicidal. I was very, very bad.
Oh.
And
I've only done the whole drunk thing the once. The entire experience was awful. I'll take a sip of whiskey or rum from time to time, but yet I hate feeling buzzed.
yeah, I don't mind the feeling of buzzed and tipsy and kind of drunk. I actually don't mind the feeling of being high and stuff. It's the feeling of like I can't control anything I do, or like I am just not capable of being a person that I don't like. But
Yeah.
but thankfully these, again, when it's in a controlled environment and stuff, I find you can get some really good benefits out of it. And after my first session of microdosing, where we used MDMA, it wasn't like this crazy jarring experience. The way they kind of did it in the controlled environment, they give you a very small dosage, hence microdosing, and then they give you magnesium so that you don't have like issues with like teeth grinding, you don't get too dehydrated, because some of these things can dehydrate you. Sometime after the session, they ask you if you want a booster, and the booster will usually be either a second dosage or a dosage of something a little different. And what this does is that while you're going through this kind of high, eventually it's going to die down. And if you don't take the booster, they had found that people tend to crash, and it tends to be pretty unpleasant. So they'll tell you, hey, you don't have to take the booster if you want, but you will have a smoother landing, essentially, if you have this booster and this additional magnesium. So I took that, and then the remaining high kind of happens. And during these sessions, that at least the ones I've had, they put a blindfold on you because you do become a bit photosensitive. It is still a hallucinogenic, even if it's in very, very tiny doses. And they ask you if you want to, but usually it's, again, controlled environment. Now your senses are kind of sharpened. They put like headphones on you, kind of noise cancelers, and they'll either play some sort of like very calming, gentle music, or like if you want to have it be like a discussion, like let's say you don't want the music and you want it to just be a quiet experience where you're occasionally talked to, or you're occasionally, sometimes you need touch or some sort of stimulation. That happens. And both in all of my cases, I opted for the headphones with the music. And you just kind of, again, as before you go in, you think about your intents, you think about, again, why you're here, why are you doing this, what are you trying to resolve and fix within yourself. And there's a little bit of a spiritualistic element to it. I know some people say that, and some people suddenly start thinking it's wackoo woohoo stuff. But I do believe to an extent there is a bit of spiritualness when it comes to our actual physical and mental health.
Oh,
so,
yeah, absolutely.
So it's because I've had people where as soon as you start bringing the spiritual, some people are like, oh, so y'all are getting high and freaking believing in spirits and shit. And I'll be like, okay, so shut up. But either way, again, you start thinking, what's your intent? Why are you here? What goals do you have? The roots of these sorts of things, and essentially what these medicines do.
I still think yoga culture is weird. Carry on.
Once you come in with these intents, with these goals, and obviously what you've gone through in the previous sessions, the medicine essentially is also a way to kind of lower those barriers that we normally put up ourselves in our minds and our hearts. And once you go under, you start seeing and hearing and feeling, and it's just so raw. And I could probably talk about what happened during my treatment yesterday, but I'm gonna sound weird. But
it was interesting experience.
It was an interesting experience. It was a deep dive into me. I deep dived into me, the roots of my issues, what was making me feel this way, the hang-ups that held to these sorts of things. And I'll tell you right now, and this isn't like a flex or anything, there are times where I'll be like, fucking kill me. I've never meant a single one ever since that treatment. I have not been suicidal in any way, shape, or form ever since.
Wow.
I have had very bad meltdowns and breakdowns, but never once have I been like, I actually want to fucking die. Ever since.
Well, at least...
I wish that we had access to treatment where I live, because that sounds so... I'm like, wow, that's literally what I need.
Yeah, it's the thing of like Canada. I think Alberta has been talking about like helping with microdosing, because right now the big one that they're kind of a little bit funky of is the psychedelics that are in like magic mushrooms and stuff. But obviously there's things like MDMA, which, what is MDMA? It's Molly. It's Molly. But again, very small, very controlled, and very clean substances. And in BC, there are only a very small quantity of psychiatrists and psychologists that can use this, and it's usually for certain treatments. And then there are some who are professional that are a little bit underground, and then there are some that like that through organizations and stuff, they are able to also practice it for the sake of like tests and treatments and stuff. But it is still kind of a risque thing in BC, but they're kind of working on it. But yeah, no, I think it's really interesting for people who are scared of going on certain medications, whether it's for like an addiction or what it'll do to their body, or things like, again, going to therapist after therapist, because I know sometimes finding the right therapist is a weird thing. And there are people that unfortunately suck at being honest with their therapists, and it's understandable. You're talking to a person about your problems and facing demons, and even probably acknowledging that you are the problem, and some people don't want to do that. So it's that's where, you know, sometimes going to a therapist, while still very advised, can be very hit or miss with some people. And this is an alternative version that, with clinical studies, have shown very, very promising results. And I wouldn't have tried it if the professional that I went to wasn't someone I absolutely fucking trusted, who has numerous credentials, who has gone to many other professionals, has gone to studies and trials and conventions and all that shit, and has her certifications and all that. I would not go to this and give it a try if I didn't trust who I was being cared under.
Oh yeah, of course.
So my first treatment was definitely it was essentially before I joined Nat 19 Scylla that I did my first treatment.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it was once I had agreed to reconnect with Logan and made the choice to join Nat 19. I was like, okay, I have a lot of hangups, I have a lot of issues, I have a lot of problems. Let's give this a shot.
Mm-hmm.
And once I was done and I went through all of that, I even still have my first journals from when I did it, because that was the one that I really did step by step. Went to like all of the sessions, went through, answered the questionnaires and did all that stuff, because depending on how you want to go by the process, you can do it like super by the book, or you can be a little bit more lenient. And I still have my journals and everything, and I even like wrote down afterwards like how this first like journey treatment went. And after sorting that out, I was like, yeah, I think I've found and laid out the foundation where I can finally move on these gripes and these issues and like keep moving forward and not have these drag me down and weigh me down, and not like, time has passed, we've changed, we're different now, it's happened, and it's a part of me, but it doesn't have to be a weight that I carry on me. It wasn't my fault, and you know, I didn't deserve it, and when bad things happen, it's not a result of XYZ or because of this, it happens. And again, I haven't been actually legitimately suicidal ever since that first treatment.
That makes me so happy to hear.
Yeah.
Genuinely so happy. And like I posted in like Nat 19, but I was like, I fucking love you so much. And I'm so glad that you're part of the team. I'm like, it would not be the same without you. I remember when you and I first started connecting, fam,
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I fucking love Squeaky. Like, I've talked to them like twice, but I love them so much, and I need to be their friend. Oh my god!
Back off, she's mine.
She can have more than one friend, Liz.
Mwah.
Mwah, I love you.
I
I actually did the same.
like
as a
this
kid.
group so much.
Must have been 6. Oh, Dindin also freaking dabbled in le smoke. Le premature smoke.
Yeah, I never did. I just had a dad who smoked a lot.
Mm.
I have a
Oh my
granddad that smoke like a lot of cigarettes that also was like really bitter and smelly.
Mhm.
Ugh.
And most of the time as a kid, I didn't want to hug him because he was smelly.
Yeah, no, because again, depending on
Yeah.
the cigarette you smoke, it could
Yeah.
smell rank. Like I had,
Yeah.
he wasn't an uncle, but he was a friend of my dad's that we called uncle, and he smoked a lot. But he also drank a lot of specifically Heineken. He
Oh.
never smelled like smoke. He smelled like Heineken half the time.
Actually,
Ugh.
wow, yeah, I did too. Apparently, it's the reason my mother quit.
Oh.
Oh.
Mm. Yeah, both my parents used to smoke, but when my mom had my brother, she decided to go completely cold turkey and stop smoking.
Mm. My parents never smoked. Only my grandfather, and
Mhm.
he's still alive. He's 86,
Oh.
and he doesn't have one kidney, and he used to smoke for 50 years.
Oh wow. Oh.
Yeah, hardcore.
God damn.
Wow.
Yeah. He was just a guy who likes to live.
I'm trying to remember like my second procedure. I remember definitely focal parts of my second procedure, and I've talked a little bit about them before where I'm trying to remember what my intents for the second one were. I know the first one was with like depression, anxiety, which obviously those don't truly go away. You just figure out how to work through them more. It was the suicidal tendencies and moving on from certain traumas that had stuck with me so hard that I tried to fix. And that, for the most part, completely is, again, I've never had those feelings before the treatment have never arisen ever since. My second one, I think it was just a lot of stress and needing a reset. I felt very overwhelmed by certain things. For those who are initiated, I was dealing a lot with Jake, and this was before Fallout. This was me essentially being their crutch and everything, and the overwhelming that happened there. And just overall just needing a reset. And that was, I want to say, yeah, it was about a year after my first one, which was around late 2021. And I can't remember super specifics. I do remember a lot of animals. I do remember at some point feeling like I was surrounded by animals. I remember feeling a sheep, like a big fluffy sheep. I remember like a couple dogs, a rabbit. Not that I saw them because I was blindfolded, but before I went under, I was on my couch and I had like this fluffy blanket, which could probably also be why I felt a sheep. I felt to this, I felt to that, because I'm touching fluffy blanket, and I had a little stuffy with me too, even though that stuffy was a seal. But I remember like being surrounded by animals, and then at some point, cats.
Yeah,
Cats.
anxiety is usually a framing
Cats.
issue, which can either be easy to adjust or utterly labyrinthine. Oh, and yet I remember you talking about
Yes.
this right after,
Yes.
with the voice of a 6-year-old.
Because I was probably high at one point. I had probably taken an edible, so I decided to talk about it. But yeah, I remember being around all these animals and being generally safe and comforting. And I think these animals, in some way, shape, or form, represented my friends, but also represented like certain facets of myself. Because I remember thinking about Polo, and then this big sheep was here. But and then again, like the dogs, I remember like I felt like their heads were like on my tummy. And I felt like the bunny was like somewhere by my leg, just kind of in that little like bunny lay down when they're like super comfortable. And the sheep was just there, like laying down being a sheep. But suddenly, cats, just cats everywhere. And they're meowing and they're doing this and they're pawing. And I don't feel comfortable. The other animals are gone. And it's just cats. All types of cats. And
What does it mean?
we'll get to that. And
Really?
it feels overwhelming. It feels suffocating. It feels like I can't do anything. And you say yay cats, Din Din, but this was bad. I didn't like it. And at some point, and obviously the music also kind of changes, and that also maybe helps your mind wander as you're going through places, because sometimes it'll be gentle and then sometimes it'll be like drums and environmental sounds and stuff. Again, somewhere to take you all through the moods, and if you're feeling a certain way, you can like make a sign or just say like, can we skip, and then they'll just change it. But I remember during some of the checkups, because even after and before they give you the booster, they'll take off the headphones. They'll be like, how you feeling? Do you want to talk or do you want to go back in? And at some point, I sat up and they're like, so what have you been seeing? What have you been feeling so far? And I was like, all I said was cats. And they're like, cats? And they're like, cats. And she's like, what kind of cats? And I was like, so many. There was round cats and long cats and fat cats, and Jester was like, that damn cat. And I looked at him, and then I kind of looked down, and she looks, and my professional, she looks at him and like, that damn cat? And I was like, I kind of couldn't speak for a moment, and Jester's just in his chair, and he's looking at me, and he's like, there's an individual that Anna deals with a lot that stresses her out a lot because he goes through a lot, and she tries to help him. And his moniker is that damn cat.
Oh.
Holy shit.
Mm-hmm. I was literally drowning in cats.
That's wow.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the part that I remember the most vividly. Just being comfortable and being surrounded by like comfort and love, and then just out of nowhere, just all these fucking cats, and they ruin it.
Wow.
And they overwhelm me, and they
Yep.
take me over, and I can't breathe. Yeah.
I sent in stream chat how my face looks like right now.
Was the Nyan? No. No, the Nyan song wasn't playing, thankfully, because of like the sort of environmental. Oh my god, that picture already. No,
It's me.
and again, this was during this time. Yes, I was overwhelmed by the things going on with like Jake and everything, but most of the time I didn't want to admit it. I was like, no, but I'm fine. I'm helping a friend. I'm doing this. I'm doing that. But this was my mind with now these walls shattered and being completely honest with myself, a deep dive into me. No, you're not. This is not good for you. This is suffocating you. This is too much. You can't get out of all of these cats. Just like you are stuck and you can't get out of this person. And it was crazy. And it was after this treatment, and of course a bunch of other things, again, reassessing what I learned and went through from the first one, and then obviously the resetting, thinking about the other things that were stressing me, like work and figuring stuff out and everything. But the cats one really, really stuck out the most. That's when I started drawing my boundaries more with Jake. And then if you know the rest that happened afterwards. So that's the biggest takeaway from that procedure. And I'm trying to remember what medication. The rest is history, exactly, Din Din. I'm trying to remember what exactly I took during that treatment, because it wasn't MDMA. I think it was I think it was either I can't remember which one is the actual psychedelic, but it was definitely a mushroom, and I think it was either lion's mane or golden teacher. One of those is a psychedelic, and I think it might be the lion's mane, but I don't know. But it was definitely that one. And again, same thing with the MMO, controlled environment, booster for a softer landing, and the high was around 4 to 5 hours. And you don't feel the time go either. You don't feel the time. They take the headphones off and they're like, okay, it's this much time. How are you feeling? Are you coming up? Are you slowly starting to come off it now? And I'm like, what time is it? And then they're like, it's been like 5.5 hours. And I'm like, no.
Whoa.
No, it hasn't.
That sounds fake.
That doesn't. You just gave me the booster. What do you mean? Because the booster's usually about 1.5 to 2 hours in. So they're like, but you just gave me the thing. They're like, no. I gave you that 3 hours ago. and this is where like depending on how you feel about the because this is another thing I remember from my second treatment, and this happened yesterday's treatment too. And this is where you might be a little bit like spiritual voodoo, y'all are just crazy. Some of the music that are in these playlists are very, very beautiful, hymn, gentle, with Sanskrit singing and chanting and things like that.
Ooh.
Now, I'm gonna tell you right fucking now. I don't fucking know Sanskrit. I've never heard any of these songs. I mouthed them perfectly.
That's fucking wild.
Yes!
I love that. That's fucking
Yes!
wild.
Mouthed them perfectly. And I know this because one of the for the second one it was my professional alone. For my first one it was my professional and assistant. But the first one I didn't do it. The second one it was just my professional, and she noted down, like, you know, they note down if you say anything, if your hands are moving, if you're doing anything. And one of the things that they noted down the time it happened, the song that was playing, and what I was doing, and I mouthed the whole song, start to finish, word for word, timing and everything. And they were like, have you heard of this song? And I was like, no. What language was, like, I remember the song now because I heard it, but it was like, I was like, I don't even know the language. And they're like, it's Sanskrit. And I was like, have you ever heard Sanskrit? And I'm like, no. Like, have you ever heard this? No. I'm like, you mouthed it perfectly. And I'm like, what? 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 And yesterday's treatment, I did it again, and it was none of the songs were the same. None of the songs were the same. And this time I did it for 3 songs. Like, wow. And this time it was like no sound ever came out of my mouth or my throat, but it's even noted down. And I even have, like, because they sent me like a photocopy of the paper and their notes. And at some point I even had my hand on my heart, like when someone's like singing, and again, mouthing the words like I knew this song already, like I rehearsed it, mouthing these words, and not even just like going like wah 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 wah, no, like moving the words like I was saying them, and everything, mouth movements, lip movements, tongue flapping, everything. And I remember, because this I can't remember the exact, I think it was MDMA, I can't remember the exact medicine. And this one felt a bit more lucid. I definitely felt more aware, while still kind of not being there. I definitely remember, like, my mouth moving. And while I'm hearing this song, I'm just like, I don't know this song, but I know the lyrics, but I don't know this song. And I'd never heard these songs, ever. This was a whole new set of songs in Sanskrit. And yet, just like instinct, my head was like, but I know what's next. I know what the words are, like, in my heart. And it was so, like, again, they wrote that down, and they were like, and obviously this time my professional's with the same assistant who did my first one, and they're like, what's going on? And they were like, she did, and they were talking among themselves, and they were telling me, they were like, yeah, you did this too in your second one. I'm like, yeah. And then they were like, yeah, and we've kind of seen similar things before, but never like as accurate as you. And they were like, this is like a new set of songs. And I'm like, yeah. It was like, because like I had told my professional about the first time, and they were like, I made sure that song wasn't on the playlist. You don't know these songs. And I'm like, no. And yet again, it just like a switch, just suddenly I'm singing these songs and they're coming out of me. Except that actually, because my vocals weren't working for some reason. I never once like vocalized anything until they did the check-ins, and they're like, how do you feel? What's going on? Do you want to talk about what you're feeling, what you're seeing right now? And there was a part very early on, because I knew my intentions for this one. My intentions for yesterday were, why can't I forgive myself for some of the things. Why am I so hard on myself? Why do I put on like such heavy expectations? And then when I don't meet them, why do I like essentially like lash at myself? And why do I go into these like cyclical things? Why can't I just like forgive myself? And like, why do I feel like I close myself off when it comes to like talking about it or people that reach out and stuff? Why do I close myself off? And I remember very early on, and this is a little embarrassing, but I want to talk about it because like I've talked about how my characters are facets of myself.
Mm-hmm.
And in my head, my characters, first one was Mei Li. I was talking with them.
Oh.
I was talking with them. I felt someone sit on the couch that I was laying in. And I can't quite remember the first thing she said, but I knew it was Mei Li. And I think the first thing she said was, "I'm touch starved because you are. But unlike you, I reach out for anyone I can find. Do you know why?" And I was kind of like, I was kind of like, I was like, you're kind of made from me though, so you know why. And she was like, yeah, but you know what, but do you really know why? And without going too into it, essentially what I said to her was, because I was touched in a way that I didn't like, and I'm scared to be touched.
Wow.
Whoa.
Yeah. And she was like, but you wish you can do what I did. You wish you could do what I could do and touch who you want to touch and experience that touch. So you do it through me. And I was like, yeah. And then she was like, but after I have felt and seen all these, after I've felt and experienced all these touches, I know now how I want to be touched and who I want to touch me. And obviously I'm not saying touch as inherent, and Mei Li's not saying touch entirely in a wholly sexual way. It's just in the vulnerability that comes with allowing somebody to touch you.
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw Marile, and she came in and she was like, you do it with me too, where you want to experience and learn different types of touches. But in my case, I had to be touched and touch, because without it, I could not live. And you tried to experience that through me, where it's like maybe you need to just put yourself in a position where you have no choice. But then I found somebody who I want to touch me. And there is freedom in that I allow people to touch me. Only certain people can touch me. And that's what Marile said. She was like, I want to be in a position where I can choose who touches me and who does not. And I was like, yeah, you do. It sounds, I feel so weird saying it, but like.
No, the thing is, I super,
No, it's okay.
I super fucking get it. It doesn't sound weird to me at all. At all, because like as someone with many D&D OCs and just OCs in general, I'm like, no, there's facets of these characters that I'm like, they are facets of me. Like I could go on a long ass diatribe of where each character has little bits of me, and I'm like, maybe that's something we should work on, Hayden.
Yeah.
Crazy how this is showing up.
Yeah.
That's
And
what
like
therapy's for.
and there was something that Marile said too that like kind of resonated throughout the thing, and there was a lot of quotes that resonated through this, and I'll say them because maybe they might help somebody else too. At some point when Marile said, now I will choose who will touch me, because I have that choice and there is freedom in that choice.
As a writer who has a similar degree of psychosis, Each character we make says something about ourselves, and they become avatars of our desires but also our baggage.
So yeah, the thing that she had said was there is freedom in the choice. At some point, I then saw Polo, where she is now a different side of it, where Meili is touch-starved and looking for it everywhere, and Marile is essentially put herself in a position where she had no choice. Polo is, I made the choice that no one can touch me because I'm scared and I've been hurt and I can't trust. But I do want to be touched. But I don't know who's the right one, and I want to find the right one. And in leaving what I thought was comfort, in leaving that safety and going into an unknown and seeing all kinds of people and seeing and hearing of their experiences, I have come to understand what I would want, how I would like to be touched, and have found who I want to touch me. And I have chosen that person. And they might be the only person that I ever touch, but that is my choice. And then she repeated it, and there is freedom in the choice. Where some people might think, oh, but if you've only experienced one person, have you experienced anything and things like that? I have only ever been with Jester. And I have had people tell me, like, have you never had any other, like, physical encounters with anybody? And I say no, and I have no interest whatsoever. And that's where Pola was like, yeah, me too. I have found the person that I want to be with and that I want to do these things with me. And they have all the experience, and they have experiences. They've been touched and have touched, and they can teach me their experiences. I don't need to learn from anybody else. I have chosen this person to teach me. I have chosen this person to guide me. And there is freedom in the choice. There was a bit of Trin too, and Trin was Trin. Trin was Trin. Trin.
Huh?
Half the time, Trin, I was like, Trin, why the fuck are you? I became a horse for a second. Holy shit.
Nay, motherfucker.
Trin?
Yeah.
Trin was like, I'm trying to remember what she said. I know that she eventually ended up also repeating "There's freedom in the choice," where
And Trin was like, seriously? Bitch, you know why?
Trin, she was kind of in this position where she's like, I think I know who I want to touch me, but even then I'm scared of them, because what if they hurt me? What if I dive myself into this person and allow this person to what if I open myself up fully to this person and then they hurt me and they're the person? What if I can't find another person like that? And that is a fear I have, where it's like, what if for whatever reason me and Jester don't work out? What do I do?
I have that fear.
And that's what Trin was pretty much for, where it's like, and when you think about how Trin is with Kato, it's like I found someone who I'm sure I want to touch me, and I want to touch, and I want to learn together with them, but I'm so scared that something's going to go wrong and I'm going to be hurt and I'll never find someone like that again. But if that does happen, we have to remember that that end doesn't mean that, you know, you can't come back to that person in some way, or that you'll never find another person again. It just means that you move forward. It doesn't mean you're back at square zero. Hi, Pat. How we doing? We're talking about some deep stuff. I'm not backtracking. And it was that thing of like, whatever happens next is my choice. Do I give myself another opportunity, or do I just am I done there? And again, there was the freedom in the choice, but you won't know, and you'll rob yourself of that choice if you don't allow yourself to move forward. And that's where the next step of this experience went, where it was like, we move forward. And everyone has
the fear is natural, but the anxiety is fruitless. We will often chain ourselves with an imagined future in ways that prevent us from enjoying the present, which is the basic root of self-sabotage.
So
You-
as
You
we're
guys are so wise.
as now it moves to the subject of like moving forward, it's like everyone has a definition of what it means to move forward, you know, leaps and bounds, step by step, and things like that. And obviously some people move faster throughout whatever course they're going than others, but some people don't think that they're moving, but little do they know that they're taking baby steps. And baby steps, no matter how small, still help you move forward. And it was noted that once, at some point, my feet started moving like I was walking.
Huh.
A couple times. And I remember, I can't remember too much because this is where things were getting a little bit lucid, but after that like conversation with the most recent facets of myself, in the form of my characters obviously, we started talking about like moving forward and how like everyone in some way, shape, or form that I know has found their ways to move forward, and everyone's moving at their own rate. Some I feel are like way ahead of me. Some people feel like they're behind. Some of them feel like they're right next to me. And we're all moving. And there are times where you feel like, fuck, I haven't moved, or I'm right back where I started, but really you're not. You've probably moved back a couple spaces, but you're nowhere near where you started. You're nowhere near where you were at the very beginning. And again, even if you don't think you're moving, you're just taking baby steps. And you're truly not moving the moment you sit down and do nothing. But even then, and this kind of led to another thing where it was, there's nothing wrong with taking a rest as long as at some point you go back to moving. So like the exact quotes were, even if just baby steps, you're still moving forward. And again, this is where like going back to my intents and my issues where it's like, why can't I forgive myself? Why is it when I don't get the results I want, I feel like I've failed and I've done nothing? And it's not that I haven't done anything. It's just I set a ground, an expectation that at the moment I can't reach because I'm not as close as I think I am. Or again, it's just a little too high. But that doesn't mean I didn't get closer to it in some way, shape, or form as I went about. It's just you couldn't reach it now, but you're a little bit closer. You're not you're not back where you started because you didn't get it. And if you need a moment to just step to the side and sit down, like I remember at some point my legs were in a position like I was sitting, even though I was laying down. At some point I remember hearing, okay, so do you want to get up? And I was like, yeah, I think I can keep moving. And then occasionally I would have these steps like I was walking. And I remember again during certain points, while hearing like certain voices, whether they were me or my characters as facets of me, hearing, now move a little, now come forward a couple steps. And then like I would take either a big step or again a couple baby steps. And then it was like awesome. And then we would keep going through all of that. And then
I do find a great deal of meaning in having your characters speak to you though, as opposed to yourself. It makes a lot of sense though, as these are representations of yourself that you will listen to, because they're an image of you that you allow yourself to love, and so you'll hear and consider them in ways you wouldn't if the speaker was you without the abstraction.
Yeah.
Wow.
There was another point, and I remember Mei Lee said this. And it's funny because she said it to Trin. When discussing like my closed offness, because there are times where whether it be because I'm upset or I'm doing my own things, there are times when Jester tries to reach out to me. He'll be like, hey, do you want to watch the Chris Chan documentary, or do you want to watch that new JonTron video? And sometimes I'm doing something or I'm doing nothing, but I'm on my computer anyway, and I'm like, not now. Or maybe I'm upset and he'll be like, are you okay? Do you want to talk about it? Because there are times where he's not really sure what to do with me. And I don't blame him because I suck at communicating at times. And Trin was kind of calling me out. Trin was kind of calling me out on how I'm closed off. And then, Mei Lee was pointing out and Pola was kind of pointing out, and Mei Lee was pointing out where like, you want him to touch you, but you're scared because you think that he deserves better. You think that that you don't deserve that, but you want it. So you close yourself off. I'm getting emotional, but I'm fine. And at some point, Trin was like, but it's gonna be hard for him to touch you if you keep putting up walls like that, you know? And isn't the point of you being together that he's past that wall? And Mei Li was like, yeah, you can put up your walls, but at least put a door there too.
Damn.
Clever.
I'm a steal that. That's a damn Anna's brain.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Like, it was like, you can put up your walls, but at least put a door there too. And I was like, oh shit. Even I, like, in my thing was like, oh shit. I didn't think about that. Where it was like, yeah, you can be a guarded person. You can put up a wall, but have a way for the people that you do trust and care about to be let in. Just give them the key, you know? So she said that to Trin, and then Trin became Trin and got angry, but like whatever, they finished off, and then Pola was like, okay, now move a little bit forward. And then I moved a little forward. I'm trying to remember if there was anything else. There's freedom in the choice. Oh! You can always be more, but for now you're good enough.
Wow. It's really good words, honestly.
Well, that's profound.
Because that was another one where my issues were, again, feeling like I'm not good enough. I'm surrounded by so many...
I'm really happy when your subconscious echoes stuff I say to you.
Like, it's... I thought about friends and people too, and I might get into those, but they're also a bit embarrassing. But, like... This journey, this treatment touched upon everybody in a way. It did touch on Lynn quite a bit. But I remember, because again, one of my intents was like feeling like I'm not good enough. That like I'm surrounded by so many like awesome and talented people, like Hayden and Logan and freaking Aaron, and I'm surrounded by so many awesome people who are doing so many awesome things. And there are times feeling like I'm left behind and I'm not good enough. Despite like my own efforts, like I'm shitting on my own efforts and not feeling good enough. And then at some point, like those words rang in, and they came from Polo. They came out of Polo because Polo also struggles with not feeling good enough. And like not being able to take like compliments and stuff, and the anxiety of being complimented even. Where it was like, again, you can always be more, but for now you're good enough. I want to hear the Lynn story later. I can talk a little bit about it. It's nothing super personal. It's just a little embarrassing because it's like, yeah, I did think about my friends while I was, you know, high.
So I know I missed a lot. I was on the phone for a bit.
Well, I'm not backtracking.
So. Yeah, I know. I heard bits and bobs because you're all so fucking loud.
I just want to know if my eyes were pretty.
Well, here's the thing, and this, I'm gonna say this right now, because when it came to thinking about them, this was where at some point I was sitting down and I was looking at the sky. So I didn't see people as like actual themselves. I saw like kind of like vague shapes of clouds, and maybe it had their features to some extent. So like at some point I remember seeing Logan, so I saw like a shape that resembled Logan, that I was like, that's Logan. So with Lynn, I saw like
A capybara then.
No. So like for Din Din, because I saw Din Din too, I saw like her avatar. I saw Din Din's avatar, but I also saw her. Like I saw the silhouette, and then when I looked at it, I was like, oh, that's Din. And then the cloud looked like her, like IRL, her. And then like as I saw like the figment that was like that's Logan, it started to look a little bit more. It's kind of like, again, when you're looking at clouds, when you're like, that kind of looks like a this, and then your head like, yeah, it does, and then it looks like it, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So at some point, I saw a cloud shape that looked like, you know, obviously your avatar for the most part, Lynn. But when I was like, yeah, that's Lynn, it didn't really change. Because I don't know what you actually look like. And there was a part of myself that was like, yeah. Because it didn't change, but I was like, that's right. I don't know what Lynn looks like, but that's Lynn. And that's okay. Because again, I don't know what you look like. And I know some people know what you look like, and to be honest, I'm a little jealous of that. But at the same time, I also understand your boundaries and your reasons for why you would rather not show what you look like, or that you don't want people to have a preconceived notion or a judgment of you after they know what you look like. You would rather keep that separation, and that's completely fine. That's why I was like, that's Lynn. I know that's Lynn. But it's not changing. I know that's Lynn, but does it look like Lynn? And one of the things, because then it started to be like voices, because then I wasn't seeing the facets anymore. I was just more hearing them. And it was like, they were like, yeah, that's Lynn. You just, you know, there are some things about her that you don't know and you wish you did, but you know that you can't. And I was like, yeah. And it was like,
oh, if I could make them not know either, I would. But they do, and the genie doesn't go back in the bottle.
Pandora doesn't go back in the box. and that was that thing where it was like, and that's okay, because, you know, at the end, you know what you need to know, you trust what you need to trust, and it doesn't make Lynn any more or less than these other clouds, than these other people. And it's like, and yeah, and that never was the case. And it was like, of course. And yeah, like there have been times where I felt jealous and sad whenever I'm reminded that there are other people that know Lynn more than I do in some ways. Like, that's natural. That's something that in the past I kind of, you know, also kind of kicked myself for, but it was like, but that's natural, and that's not anybody's fault. That's natural. And whenever the time comes, if Lynn ever feels that she can, then cool. Like, for example, Lynn has my phone number. I don't think Lynn will ever call me. but if for whatever reason Lynn ever does, that's going to be a big moment. Not because I finally get to hear Lynn's voice. It's because Lynn feels so comfortable with me that she can share that.
Been a few times I almost did.
Like, that's that thing where me hearing Lynn's voice is not going to be a big moment for me. It's going to be a big moment for her, because that means that whatever Lynn is going through, whatever insecurities and hurdles Lynn has, or walls that Lynn has put up for herself, that is Lynn finding a way to overcome them. Whether it be a fear, an insecurity, a hurdle, whatever, Lynn is overcoming that, and that's a big thing for Lynn. And I am being welcomed into that. That is a privilege I'm being given. So that's where it was like, that is Lynn. That cloud is Lynn. And it's perfectly fine the way it is. And I was like, yeah, that's Lynn.
Oh.
When it came to Din Din, it was.
I have a highly romantic ideal of wanting to be more of a liminal entity. I think there's more beauty in engaging as a more pure representation of myself, of the persona I hold, that isn't biased by the physical.
Oh yeah. Just my brain space was like, if there's any other reasons, again, that's that's something that Lynn has overcome, and that is a moment to celebrate. That is a moment that you are being given the privilege to be a part of, you know? I hope Lynn Cloud was sipping tea. I don't remember. I don't remember. I remember the Din Din Cloud. The Din Din Cloud, we were like, Din Din's going through a lot. Din Din has a lot of walls. Has a lot of walls.
I don't refrain because I have something to hide, but because I feel like it's information that makes me feel as though something precious was lost in its acquisition.
It's valid.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
No, I super get that.
Mm-hmm.
My walls are like the one of a bouncy castle. It's fine. It was this thing where like, it was like Din Din has a lot of walls, and there are times where Din Din bumps into her walls and doesn't even know. Din Din doesn't even know the walls she has up. And again, obviously these are like, I'm not gonna say like these figments and what these voices were saying were 100% accurate. Again, this is just like, I guess what my mind has learned in observing my friends. And it was like, I'm trying to remember. It was like Din has had, true, not sure while you're talking about, so guess you're right. Like, it was that thing where it's like Din has gone through a lot, and variably so, it's resulted in issues in trust, where Din Din sometimes feels like, you know, better off alone. And it's like, obviously this is a journey, this is a path of healing that Din Din has to walk. But
Din is funny and frustrating in that way. Girl will be actively bashing her against a wall in front of you, then tell you there isn't a wall there.
And my mind was like, Din Din is going through a lot, and because of her experiences, Din Din has almost told herself that if she ends up alone, then that's all right. That's probably the way it's supposed to be anyway. And obviously, this is a journey and a path that Din Din has to walk at some point, but it doesn't have to be alone. It can be at her own pace, and that's when it also, that one quote came back where it was like, baby steps are still moving forward. I walk a lonely road. But again, here's the thing. Again, the voices were telling me that like, you don't have to walk it alone. It's just, you'll walk it when you're ready. You'll walk it one way or another. And that the most we can do as friends is to show that support and guide you and point you. But at the end, yes, you will have to walk that path, but because you want to, because you've acknowledged that that path is where you need to go. So just be there and show that you're there. Show her that that she's not alone. Show her that no matter what, she has someone to go to. That even if she thinks she doesn't have anybody, she has you. That's what my mind was telling me about Din Din. When it came to Anthony, because I saw Anthony, it was like it was like Anthony's between a rock and a hard place, right? And I'm like, a lot actually. He's between a lot of hard places. And it was like, yeah, he's balancing a bit. He's balancing different friends, he's balancing different people. He wants to be there for his friends, but there's a lot of, he's on a fence in a war zone. And where are you in that war zone? And I was like, I don't want to be in the war zone. And it was like, okay, so where are you? And I was like, I want to be home. And it was like, what do you mean by home? And I was like, I want to be somewhere that Anthony can go and he knows that he's safe, that he's not going to be looked down on, he's not going to be judged, his alliances aren't going to be questioned, that he can do and talk and say what he wants, and it's not going to compromise where he stands. He's already in between so many hard places. I want to be a place that's soft. That's what I saw and what I heard when I saw Anthony in the clouds.
I love that.
There you go, Anthony.
I was waiting for the. Wait, what?
Wait, what? I didn't hear that. I was on the phone.
I was not here. What happened?
That was only like an hour ago.
That wasn't. Listen, that wasn't even a dig at you. I hope you know. I'm just like. It
Yeah.
would be really funny. My comedy
would've.
brain was like.
What? Yeah.
And then
You said that.
and then like I remember at some point there became like little clouds, like kind of like when you're watching fireworks and then like the little fireworks start all happening and it's like bam 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 and they're like it's that person and it's that person. I remember I did see Scylla and it was kind of brief because I saw Scylla and I saw Ale a little bit. Where I was like, these two, and I was like, oh yeah, and they're like, they're pretty awesome, aren't they? And I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna cry. They're really inspirational, aren't they? Oh, they're really inspiring, aren't they? And I was like, yeah.
Oh.
And they were like, you wish you could be that cool. Like, they were like, you wish you and Jester can be that heckin' cool, and I'm like, yeah. And he was like, but guess what? And I was like, what? And they were like, they think you're that cool.
It's fucking true.
Fuck, I'm crying.
I'm just a little cryptid, man. Like I'm like, I probably see you very much in the same light. I'm like, no, I wish I.
Yo,
wish I
same
could be
high
like
five.
Anna. Right? Like, sup, cryptids, we stand together.
And like, it was like you are
I'm the therapy cryptid.
they were like, you are that cool. That's why they see what you can do, and they're like, we're gonna do it together. And I was like, yeah, we're gonna heckin' sing our hearts out and be freaking awesome. And I'm like, hell yeah, I'm gonna do my best. But yeah, so I saw Scylla and Sayu. Even though like I don't know Sayu like that. He found his way in there.
That's what he do. He worms his way in. He elbow drops his way in.
He sounds like
I
a
don't
cool
know.
guy.
Oh yeah.
He's pretty fucking neat. I don't know if you saw Logan's like tweet that he put out. It's like, sometimes you gotta elbow drop a friend to start a conversation. That was in reference to Alejandro. Had to tell him he was wrong, so he was just like, by the way, you're wrong. And that's how he started a conversation. And I'm like, I'm just sitting there on the floor, like, drinking my coffee. I'm like, I'ma just let this happen. I'm like, you should also just say hi. But anyway, go off, King.
I check his Star Rail videos to watch him react to stuff. He's silly.
Oh yeah.
He is. That's
Oh,
just
yeah.
who he is as a person. He's so fucking candid. That's just who he is. He's just a goober.
That's why I like watching you guys on streams, because it just gives really good positive vibes.
You We try to bring the good vibes. He's the chaotic good vibes, and I'm just a little potato person. I'm
The
like,
comfy.
Some-
No,
Sometimes
you're
Levi
you're
shows up to say,
gremlin cool
"What?"
vibes.
And
I'm
that's
very,
the extent
I'm
of the
very
interaction.
grumpy.
You're
I
a
try
fey
to bring
little
the chill
gremlin, and
vibes.
I love you for this.
Appreciate you. I'm sending the biggest hugs and a banana. I love you.
You love you too. But yeah, I'm trying to recall like the other moments. Like I recall seeing a little bit of Cody. I recall I can't recall like super specifics. I'm like trying to remember who else. Obviously I saw Jester, and around that time that's when I reached out my hand. Because there were a couple times, because obviously when it was mentioned like you found someone that you want to touch you, but sometimes you close yourself off. I remember there was also every once in a while, just like they would ask me, they would tell me, now move a little bit forward. Are you ready? Are you ready for him to touch you? And at some point when I did see Jester, it's funny because at some point during my treatment, Jester went to go take a nap. So apparently just as he had come out of his nap and sat down in his chair, I reached out for him. So like at like every time when I was asked like, are you ready for him to touch you? I was like, no, not yet. Something doesn't feel right. It's because he wasn't in the fucking room. Turns out, even though I was blindfolded, he wasn't in the room. So I guess at some point, once I felt his presence there, that's when I was like, I think I'm ready now. And I reached out. And I held his hand for like a good while, squeezed it at some point. I touched his face, and apparently I also pat his head. And then after the treatment, when I was like starting to come down from it, he eventually asked me, he was like, at some point you reached out to me. So like, what was happening there? Why did you reach out to me? You never reached out for the professional or her assistant, which, you know, some people sometimes do, where they'll reach out for a hand, or they say that they want to touch, and they'll be touched or held hand, pat head, whatever. But at no point did I ever reach out for them. And specifically, when I held out for Jester's hand, the first thing I did was I checked his fingers. I checked his fingers, I felt his fingernails, anything that would tell me this is his hand. And once I was like, this is his hand, that's when I held it. And I told him, because I was still like coming off, so I was still a little bit on the loopier side, where I was like, I felt like I need to reach out more. I don't do it enough, do I? And he was like, he just kind of looked at me like, oh. And he was like, I wanted to reach out. I feel like you've been wanting me to reach out to you. And I feel like sometimes I close myself off a lot, and it's left you confused. I'm really sorry. And he just looked at me like, thank you for that. Thank you. Like, yeah. So we kind of had that moment, and then eventually after that moment I saw him in the clouds and I reached out for him. I remember more walking, more just kind of seeing things happen. And then at some point, one of the songs was like bells. And fuck, do I love bells. I love bells. This song got like so nice and chimey, and like, again, just some really nice, clear, beautiful bell rings. And now I'm not sure if some of them were me or the music, but they do recall there was a song with a lot of chimes and bells. And at some point they wrote down that I was making finger movements, and one point where I was ringing, where my hand made a motion like I was ringing a bell. And I remember, because this was also, there were also little small periods where I heard some vocalizations and I ended up mouthing them too. At some point, I kind of thought in my head where I was like, you know how everyone uses the term that they, like, oh, like they sing like a bird and things like that. And I was like, I don't want to sing like a bird. I want to sing like a bell. And it was like, well, what is it about a bell that you love so much? And it was just like, a bell, the bells that I love in particular are clear and they're soft and they're pure. And that's how I want to be. That's how I want my voice to be. That's how I want my singing to be, like a bell. I've always loved like nice, chimey, gentle bells. Never like those big gongy stuff. But I found that like when I heard all those bells, because I also grew up with a lot of chimes and stuff. My mom loved chimes. So I also very much love chimes. And just during that song, I felt so safe that I wanted to like sit down and just listen to all the bells. And it was like, I love birds, but I want to be like a bell. Where there's the clearness, the purity, yet albeit softness of a bell. And there's also something about a bell that, like, I think that in some cultures, a bell, the sound of certain bells cast away negative energies and like evil spirits. So there's something about a bell in that aspect where it's comforting. So that's like not just in singing, but just in general. I want to be someone that people feel comfortable and safe and accepted around, like a bell. And then again, everything else was kind of much of the same, repeating phrases, those quotes that was going around, and then eventually, yeah, it was over. And then it was like, it's 3:30, and I'm like, what? What? What do you mean it's been 5 hours? You do not feel time when you're under those things. You don't feel time. It doesn't exist. And that was, in as much as I can recall, my treatment. My treatment yesterday. And why we did not have Nat 19 yesterday. Why we didn't have DMS.
I feel like if I went through that treatment, I would just pass out immediately and then wake up, and whatever revelation I'd had would
here's the thing, Anthony. Here's an interesting thing. That's what I thought too when I had my first one. Oh, they're gonna give me this. I'm gonna go under and I'm gonna fall asleep and nothing's gonna happen. Nope, you will not. There were moments where I felt like I was gonna fall asleep, but then something always was like, hold on now, we're not done. And then we just kept going. So again, it's hard to say, but I definitely came into the very first treatment that I did thinking, oh, I'm just gonna pass out and fall asleep and nothing's gonna happen. But nope, never fallen asleep once. There were times where there were times where, like, you know, the professional and her assistant were wondering, did they fall asleep? Because they've had some instances of people having a little snooze cruise for a second. They're like, where they also pay attention to your breathing, and they're like, there's some like times where like the breathing was similar to that of sleep, but then it's like, did you fall asleep? And it was like, no, I was awake. Like, you might not. You very likely won't. There's something about it that you don't quite fall asleep. But yeah. 10 out of 10 would do it again if I ever needed to.
Good.
10 out of 10, highly recommend. Under the care of a very good professional. 10 out of 10, do recommend.
If only America had those. If only America had those.
Yeah, no. Right now, the States is very. We don't want people fucking with that. Despite so many tests being like, look how it's helped people with anxiety and depression. Look at how much improvement some of these people have had. No, mushroom bad.
You see, drug bad because not know how monetize yet. So drug bad.
Canada so far seems to be making progress again.
Oh no, that's not why.
That's not why. They don't want to solve the problem. pharmaceutical industry doesn't want to solve your problem.
Yeah, that's probably right.
No, certainly does not.
The actual reason will make you a lot more angry.
Oh no, my trademark.
Go on.
I'm almost done with my coffee.
It,
Now I'm done with my coffee.
I'm like, I might want another cup of coffee, but
So
I'm
basically,
holding on.
we know how to Monetize it, and it's actually very lucrative when you do.
Actually makes a lot of money.
amazing.
That being said, you know what does more for them?
Where?
Wait for it.
Keeping prisons full and the border dangerous.
Yeah.
Oh.
Criminalization.
Uh,
The prison
Let's
industry. The prison industry is very good at giving cheap labor.
yeah.
Lord,
It's
11.
just the slave industry never actually left America.
Oh no, it didn't. Nope.
We just hide them in big brick buildings instead of being out in open plantations.
Oh yeah, no. When you see like prison workers, at the most they'll maybe get like a if it's in a prison system that maybe monetizes them, like as in they get somewhat pay. It's like not even $1 an hour at times. And of course, there's a whole procedure to go about it with parole and things like that. Like there are some cases where depending on the crime, you don't get anything. And then there's some where if you are able to get like some sort of pay for your quote unquote labor, some of that money can go to paying your bonds or your bails, or go into a thing so that when you're out of jail you have money. But again, they're so like bitchy about those things that it's very easy to lose if you fuck up, or if they've decided that you fuck up. Yeah, that's the thing. The States has an issue with its for-profit prisons. So yeah, cheap labor.
Legalization would be a massive blow to the cartels, undermining their entire market, and would also make the crime rate go way down, and it can be taxed highly to rake in state income, while also allowing for regulation to give addicts a pathway to recovery and make death rates from dirty drugs go down.
Right now, with
Thanks to capitalism, we can't have that happen.
when it comes
And
to
just basic human evil, of course.
when it comes to Canada, or at least BC, because I can't speak for the rest of Canada, BC right now is trying to do this thing with decriminalization, where if you've got under a certain amount, they will generally leave you alone, and they'll probably try to point you to a toxicology place or like an overdose center, so that if you do end up having something, they can treat you immediately while you're there. The problem is now, though, is that because of the decriminalization, now you see more people doing it in public. And because they're only holed up to a certain amount, they can't be arrested for it. You can't call the cops if they're doing it in a place like a park, because if it's public property, that you can't stop it. You can if it's like within a business, you can be like, hey, this is not allowed in my private business. But if it's in a public place like a park or a playground or something like that, not much can really be done. And because of that, now you find more paraphernalia out and about. And because of the decriminalization, the thing is, it's hard to tell which one is a legally procured substance or something that is essentially underground black market. Now it's like, well, did you get this from a dealer, or did you get this from a certified distributor of this from like a center? Because what they're trying to do now is they're trying to get the dirty stuff off of the streets so that people don't die from these things, while also making the people most at risk, whether it's through the legal or the dirty stuff, not die at all. But now the problem has arisen that, or quote unquote problem, but still I can see where some people see it as a
But drugs
problem.
are a really good way to target minorities and stoke fears for the southern.
For the southern, you cut out, hun.
But drugs are a really good way to target minorities and stoke fears for the southern border, which is pretty much the only issue one of the political parties has right now. Legalization is an absolute slam dunk issue in terms of the general welfare, but it's politically detrimental to a major party, so, yeah.
Yeah. So the issue right now is there are people doing it in the public, and it's being done in spaces where there are children or potentially other high risks that come with it. Like, again, like now there are places where you'll find needles on the ground, baggies on the ground, or just in general people that are, you know, that are loaded on the streets. Whereas with a center, that can be dealt with over there. And then you wonder, well, why are some of these people doing it in these places? Well, BC kind of had been doing a shitty job keeping these centers open. Because some of these centers that were open, because when COVID started happening, you had less workers. Because people had to quarantine, because some people didn't want to get fucking vaccinated. Because of some of these instances, now you had a lot of these centers have to close. Because they had no people. The town I live in, we have no more walk-in clinics. There is no walk-in clinic in the town I live in now. It's hospital or nothing.
Wow.
Like, it's either I go to the ER and thus a hospital, or I make an appointment with a doctor. There is no walk-in clinic anymore. Because COVID fucked them so hard. Because either some people didn't want to get vaccinated, or some doctors decided they were just gonna retire. Like, that walk-in clinic, both the doctors chose to retire because they just got so overloaded and slammed, and they were like, you know what? I don't need to be a health professional anymore anyway. So they retired. And then the one person that was left got so overwhelmed that then the clinic could only be open from like 9 to 1.
Wow.
Where there was a line, there would be a lineup before it opened, and then a lineup after it's closed for people being like, can I at least come tomorrow first thing? Like, I need to be seen for XYZ. So you would go in and it was like, I'm sorry, we're booked for the next 3 days. And then it became no better than any other doctor's office. And then it just closed. The reason I know this was because this walk-in clinic, the nurses that were there, like the 4 nurses that were there, would always come to the coffee shop every once in a while to pick up a coffee for the rest of the staff and the one doctor that was there. And she got so overwhelmed that she was like, I'm done. I'm not doing this anymore. And she was like, I'd rather go work at a hospital or an actual like clinic. And they closed it. So like, unfortunately, COVID fucked over some places in BC. I know it fucked up Vancouver a bit. There are some parts of Vancouver where they've, I think I saw in the newspaper, where I think it was like a shelter, I think it was a shelter and an overdose center for younger adults, for teenagers to younger adults, because there was a lot of centers for mostly adults, but there were concerns that younger teens and women would not feel safe in these centers that were mostly with like older people and men. So they made centers that specialized in younger patients, and that one closed because not enough staff and funding and stuff. And again, it's like when you close these centers, where are these people supposed to go? Where are these people supposed to now get, you know, the stuff they need? Because these centers don't not only do they provide a place where they can use safely and give them so that they don't get anything dirty, but they also help them in rehabilitation, and they help them find a way to then eventually go into the path of recovery. So if you get rid of these facilities, where can they go? Where can they go for help? Where can they go to detox and then take these steps to fix to help what's wrong? They don't. That's what happens. They don't. It's the same thing with like certain, like, there's a street in Vancouver that I heard about that there used to be like a psychiatric facility, and then they closed it, and now I think the street is East Hastings. It's just notorious now for being dangerous ever since they closed that facility.
Yeah. For as long as I can remember, anyone's like, do not go to East Hastings. Like, I've had to go around that area because there was a clinic there that when I was living, like, that was the only place that would, like, x-ray my wrists when I was having really bad carpal tunnel and I didn't know what the fuck was going on. But I'm like, yeah, no, even being, like, in and around that area, like, you have to be so fucking careful.
Yeah. Like, it's notorious for... Ever since that area, that clinic was closed, this psychiatric clinic, it just went absolutely to shit. And it was like, well, yeah, this place was helping these people, and now they have nowhere to go. So now where are they? They're on the street. And yeah, so that's where the situation is right now, where BC's kind of trying to open more centers. But at the same time, and I'm gonna generalize a bit because I mostly see it from this group, the boomers don't want it. The boomers don't want these centers built in their cities and in their towns.
Yeah.
They're the ones that oppose it the most because they're like, no, because then the druggies are gonna come here and they're gonna do it in front of our kids and it's gonna expose it to them, and you gotta just get rid of them and move them somewhere else.
So NIMBYs.
Yeah.
Why don't you pack up and move somewhere else, you goddamn fossil?
And it's mostly it is mostly those like that older boomery crowd where it's just like, and unfortunately even older because
But the property values.
Yeah, but my property values. If you put a center there where people can go and do drugs, then my property values will go down because now there's druggies here, and it's just like, you're missing the point.
This is not about your property. It's about other human beings not having to die from overdosing.
Yeah.
Or to get
Like-
the help they need to not be addicts and maybe raise your property value, you greedy fucking rat.
Yeah, the first thing they hear is they hear overdose center, and they hear now the druggies are gonna do their drugs here, and it's like, no, that's not how that works. Like,
It's a center to prevent.
it's a center to prevent that because it's going to monitor and help them and then try to put them on the road to recovery. It's not so that that they can just get drugs and do them. Like, that's not the point. But that's where some oppositions to these centers like to frame it as. They're going to bring their centers and the druggies are going to come here and they're going to lower your property values and endanger your kids.
Yep.
And it fucking sucks. Because unfortunately, if it wasn't for people who thought this way, maybe Jester's sister would still be here. But, you know, she's not.
Yeah.
So, and I
Or
I knew a lot of
Sophie's
people-
sister.
Yeah.
huh?
That's, I was gonna say, I used to have a lot of classmates back in Jersey. Used to.
Like obviously I kind of self-traumatized myself. All it took was me huffing a cigarette at 3 to know never to do anything like that again, like even slightly related to that. And me in general, I don't like the idea of being addicted to anything. So like hey, if you're trying to protect kids, there's a more pressing issue with guns. Yeah, you know, but
Yeah.
But you know, they don't want to talk about that. But it's that thing where obviously again COVID and then opposing things have kind of really fucked that up. So now we're in a situation where they're raising the decriminalization amount so that people can get away with having a little more, but the problem is that there are no centers for these people to go. And they'd rather let them die to guns and fuck them up rather than do any actual help, unfortunately. But we're left in this situation where these are people that need help, and yeah, because there's no one to help them, they're out in the street, one way or another, and for the most part, they're, yeah, it's scary, but they're not wholly dangerous. Obviously, me personally, because I walk in, I for half of the year, I'm walking in pitch black darkness to work. Of course, I'm more careful not to be around fucking anybody.
I hope so.
At night. Like, the other freaking on Thursday, the scooters are back, and obviously I'm happy about this because it means I get to work so much fucking faster, especially in the morning. And normally if people are like, hey, can I get a moment? Normally I have no issue stopping and being like, yeah, how can I help you? But in this case, I remember I was going on a scooter and I was going through a parking lot, and at some point I heard through on my right, hey, can I have a moment? And
Oh, hell no.
yeah, no, pitch black, empty parking lot. Sorry. Sorry. Zoom.
Oh no.
Nope. I had not now here's the thing again. This one was that one thing where after I heard it, I didn't even turn it my head or anything to acknowledge it. I just kept going. But as I registered that, I just kind of, something felt a little off. And I was like, I just remembered, I was like, it's almost 6 a.m. If it is someone who genuinely needs something, they are standing in front of a Walmart. It is going to open in an hour. They will be fine. So that I didn't feel bad and go back. Because a part of me was like, but what if they needed help? But I just told myself, I have to get to work. It's pitch black. Walmart opens in an hour. If they need a phone, if they need help, Walmart, they're literally in front of a Walmart. It opens in an hour. McDonald's is across the street and is open. If they need help, they can get to help. Because there was someone that was just sitting on the floor. They weren't like, they didn't look hurt or anything. Because I remember I saw them as I passed by, like approaching their general area. I just didn't turn my head when I heard the call. But they weren't anybody that looked like in any sort of duress. At least at a glance. So I was just kind of like, if they need help, they are right now in a pretty good spot that help will come at some point. If not, any of the employees that roll in to Walmart to get ready for opening, they can help them. Like, because around like around 6 a.m.-ish time, that's where some cars start pulling into that Walmart parking lot because it's the employees that are going to open the store. So again, to not make myself feel bad, I was like, they're in front of a Walmart, McDonald's is across the street, and the employees who open Walmart should be rolling around any minute now. They can ask them for help. I need to get to work. And I left it there. Because if I had to tell myself this, so I didn't just turn the scooter around and go see like, yeah, how can I help you? Because I was going to do it, but it was also pitch black, and I was like, no.
Yeah.
Every week though, and I say this, and I say this as well because every week, every time, or at least until the scooters came back, every time I walk to work, I pass by this Walmart. I go through like the little side alley-ish area where like the trucks drive by to offload their shipments and stuff. And as I walk down the side of Walmart into the actual parking lot, there's always this old lady. And she's always just kind of, I always see her just walk in, and my assumption is that she's maybe an overnight worker. But she'll always be like, good morning. And I'll be like, hi, good morning. And I'll even take off my headphone. I'm like, hi, good morning. And she'll be like, going to work? And I was like, yeah, I'm going to work. And she's like, have a good day. And that's it. So like for this old lady, I don't mind.
Yeah, it's a whole different situation. And
Yeah.
I've had people in their cars follow me to work when I was living in
Oh,
Vancouver.
Yeah, thank God I don't think I've ever had that issue.
I got cornered by a woman who's like on like a walker, and she would not let me walk around her.
Ugh.
She's like, do you have any money on you? I was like, no, you must have a card, right? Go in there and take money out. I need money. And I was like, ma'am, I have to go to work. She's like, see, you work, you have money, you can give me money. I'm like, ma'am, I have to go to work.
Ma'am, I'm working because I have no money.
I'm working 2 jobs because I live in Vancouver.
Yeah, no, thank God I've never had that instance. But there are moments that I'm like, I need to listen. Like, I listen to my gut a lot of the time, but there are also times where I've done shit where my mama would beat the shit out of me because I've gone in strangers' cars. Like, now here's the thing. They weren't total strangers, to be fair. One time I was walking to work and a regular pulled up. And she's someone that comes to the cafe every day. She loves it when I specifically make her drink. She'll even ask for me sometimes. And I remember she pulls up and she's like, Anna! And I'm like, oh, hi. And they were like, are you going to work? And I'm like, yeah, I have to, you know, open the store. It opens at like 7, but I get there early. And she was like, oh, well, it's still like a little bit away. Do you want me to give you a ride? And I'm like, yeah. I go in her car. I just go in her car. And I just go in her car, and then she drives me to work, and she was like, and I was like, why are you awake this early? You never come by this early. And she's like, oh, I have to go grab something from the office and blah, blah, blah. And then I gotta go to like my kids thing. And I was like, oh, okay. And I was like, are you gonna stop by later? And she was like, oh yeah, I'll usually stop by my normal time. And then she dropped me off, and then she kept going. I was like, huh. And then she came by, and I gave her drink on the house. I was like, I don't think she'll kill me. I don't think she'll kill me. Who the fuck will make her drink? I don't even go into...
How's she gonna get her PSL? What's she gonna do without me?
She can't kill me!
I give you a drink! How
She
dare you?
takes you home, make drink there.
And, but again, this isn't the first time a regular... she was the second time I went into a regular's car. The first time, it was going home. Where this one, I was a little bit cautious, mind you. There's this one lady who every once in a while comes in. She used to be a provider for some of our teas. And again, she was a regular. She orders like a mango smoothie. And I'm walking out of work, and she was just driving out of the drive-thru. And she was like, do you need a ride? And I looked at her and I was like, I'm going this way. And she's like, oh yeah, I'm going that way too. And I was like, are you sure? I can just go take a scooter. I'll be fine. And she's like, no, honey, I'll give you a ride. And I was like, okay. And she was like, I'm just gonna pull up across the street into this gas station, okay? And I'm like, okay, because obviously she was rolling out and she was gonna go that way, but like she was, you know, she was willing to just pull forward to another place so she didn't like stop in the middle of the street. So then I was like, okay. First thing she does as she's pulling into the opposite street to get into the gas station, I write down a license plate number and I text it to Jester. Write down, I was like, look at her license plate, just like enhance. I'm going in somebody's car. I'm going in this car, and then Jester was like, okay. And that was it. And then I went into her car. We talked for a little bit. I was like, so what happened with like the tea providers and stuff? And then she drove me home. We talked a little bit. She said I was really sweet and she loves going there still, even though she's not a tea provider.
I'm one of those people where part of the arithmetic in my head whenever anything like that happens is, okay, so what's the speed limit here and how comfortable with rolling out of a moving vehicle today?
I don't even think about that part. I'm just like, hey, Jester, if you don't see me in the next 10 minutes, if you don't see me in the next 20 minutes, I went into a car with this license plate. But those were the only 2 times I went into a car of someone that I didn't really know like that. The third time, was Mr. Canny. And Mr. Canny is the guy that is the local farmer who does our spices, who gives me his fresh made spices and gives me his jerky. I buy jerky off of him. I went into Farmer Kenny's car.
Yay, jerky.
And I went into Mr. Kenny's car because after work I was gonna go to the post office to send Din's package. Was it? No, it wasn't to send Din's package. It was to get the package that Din had for me. I had the slip and I was getting ready to, I was walking out. And at first he was like, oh, are you gonna go home? And I was like, yeah, but I need to go to the bank first to deposit my tips and then I gotta go to the post office. And he was like, oh, I can take you. And I was like, oh, no, don't worry. It's not a big deal. But then as I got to the bank and I was walking back, and the bank and work are not that far. So I passed by work again and I saw him and he was like, because he was talking to my boss about like some jerky and the spices. That's why he comes by a lot, because he also sells his spices through our cafe.
Yeah.
And I walk by and he's loading up his truck and ready to go. And he was like, are you not going to the post office? And I was like, no, like I'm going there now. I gotta go to this one. And he was like, well, get in, I'll take you. And here's the thing. The first two instances, those two regulars, again, they were women, to which a part of me was like, I'm probably still in danger, but they're women. I can probably still fight them.
Yeah, it's a
I
little
can take him in a
different.
fight, yeah.
I was definitely a bit more apprehensive with Mr.
Yeah.
Kenny. But I was like, you know what? I was like, worst case scenario, again, take a picture of the license. I took a quick picture of the license plate while he was finishing uploading his truck. I sent it to Jester. I told him I'm going, Kenny's offered me a ride home. And on top of that, I made sure that, that I was right in front of the cafe. And that if anybody had seen me leave with Kenny, it was generally the people in the cafe. I also let my AM know. I was like, hey, AM, Kenny's offered me a ride home. If y'all don't see me tomorrow, I'm dead. It was Kenny. But he took me to the post office. I picked up my package from Din Din, and then he took me home. And then we talked about taxes. We talked about taxes. He was like there was two types of taxes. He was like make sure that as you're going you're paying your this tax so that
And
when
that's
you
how I know he's a farmer.
Yeah, we talked about taxes. He was telling me that there was I think there was an FCAA tax and an RVSP tax. There were the two taxes. And he was like, make sure you do your payments and your things to this taxes so that when you retire and you get your pensions and stuff, these are the things that you'll be able to do a retirement on. He told me a whole thing about taxes, and I don't remember a whole lot of it. I do remember that there were letters, and the one that he told me that he was like, pay this one, was the RVSP or some shit like that. And because retirement and premiums and pensions, but I don't remember everything in specifics. But I was like, yeah, I'm sorry I doubted you. Sorry I doubted you, Mr. Kenny, but I don't think I want to go in your car again though. We also stopped by a meat place because he wanted to pick up what did he want to because every once in a while he'll go to the local meat markets because he also volunteers at the SPCA, and what he'll do is he'll ask these butcheries for like their beef bones, and then what he'll do is he'll take those beef bones and he'll put them through like their roaster, whatever process these beef bones go to, and then he'll package them and he'll give them to the local SPCAs so that the dogs have beef bones.
That's so cool.
Yeah. He does like smokers and stuff, like he does like smokeries and barbecue and things like that. So he does that with the local things. He'll see if they have like beef bones, so he'll
Man,
roast
I'm so
them and donate
hungry.
them. I'm talking about bones.
Bones.
I just got my pho, so I'm like nom nom nom.
Oh yeah. God, a pho sounds great right now.
Honestly,
I heckin' because I learned I have Good Friday off, and like after today, Jester has Monday to Friday off. Like as he was waking up and he was like giving me like head pats and stuff, because whenever we wake up together, we have like morning cuddles and stuff. But then it's time for him to get up and do things, and he gives me head pats. And I was like, do you want to go on like a date with me on Friday? do you want to go on a date if we can find a place that's open on Good Friday? And he was like, I probably might be streaming that day, but after I'd love to. And I'm like, you gonna go on a date with me?
No.
Yeah, it's like we don't have a lot of dates often because like how our days off line up. And then I think the last time we had a date was when Logan called off DMS because he was like overwhelmed and hadn't slept. So that day I was like, Chester, we're not having DMS. Do you want to go on a date with me? Get eggs Benedict. Want to go to breakfast place and get breakfast and brunch? And that's when I had like the chocolate pancakes and like the freaking. We went to Akora. And I had like the I can't remember what it was, but it was like 2 chocolate pancakes, some hash browns, and then like 2 eggs and bacon and sourdough toast. And I was like, oh my god. Oh my god, this is so good. Such a good breakfast, but maybe not the chocolate pancakes, they're too rich. But yeah, that was nice. We haven't had a date in a while though, so I was like, we should go on a date because I have Friday off and that never happens. So we'll see how that goes. Also, hi Nalk, how you doing? It's fine when you use an app like Uber and Lyft though. We don't really have that here. At least I don't think so.
Yeah, the best thing with Uber is to...
It's unfortunate that Ada's schedule makes it unlikely she'll ever experience Sleepy Squeaky.
Heh.
Yeah. The best thing if you're using Uber is to turn on the setting where it's like they have to like match the code that you do.
Mm-hmm.
Like that you have, because it ensures you're getting in the right car.
Mm-hmm.
But Lyft is the wild, wild west. Like, y'all have seen my Twitter with how often I'm like, so this fucking happened to me.
I've never had a bad experience with Lyft.
I somehow attract fucking weirdos. I don't know what it is about my energy in the universe. I was talking to Spencer and Carrie the other day, and I'm like, is this the universe? Like, is this the
Lynn
karmic
doesn't have
payback?
Twitter. Play her the hits real quick.
Oh gosh. I'll finish my thought and then absolutely.
Yeah.
But I'm like, is this the universe giving me karmic payback for traveling Italy by myself at 20 and not getting fucking kidnapped? Is this the fucking universe balancing the fuck out? Cause like, I've had drivers that were swerving all over the road. I've had fucking texting and driving. I have had most recently a fucking weirdo who was listening to a podcast called I Shit You Not, praying for women to like men again, and it was the most myself.
Yeah, I remember that tweet.
I've ever heard in my fucking life.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I've had people like getting major road rage and like ranting and yelling in the car, like at other drivers, like, can you fucking believe this? I had a date. I was coming home from Okratron, like I think I was recording like Uzuki or like a video game or something, and this dude like didn't say anything. Usually Lyft drivers or Uber drivers will be like, hey dude, I need to stop for gas, is that okay? This guy was like, hey, instead of asking me that, he was like, hey, do you need to get home like pretty quickly? And it was close to rush hour, so I was like, so I was assuming that's what he meant, and I was like, no, I'm not in any rush. I finished work, so if it takes a little longer, that's fine. It was already a red flag, so I was like, okay, I'm gonna just from my phone, and I was like, where the close to the studio, and I was like, what the fuck? Okay, so I texted Alejandro. I was like,
I think your microphone's cutting out.
yeah, it's my fucking pedal.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's far away from my foot, and it's not holding down as it should.
Okay.
But,
Okay, that's not just me then.
No, sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
But yeah, no, this dude pulls up at a gas station, did not consult me. And then when he gets back in his fucking car, he starts ranting and raving, be like, can you believe these fucking prices? Like, what the fuck, man? And I was like,
I wouldn't know these prices. I'm in an Uber. I'm in a Lyft.
I also just moved back from Los Angeles, so gas prices there are like $7. Okay. Yeah, the dude who had road rage was driving me home, and he notes the name of my street, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I remember. He's like, oh, well, you won't believe this. Back in the day, I stole a sign."
Oh,
Which I found out later. He said this so funny, haha. I'm like, dog, you're
what the fuck?
confessing to a fucking crime right now. He's like, oh yeah, no, I stole a sign back in the day. It's like a joke because I thought the name of the road was stupid or whatever. And then my friend, he tells me it's a felony. I just tossed it on the side of the road somewhere and never went back for it. I'm like,
Oh.
what the fuck?
I will admit stealing a sign, at least like a road, like depending on like a street sign, there are worse offenses, and I could almost slightly like there's a road on the way to Vancouver called Butt Road, like BUTT Road.
Yep.
And I'd be like, yo, if I was to ever steal a street sign, that I'm stealing Butt Road. We gotta steal Butt Road. So I don't know the name of your street, and I'm not gonna ask for it either, because, you know, security. But was it worth stealing? Is it a sign worth stealing? I gotta know. Is it funny, haha, to steal it? Like, I don't, what?
Cousin
Sounds
of mine
like
stole a
stealing.
statue and then posted about it on MySpace.
Like, it's kind of like how people used to steal the Route 66 sign. Or, like, because of, like, the song or some shit. And now there's no Route 66 anymore. It's Route whatever because people kept stealing the sign. Like, I guess I wouldn't admit this to a stranger, I guess. I would like, like, okay, again, stealing a sign is probably, there are worse things you could be admitting
think
to,
I
but
mean a small statue. Nah, it took up his entire truck bed and took 4 people.
oh my god.
Damn.
What was the stat? What was it a statue of?
The Statue of Liberty?
God, you know, if someone stole that, I would just be impressed.
Yeah, no.
I'm trying to remember if it was a bull or a moose.
Oh, it's
wow.
like some sort of animal.
I remember in my city where I live right now, we have a tour around
Yet a large
the...
quad rape that was a figurehead for a local business.
Oh.
Oh. So yeah, we have like a tour around the city, the historical places, and I remember we take place a lot of historical places, and there was like Chizhik Pyzhik. It's like a bird statue,
Mm-hmm.
bronze, that near the water near the river, because in St. Petersburg there is a lot of like rivers like in the town, in the center of the town. Yeah. And our the guide said the statue was like stolen almost like 10 times in a short amount of time, and we like, huh? How?
Huh.
It's almost like in the middle of the water,
Hmm.
and we're like, huh? And then we go to other place, and it was like a small statue on the building, like of a nose, like a bronze nose. It's based on a tail. Yeah, and they like, oh, this one was stolen, returned, and stolen again, and this one is a copy of the original. And we're like, huh?
Huh.
How? Like, in the center, a lot of people, and somebody for some reason stole like a lot of times the same statue. I don't know what people do in it. Sell it, melt it, making like a bronze. English is not English again. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
You good?
Yeah. Why?
Hmm.
Just why?
Oftentimes they just do it because it sounds funny.
Yeah.
There
maybe.
isn't a plan.
Yeah. I don't have a lot of funny stories of going out because I'm most of the time sitting at home.
Well, I mean, in terms of like Uber and Lyft, again, I never had a bad experience with Lyft. Like, I never tried Uber
and over
because
here
it was.
we refer to that kind of stuff as white people crime, because they'll usually get a slap on the wrist or a fine if anything.
Nah.
Mm.
Like, I never. The reason I even tried Lyft in the first place was because it's considerably cheaper than Uber, and I had used it only a couple times. I remember one time me and my mom had to go to a doctor for something, and we didn't quite know where it was, and walking would have taken a bit on top of probably getting lost. So I was like, "Hey mom, like, I'm gonna do something here. Trust me. I'm gonna get us a ride." And she was like, "But we can just take the bus." And I was like, no, I don't want to take the bus. I want to do this instead. And I got a Lyft. And when the car came in, and I was like, "Now, mom, we're gonna get in that car." She was like, "But you know that person?" And I'm like, "No." And she was like, "Why are we getting in their car?" And I'm like, "Because I paid them." Because I paid them. And it was like, "How?" And I was just like, I kind of show her my phone and be like, "This is the car. See how it matches? See the person, their photo? See how it's the same person? Just trust me." And she was like, "Wow." And we get in the car, and thankfully it's someone that also speaks Spanish, because like I say, I'm like, "Hi, you know, we're going to this place," because obviously we put the destination, like, "Yeah, we're going here. Me and my mom are going to an appointment." And you know, my mom was like, "Wow, I never do like this, cause it's different." And like, she's trying to speak in her broken English, and you know, he was like, "Yeah, sí, doña, it's kind of a new thing." And you know, cause she hears doña, which means like, you know, miss it, like ma'am. She's like, "Oh, you speak Spanish." And then they even had a little conversation. Like, my mom, she's always been pretty personable. Like, she knew most of the bus drivers of like the little dollar buses. That's how she's just very sociable, and she can just talk to anybody. So she's fine getting, like, she's fine. She'd be the kind of person that would love talking to Uber drivers and shit, because she likes talking. So they're shooting the shit half the time, and she's like, "I can't believe, you know, back then we would tell people not to go into strangers' cars. Now people pay for it." Like, and you know, even he was like, he was definitely older than me but younger than her, and he was like, "Yeah, I do this. It makes me a good amount of money. Sometimes I also do Uber, because most Lyft drivers also do Uber," which was why I was also like, "So what's the difference?" When they're under the same thing. So that's where I was like unsure, but Lyft was definitely cheaper. And then yeah, no, we had a generally all right time. We even lifted our way back, and my mom was like, "Oh my god, I love this." Like, she thought it was a time. And then I did it a couple times with Jester when we visited Jersey, where he had never done any sort of ride sharing, because when he lived in Vancouver, he would just walk everywhere. So he doing Lyft was something, and he also is someone that is able to at least make small talk and conversations with people. He doesn't like just sitting in silence. He finds it a little bit more awkward. But because of, like, if you've heard Jester talk, he has a very polite and professional way of speaking naturally.
Yeah.
Like, he just sounds like a gentleman. He just talks like a gentleman until he decides he wants to be a fucking shit poster, and then he memes. But again, he still has a very proper way of speaking, just naturally. So it, like, we almost would always get a comment that it's like there's always usually somebody being like, "You sound like you could be on the radio," or some kind of stuff with how Jester sounds. So we hear that a bit, and I think because of that too, people are usually fine to talk with him and more open to talk, because they kind of feel like they're on a radio or something, just like talking with someone with this kind of voice. So, but yeah, and then I also, like, my big sis, I knew she did Lyft and Uber at the same time. So wow, I had always, you know, I always hear about like the nightmare Ubers and the nightmare Lyfts, but again, I never had these issues, which is really interesting. I wonder if it's just like an area thing.
For you? Maybe. It could be.
Yeah.
I will live those experiences for you and just give you all the details.
No, I don't want you to live these experiences anymore.
Oh, me neither, Pam. But yeah.
Like, it's kind of like how, like, I've gone to certain places and it'll be like, oh man, you know, freaking so-and-so restaurant on this side of town tastes like shit. And then people will be like, oh, this chain here tastes like shit. But then I'll be like, but have you gone to a good one on this town? They make good shit. And then, like, so sometimes I wonder if it's like an area thing. Because again, the couple times that I've done certain things, I normally don't. And also, I could also just be lucky though. Because sometimes I've just been lucky. Like, a couple times I would use the taxi service here and I wouldn't have an issue. But then I hear about people doing the taxis and they're told that they're left waiting, or the taxi never comes, or the taxi takes a convoluted way to going to their destination. And it's like, it's like, huh, what's going on here? I don't understand. So that's interesting. That sure is interesting. Oh man. But yeah, there's like one ride sharing service that is in this town, but I'm not gonna say it because it's still a very local thing.
Yeah, that's fair.
So that's where I'm like, I don't want to say it because I don't know how local it is, but it's pretty local. It's not Uber or Lyft, and that's why I don't want to say it, but I haven't tried it. But I do know that the drivers for it, they get like a weird magnet that they put on their car that says the name of the ride sharing service, so that whenever you're looking for the car you're supposed to go in, you look for the signia on the car. Whether it's a magnet or a decal, I have no idea, but that's how you know it's that service. It's kind of like when you see the taxi and it says taxi, you know that when you see it. Hi Nightshade, how you doing?
Hey.
Hello.
You ever been high?
Yeah, I've been
Tell us
high.
about it.
Cool. Which depends. Do you want to hear about the first time I got high, or
I don't know.
first time I
He's been high on
overexpressed?
stream a few times.
Yeah, I mean, if,
Nightshade's usually a good boy. He hasn't done an. Have you done an edible before?
no, I've smoked them before. I've smoked before. I haven't done an edible though. I'm not opposed to it. I just never got around to it.
Oh.
Okay. Story time, I guess.
He ate the mushroom. Oh wait, he ate the mushrooms. Yeah. What? Wait, didn't you eat a mushroom?
Oh, I thought like. Oh yeah, but I didn't think mushroom. I thought mushrooms were like a different type of like drug. I didn't think those were like edible. Like I consider brownies edibles. I consider mushrooms like mushrooms.
Yeah, but
I didn't know those were categorized as edibles. See,
not every mushroom is a psychedelic, but didn't you eat a mushroom once that like fucked you up or something?
No, not a mushroom, several mushrooms.
Oh.
Wow.
Yeah, it was several mushrooms. Because I didn't know that they were psychedelics.
Oh, so this was just an accident.
I just thought they were regular mushrooms. I had a hell of a trip.
Oh.
It was, it was fun-ish. I wish I knew what they were so I could have prepared myself.
Okay, yeah, so it was an accident. It was a complete and total accident. Okay.
Yeah. No,
Oh.
I mean, like, if we're talking about the first time I got high, it was when I was in Central Jersey. And this was also before I knew what moderation in alcohol was. So
Right.
I took me I always carry like I carried a bottle of Snapple with me at the time. I remember exactly which ones I had too. It was peach and strawberry kiwi because real men drink pink. I like strawberry kiwi. It's so good.
Hard to go wrong.
I would take like a Dixie cup, like those solo cups,
Mm-hmm.
and I would pour half of it with vodka, straight vodka, and the other half with Snapple. You're not supposed to do that. So, and I didn't know that.
No shit.
But I
Wait,
didn't
why are you not supposed to do that?
Because if you take a full, like a Dixie cup, you're not supposed to take that much vodka. That
Uh-huh.
much vodka is very dangerous.
Oh, because you filled the cup.
Yeah, because I filled the cup.
Oh, okay, I
Yeah.
missed that part. Yeah, you filled the cup. Yeah, no, you're not
Yeah.
supposed to take whole cups of vodka. Yeah,
No, yeah, you're not. Yeah, I
shots
filled the
specifically.
cup.
Yeah.
Yeah, vodka's for sure. I didn't know that.
Yeah, you didn't know that. I think I remember. I think I remember this story too now because I was like, "Why did you fill a cup with vodka?"
I didn't know.
You didn't know. God, it
I
sounds
was-
like Funyun time.
I was, but I must have had like, at the time, I was on my third cup, and I saw like, hey, people are passing around a joint. I'm like, hey, mind if I try? And they're like, yeah, sure, and they did. And I didn't know how much I was supposed to, because people were taking like decent puffs. So I was just like, to hold that for like a long while, and I did like a few of those. So I got drunk and high for the first time on the same night. And
You crossfaded, Nog.
Yes. Yes,
You crossfaded super hard like a dumbass.
yes, I absolutely did. And
Way to go.
I was like, I was, oddly enough, I was mostly just very tired, and I was supposed
Yeah.
to be the designated driver.
Oh no, bro.
Yeah.
I was just like, oh, I'll only have a few drinks, I'll be fine. Did
Just
not.
a couple.
The guy who was supposed to get like plastered was the guy who drove home and ended up being the designated driver. So roles were reversed that night, and I was apologizing so hard. Like, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to ruin the buzz, man. That's what I sounded like too. That's what he told me I sounded like.
Oh God,
You
Dindin
sound
says.
like, you sound like a complete nerd.
Dindin
Yeah.
says, I mean, you ain't supposed to have shots of rum, but it took me 8 hours to finish a bottle. Then I love you. You're low key an alcoholic.
It's
You're
Low
low
key.
key an
Yeah.
alcoholic.
low.
Yeah.
Wait. I'm kidding. I have no room to talk.
No,
Yeah, I'm
I
like,
am.
I can't say shit.
I can't say a fucking word.
I can. I can
No,
say
no, no.
several.
Well, fuck you anyway.
It's like, I know several. I
Mm.
just don't know how to pronounce them.
Oh
Live
God,
on
that
stream,
time in
baby.
Animaniacs, I got super high.
I don't know. I feel like an actual alcoholic has more problems, says Emerald. Damn!
I
Maybe,
almost,
but fuck you.
almost forgot about that. That was like, okay,
Yeah.
Anime Next, way back
Okay.
when it used to be.
Already a great
in,
start.
When it was this was before it was in what's it called? Atlantic City. This is
Okay.
I got what do you call it? Yeah, okay. One of my friends at the time, he was a mixologist, so he would do like fancy cocktails and stuff like that. It was really cool. And one of my other friends brought what do you call it? I wouldn't say they're weed cigarettes. They were more like weed cigars. They were rather big. And this was after the first time I got totally fucked up, crossfaded, as you so kindly put it. I had no idea that was called crossfading.
That's what it's called.
Cool. I learned a new word today. Thank you. And we had a den mother, because she had to make sure none of us fucking died that night. I ended up leaving the
Needed.
room. High as a kite. And I tried to go down to the bar and grill to order food. And apparently, I don't remember this part, but apparently one of my friends came down and they just heard me going,
Just
your
screaming.
microphone.
I was
You
apparently
peaked really bad.
I thought I was I thought I was placing an order, but everything seemed all smoky and stuff like that. I thought there was I don't know.
Oh, you were yelling fire because you thought
It's
it was
so silly
fucking...
to me how we have contradictory idioms about things like this. There's the concept of you're the last person to talk about that, but then there's also the common wisdom of takes one to know one. Does having a problem with alcohol not make you especially qualified to identify it in others? Just a thought.
Oh no, absolutely.
Mhm.
We just can't meme on people who do that.
Yeah.
It's that thing of I can't talk
Yeah.
shit.
It's not a super oh my god, I can't believe you did that story. It was just like I was just having a weird time.
You're having a high
That
time.
one. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it though. Fucking
Is everybody got that kind of experience in life?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, it's not
You know,
it's not the worst experience.
you gotta learn how to drink responsibly. You can't just know how to do that.
I
If
don't
I
drink, so yeah.
ever, yeah, that's fair. Honestly, I'm like, if I'm drinking at home, like if I'm having like a gin and tonic at the end of the day, like I'm always very specific. I'm like, okay, what is my mental state while I am drinking? What is like,
Mhm.
if I'm having a depressive episode, we're not touching nothing because I
Yeah.
cannot, I do not want to risk it ever becoming a reliance.
Mhm.
Because that's where it gets dangerous. Is you're like, I am drinking to block out the voices or to block out this trauma, things like that. I'm like, that's where it gets dangerous.
Oh yeah.
But I'm like, I will never have more than like 2 drinks and be just like a little like cozy and buzzed at home.
Mhm.
But I'm like if I'm at a con and I'm hanging with homies
Yeah.
and we vibing, oh, 1000%. Or like if I would go to
Understandable.
like the pub with like Logan and them when I was like living there, it's like, oh no, if we are doing shots, we are doing shots and we are turning it up. But like,
yeah.
it's being very specific and being conscious of, this is something that I talked about with my therapist recently, so I'm like, I think it's super interesting and important to touch on. It's like being aware of your mental state when you are imbibing.
Yeah.
And it's like knowing, I'm having a drink, okay, why am I drinking? Like last night had a G&T because I'm like, it's Saturday, I'm about to watch like some stuff with my husband and I made some bomb ass curry and katsu chicken in my air fryer. We're gonna hang out and be cozy because it's a Saturday and I just got some really nice Japanese gin. Okay,
Hell
cool. That's
Yeah.
totally fine.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think I've had
I,
Japanese gin.
I don't drink because of like, oh, I should be healthy or something like that. I don't like the taste of alcohol,
Oh, that's very
like
fair.
at all. Yeah,
That's
I'm very
Uh,
picky about my alcohol.
yeah. I'm like, why should I have stuff with alcohol if stuff without it is much more tastier than that?
Mm.
Give me my pina colada without freaking alcohol.
To be fair, yeah, no, there are some cocktails where the alcohol can be a little too much. You kind of have to build up to it, or like they need to kind of like change what it is, because like I don't like certain things. Like, I'm trying to remember, I'm not a big fan of wines, but I love sangria. But I need to not taste the wine. It has to be so immersed in berry juice and lemon that it needs to
Yeah.
pretty much just be
Yeah.
juice.
I
So-
drown my alcohol in sweet shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, my husband can't do alcohol like if he can taste the alcohol.
Yeah.
Like that's why he likes soju. He's like, it just tastes like juice.
Mm-hmm. Well,
Yeah.
We've been together like it'll be 8 years this year. I hadn't seen him
Oh.
drunk ever until this year.
Wow.
there was one soju that it took me a bit to get used to, because even though like the first time it was like clear, but then as it went down it was like, ugh, like I started to taste it
Yeah, that's fair.
until my friend was like, "Hey, get some fucking Calpico, that like yogurt drink.
Mhm.
And then we put the soju in that. And yo, we fucked it up. We got some strawberry Calpico, or you can get some regular favorite, but the strawberry Calpico, and just some plain, like, I can't remember the brand of soju, but it was just one soju that is just, it's smooth all the way down. And that one was like, I still very lightly tasted it, but I was like, oh shit. Like, if I didn't have that little bit of taste, like, I would think it was water. And
I'm looking this up right now. I've never heard this before.
I don't remember the brand of soju, but I'd say it comes in a green bottle, but they all fucking do.
They all fucking do.
Yeah.
So,
Oops, all green.
I
but
just inhaled a jalapeno in my phone.
Oh god.
freaking, but yeah, mix that with the strawberry Calpico because that's a pretty darn sweet one. Yo, me and my girl at the time, like she was my first workout buddy. She was one that got me into the idea of like, if I work out, it has to be with a friend. Me and her got fucked on that. We got fucked. That was getting drunk at like 9 p.m. at home. It was like, well, who's ready for a night at home? Like me, this bitch.
Hate going out.
No, I've never gone to like a bar or anything like that for the express purpose of getting drunk. We talking drinks and cocktails? Oh, please tell the doctor. Runaway, you've missed me talking about. We talked about plethora of things. You missed me talking about my microdosing adventures with like my psychiatric treatments. Fun stuff. Also, I don't know, it might help people with perspective. I don't know, but you could be more, but for now you're good enough. That's one of many words of wisdom that I learned.
I'm writing that down. I'm writing that down. That's
Write it down. Write it down.
brilliant. Honestly, it's the fucking meme.
That one again, that one, and if you're gonna put up walls, at least install a door as well. Like those
for me one more time, Anna.
Which one?
The first one.
The first one? You can always be more, but for now you're good enough.
Oh, I love that. It's because I couldn't remember the first part.
Yeah, no worries. No, all psychiatrists are BS. That department is like the dark side on the Lion King. Excuse me. I'm having a sparkling grapefruit. There's no alcohol in it though. And it's sparkling, so of course I'm gonna burp like shit.
Bless you.
Lynn's so big plus Hayden. Well, Lynn had to point out that she's taller than me, and it's still not accurate, so hold on. Let me...
Listen, I just want to be a little chunky burb, okay?
Yeah.
It's okay. Bless you.
There we go. Now it's a bit more accurate. I don't know. But, biblically accurate, Lynn. Say that again, please, Benkin. Which one? The first one or the second one? Hi, Spicy! Mwah, mwah, mwah. Hello! Freaking... But yeah, that one... Yeah, let me see if I can remember all the phrases going down the line. So, from the very start of my treatment, it was, there is freedom in the choice. Then there was... Wait, there was freedom in the choice. Even if just baby steps, you are still moving forward. You can always be more, but for now, you're good enough. Taking a break doesn't mean you've stopped. If you're going to put up walls, at least put in a door as well. I feel like there's another one, but I also feel like that was all of them. It might come back to me later. Another reason I'm also kind of like, I don't mind sharing what I had and having it on a VOD is because low-key I'm also using this as a way of journaling it. I'm also kind of using this as a way to journal it so that I can look back and be like, oh yeah, I talked about it here. What do you mean? I love being a lab rat without an exit. I can't have alcohol with my medication, so I won't be able to drink till end of August. And I haven't really felt I needed a drink, so not an alcoholic. Yeah, no, that's fair. That's why I also say like somewhat low-key, because sometimes when you start drinking alcohol, then you drink a whole bottle.
Yeah, I remember when I first ever tried like alcohol with my college friends. Yeah, we were in home of our friend. We have some pizza and we start to play the drinking game. Then we have like ping pong.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we start drinking. There was like cups of light drinks and hard drinks, and of course, um, I drink a lot and not in right order. Like they were all mixed, and I got really fucked up. Yeah. But most of the time I was really sleepy, and like, oh, I don't like this feeling. I feel like I'm out of control, and everything is like start to being darker. Like, you're okay, you're doing fine, my friends told me, and I was like, no, I'm not fine.
I'm not fine.
I'm not fine. And it took me to 24-hour shop to buy some food, and I felt like I was really like drunk, but everybody said you're fine, everything's fine. I was like just trying not to fall down, like no. I look drunk, or I'm a disgrace to my family.
I bring dishonor to my family.
These are on you. These are on your cow. Yeah. But most of the time, on the second time, they left me because I was really sleepy, and we have like a sad K-pop music in the house. I was just lying on the floor, just staring at the at the ceiling, and I just start to cry.
Oh.
I was I don't know. I have a lot of emotions. I couldn't even handle pizza in my hands. I was really sad about it. Like, oh no, I'm a failure.
Couldn't relate. Sib.
Yeah, and I never get that drunk ever.
It's that thing when it's like, whether it be drunk or some kind of high, like you don't notice it, but you get very vulnerable.
Yeah,
You
and
get very vulnerable. Oh yeah, no, it can be scary. It can be scary, especially if you're obviously not all the time, but if you're someone who represses a lot of stuff and masks a lot.
Yeah.
Like alcohol and certain medications that give you some sort of inebriation or high, they can make you very vulnerable.
Yeah, I would just start crying about everything, about like I'm not good enough, I'm failing, or I can hold the pizza in my hand. Freaking sad BTS music.
I think the funniest friendship secret is finding out what kind of drunk your friend is. Me, when my ancestors see me getting more fucked up with one drink than them with an entire field of opium. Please don't mix alcohol and meds. Please do not. No, we're not doing that. No, we advocate doing things safely and certain other things under the guise and controlled environments with professionals. Absolutely.
Like, if I'm a little bit drunk, I'm just start to be more outgoing, and like I start to sing a lot because I like to sing. Yeah, I was because I was a musical kid. Yeah. I just perform on stage when I was in high school. Yeah. But when I drink a lot, I just start to be more philosophical. Like, where am I? Why am I existing? Why people still have wars if we are just a freaking microbes on this universe that don't mean anything? And the last stage, I'm just start to fucking cry. and then sleep.
Alcohol did that to me in early 20s. Now I just lose my filter and tell my friends I love them when drunk. If anything gets me to start crying, if I have any sort of anxieties and worries and I get drunk, that's when I start talking about my issues, and then I start crying.
Yeah.
I get like but I rarely get crybaby drunk unless I have like an insecurity or a fear that I've been holding and I just have to talk about it.
Hey, if we ever get drunk, we're gonna cry together at least.
Well, other than that, when that's not the case, I just become a giggly drunk.
I see.
Yeah. I just become a giggly drunk otherwise.
Yeah.
Like,
Singing, giggling, drunk. Honestly, I just I don't have to drink to have fun and to relax. If I am in good company, I am already drunk.
there you go.
Just like
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's never good, the idea of like you have to drink to have fun. You have to
Yeah.
be high to have fun. Because once you think that, once you're in that thought process, you're already doing it wrong.
my friends are my vodka and pina colada.
Because that's not the point of these sorts of things. First off,
Yeah.
obviously alcohol is a depressant, so if you're already in a shitty depressed mood, well, guess what? Alcohol is going to exacerbate that.
Yeah.
And then depending on certain types of psychedelics or high things that get you high, I think they're more of a euphoric thing, but it also just depends on the person. They could also be a depressant in some ways, and again exacerbate.
Sorry. I sneezed. I just.
Oh, bless you, hon.
Loud.
But yeah, sometimes some, like, again, some depending on how the person is, certain weeds or psychiatric psychedelics can either make them really sad or can elevate them. But it also, those are a bit more dependent on the kind of person. Like, again, like when you give catnip to a cat, some cats get all cute and cuddly and kitten-like, and then some cats are angry, like are angry and violent, hot, like freaking highs. Man, having medical experience, hearing all this is fucking hilarious. This is like people fucking with their car with no idea what they're doing.
Yeah.
Again, in my cases, the only times I've gotten drunk are, again, usually recreationally, where I'm like, I feel like drinking. I've had a moment where I'm like, I'm drunk, I want to get drunk because I'm sad, and I would rather feel anything else, and they don't really help. But again, that's when you're having like a mental,
Obviously.
that's having a mental crisis, essentially. And thankfully those don't happen a lot. Most of the time I'm just like, you know what, drinking sounds
Hey,
fun.
I'm
Let's
sad.
drink.
You know what I want? A depressant.
Yeah. So that's where it's like, thankfully that doesn't happen too much. Most of the time when I want to drink, I'm like, you know what sounds fun? Drinking. But that also in and of itself doesn't happen. Whenever I'm like, I can have a gummy, then it's like, let's have a gummy. I have nothing that I need to get done. No pressing matters for the next 4 to 5 hours. Let's heckin' suck on a lemon drop, and then that lemon sucker is disgusting because you can taste the grass, and so you bite on it anyway.
Yep.
Because one of those lemon suckers, it's like a 10 mg, and that 10 mg lemon sucker, I was like, this is disgusting. And then Jester was like, don't bite it. You're not supposed to bite it. You're supposed to suck it. I'm like, Jester, it's disgusting. It tastes like lemon sweetness one moment, and like I'll move it in my mouth, and then it's like, oh, it's good again. And then it just tastes like grass, like lawnmower clipping. And he's like, don't bite it. And then it's silent, and all you hear is from me biting it, because I'm like, fuck no, it's disgusting. I was like, I would rather have a gummy. I would rather have 2 gummies. Chew, chew, swallow, done. Because after a while, I can't chew on the gummies for a long time either. Because again, they just start tasting like grass clippings, and I hate it. I hate it.
Am I thinking in like the same gummy as
Like a gummy candy, but like with THC in it.
like gummy bears? Yeah.
Kind of like a gummy bear, yeah. It'll usually be a different shape than a bear. Some of them you can get a bear shape, but yeah.
I just know the standard English.
Yeah.
Just everybody should like, it's gummy bears or Sour Patch Kids. That's all I know.
No, that's fair. Yeah, I guess these gummies are a little bit more like a Sour Patch Kid, and they have like the little sugar sprinkles on them. But yeah, they start being like, oh, like fruity flavor or whatever it is, like, oh, cherry, oh, blue raspberry, and then it tastes like grass.
Ew.
And then it's like, and then I gotta like drink something down with it because I start
Freaking,
gagging
Harry
on the grass taste, and I.
Yeah. Harry Potter jelly bean challenge again. Oh no.
Ah, no, thank you.
It sounds
I've never
I'm like-
I've never had Bean Boozled, and I've never had the bots when they were like popular a bajillion years ago.
I had, and I took it to the school like a cool 14-year-old I was.
Ugh. I think those were.
Yeah,
I think those might have been banned from being brought to school because people would like
Well-
prank people with the bots.
I'm in Russia. I'm illegal.
Ah.
Yeah. So I took it with me, and I started to like doing stuff with my classmates. Everybody just started to join in because in that time it was kind of trend.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I took it just to torture. I mean, to have fun. Yeah. And the most light one is freaking mint and blueberry. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's the most light one. Everybody ate those. But more brave ones took a freaking rotten egg. Yeah.
I have to. Well, when it comes to that and Bean Boozled, it's like a little part of me is like, how do they even get these flavors? And who has to taste test these to be like, oh yeah, that's vomit. Oh yeah, that's shit.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's fucking car exhaust.
Oh yeah, that's fucking dirty socks. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's fucking toe jam right there. Like, how do you know what these taste like? These are
Yeah,
chemically made flavors. How do you know?
Yeah. How do you know?
How do you know what ass tastes like?
Yeah. Answer the question.
The Hiffle, we talking about Birdie Bot's beans? Well, not just Birdie Bot's beans, T-Tam. We're talking about just like even Bean Boozled, because Bean Boozled has like the vomit, the toothpaste, the shit, the grass. Like they have those, and they're usually artificially flavored, which means they're flavors made in a laboratory. But you still have to test those to see if they taste like it. So who do they give the taste, and how do they confirm that in fact tastes like the flavor? Because I never want that job. Fuck that.
Most of the time, it just hits the disgusting parts of my tongue, and I'm just like, no.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some people are worldly. I see. I mean, there are some people that will probably know the taste of shit. I've heard about people that like to sit in people's septic tanks and wait.
I know some cringe stories
Of
of
people
Reddit.
going into septic tanks and waiting.
No. I mean, no, it's more of other world of cringe. The young mothers, this type of cringe.
Oh.
Yeah, they taste the pee cacas of their children.
Ah.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say
their
about
babies
I thought you were
that
gonna talk about
was just
placenta,
born.
because those exist too.
Yeah, and I was like, why? Why?
You simply could not pay me enough. You could offer me $1 million and I would tell you to go fuck yourself.
I don't feel like doing. I was like, koalas are stupid for a reason, right? Like,
Yeah, man.
I'm not
We're the
koala
ones
it
that
up
are
over
eating
here.
eucalyptus, not us.
Freaking
Yeah.
I don't.
The freaking koalas are so freaking stupid, and because no, continue. I'm just gonna be ranting about these freaking animals.
Well, it's a thing of like the reason that koalas even pass on that everyone probably knows it, but I'll say it just for those who don't know. The reason because normally koalas aren't born with the enzymes in their bodies to break down eucalyptus because it is venomous. But the only way they can pass down that enzyme early on is by the baby eating the mom's poop.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. That. But yeah. That
Why
part.
this is how they've evolved.
Nature doesn't
I don't
need to
fucking
be.
know.
Again,
I
their
don't
brain
know.
looks
Nature
like
doesn't need a reason.
the
Nature
brain
doesn't
looks like a
care.
chicken breast for a reason, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They literally start eating shit. Like they're born and it's like, hey, welcome to the world, baby. Eat shit. Like
Also,
literally.
koalas have the most smoothest brains of the mammal.
Yeah, no, that's why I pointed out. I was like, their brain looks like a chicken breast for a reason.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, no, we're not doing this. No, I've not heard about like some of these like moms like actually eating the waste of their babies. I don't understand why, because apparently because the only thing the baby is having at this point is either formula or breast milk. It is also very runny and very disgusting, like smelling and everything. Like baby poop is disgusting. So
Every poop is disgusting.
Yeah, I heard its consistency is rank.
Nasty.
Its smell is uniquely its own, like, and it's mostly because all they're having at that time is milk or formula that's meant to simulate milk. It's like if you just start eating nothing but dairy, your poops and your pee is going to smell atrocious. But the thing mainly also being on top of, funny enough, I think there's also a service. I don't know if it's an actual service, but it's one of those services where it's like get revenge on someone you hate. So they'll paint someone's walls with baby shit. But I feel like it was either an actual service or like a parody that pretended the service existed. That was just something that I thought about.
Oh, that's from South Park.
That is from South Park. Okay, I was like, what? I was like,
remember
where
that.
have I heard of this service? Okay, yeah,
I remember that.
Yeah, there was a service where I think it was in South Park. I think it was Cartman. Cartman had a service where it was like, hey, do you want to get revenge on someone you don't like? Have you considered smearing shit on their walls? And one of the choices was like actual baby shit.
Yeah.
But either way, that aside, that just kind of popped into my mind. I had a squirrel.
He called it apple green.
Yeah, I had a squirrel moment there.
No, but I just remember he called it apple green.
Because baby poop is normally green. But I never heard of mothers doing that. I've heard about the ones that eat their placenta. Or will keep their placenta in a bucket, and then throughout the early weeks of motherhood they're ingesting it because the placenta is full of a lot of like vitamins and stuff, so it's taking that back into their body.
I
think they're called lotus births or something.
I fell down the rabbit hole of carnivore Twitter or carnivore TikTok where there's a guy who's like, their wife just fucking gave birth. And they're like, oh my god, my wife just gave birth. I'm so emotional excited. This is my baby. I'm gonna eat my wife's placenta. And I'm like, no.
No.
Блять, нахуй в пизду. No, fuck.
No, come on.
Oh.
Seriously?
I remember, I think it was on Twitter. It was on Twitter where someone had showed a clip where it was like, I think a husband and wife, and they were like, my name is blah, 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 and my name is blah, 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 and they're both holding a jar with a liquid in it, and then they chug it, and they're like, and we're addicted to drinking our urine, and I'm like, why? And then the guy was like, I haven't drank water in 10 years. I've only been drinking my urine, and it's like,
so he's drinking the waste of the water than actual.
Well, here's the thing. The only hydration he's probably getting is from the foods he eats. That's probably the only new water he's been getting. Because, like, again, if he eats, like, fruits and vegetables, those naturally have water in them as well. And that's probably the only water he's getting.
I tell him that.
Well, again, he doesn't drink his own urine because he doesn't want to drink water. I only saw the first clip of this, and I don't understand. At some point, like, they go to the lady for a quick moment because it was like maybe the first minute, and I can't remember how she was describing it. She was like, it's kind of crisp, like, and then like she compared it to a juice, and I was like, no, and I was like, no. I'm like, no.
No.
It's one thing if like you're with somebody and you're like, I love them, but they drink their urine, but you know, I love them, but for both of them to be in it, no. I've seen like a tweet ad or something where for $20 he goes to your work and punches you in the face so they let you leave early. Okay.
Whoa.
I mean, yeah. But yeah, I remember, and I remember when I first read up on the lotus births, I saw some pictures because it's like they'll also like not. I think it was they leave the placenta in a bucket and they leave it essentially attached to the baby, because the baby will still be attached to the placenta in a way.
You know, it reminds me of the episode from The Simpsons when the rednecks.
I don't watch The
Yeah.
Simpsons, so I have no
Yeah,
idea.
Cletus
Yeah.
and his wife. Yeah.
Yeah, and she just got the birth of the child, and they didn't get rid of placenta, and she was eating it, and the baby was eating too, and remind me of that.
I'm just in that thing of. I'm just in that thing of like the idea, and the reason probably has a lot of merit, but you know we're in an age where we have vitamins and minerals. You don't need to eat the placenta anymore.
Yeah, we have an actual food.
Go buy a multivitamin.
We are not starving. Oh.
Like, yeah, you can eat your placenta, but have you ever had a Flintstones vitamin?
You know, we
Right?
can also eat a rock.
They come in gummies now. I heard that
Yeah.
crunch and got concerned.
Jesus
What did you
Christ.
thought it was? What did you think it was?
Placenta
Spice?
chips, bro.
Yo, placenta chips.
Hey, yo.
I think I'd rather kill myself.
Yeah, let's go.
I think I'd just rather leave this world. I'm good. I think I'm good. I don't need to be here anymore.
I feel
No, these are-
dirty.
These are Funyuns.
I've never had a Funyun.
Because Canada didn't have Funyuns until recently.
I'm sorry your
That's-
life has been meaningless and hollow.
No, but the thing is, I grew up with ketchup chips, so, you know.
I'm
What
sorry
is
your life
that
has been
one?
meaningless and hollow.
Honestly, I love ketchup chips.
What's a
ketchup
Funyun?
chips? Fuck. I miss
Yeah, they're
it's a
good.
crunch-
all dressed
it's an onion.
chips,
It's
but
like a little
ketchup
onion
chips?
ring.
Mhm.
What is a Funyun?
Yeah, I've never had a Funyun.
It's a fun onion ring.
It's an onion.
Wow.
It's onion ring chips, but they're actually like flavored like onions.
Oh, okay.
They're very good.
Yeah.
I'll just make onion rings
Oh,
if I really want them.
There's something different about a
I
Funyun
hate
though.
onions. Oh yeah. Something
Just-
funny about Funyun.
There's something. You got ketchup and mustard chips here. That sounds gross.
Well, the mustard chips, kind of delicious. The Lay's make them,
Mm.
and they're freaking cool.
You know, at the same time, I thought about this about freaking Cuckoo Bumper chips, and they fucking slap. So who knows?
Yeah.
I showed Alejandro the Cuckoo Bumper fucking clip.
Yeah. How?
Because we were watching, he fucking loved it, and I was like wheeze laughing because I was like, I love Anna. But we were hanging on the couch just watching random YouTube videos. We were watching the Game Grumps rate a bunch of different chips,
Oh, yeah.
and they got to the Cuckoo Bumper chips,
Mm-hmm.
and I was like, Anna, that's why I just texted you out of fucking nowhere. I was like, bro, I need this clip.
Yeah, what did the Game Grumps think about the cucumber chips?
I can't remember. I think Dan liked them, and Aaron was like, they're fine. I don't
Oh yeah. I
remember.
remember this episode.
Heckin', there was like cheese pizza chips that they were eating, and I was like, hold on, I have those in the cupboard, and I like ran and got them. We're like, these are pretty good, and they hated
Yeah.
them, but the more we ate of them, we're like, nah.
You know
Nah.
what?
Huh.
I don't know if you have this kind of flavored of the chips, but we have in Russia we have Lay's with a taste of slightly pickled cucumbers,
Like just dill pickle?
like slightly pickled. Huh?
Like dill pickle, or? Because I know Canada has dill pickle, like pickle Lays.
Yeah, but just light pickled cucumbers.
That sounds really good.
Yeah, it
That's
is
a
really good.
That's like a slightly different flavor than like a pickle.
Yeah.
Because like pickled
Yeah.
cucumbers is like you don't do the entire pickling process.
Yeah,
Mhm.
more like salty and with dill probably.
Mhm.
Yeah, with dill and a little bit of hint of garlic, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
That sounds really good.
Oh.
yeah. Also, the cucumbers taste just amazing, and it's just a light snack, not like really jarring like pickles, but really light, really fresh, and spiced. Nice.
Huh. Dindin says we have fried egg chips.
Fried egg chips.
Fried egg. How would that taste as a chip?
Like an egg, I
How-
think.
Well, no. Well, duh, stupid. But like, but like, how do you like like, for example, like there was a potato chip for a limited time. Also, I'm sorry, but like. there was a Lay's chip where it was just called roast chicken, and then it's like when the white of the egg gets crispy. Yeah, that makes sense. But I fucking love y'all. Spicy, get the fuck in here. But like it's that thing of like, for example, again,
She was
it was
not, in fact, sorry.
You watch me.
no. There was that thing where it's like it was called roast chicken, and in my head I was like, how the hell would a roast chicken potato chip taste like? And it's like, yeah, my brain also went to like roast chicken, duh. But it's like, no, like no, because
Would it
everyone's
be, like,
like,
artificial and shit.
well,
Yeah.
then my brain went to herbs. Because most of the time,
yeah, right.
most of the time it's like, well, what makes a roast chicken a good roast chicken? How you season it.
Good spices. Yeah.
The spices. Do you put sage? Do you put thyme? How do you season
Honey.
your chicken? So for depending on like the culture or how you grew up in general, your idea of a roast chicken and how it's supposed to taste can be very different. So when I had this roast chicken potato chip, it just tasted like chicken bouillon to me.
Oh.
It didn't taste like it didn't like, I didn't eat it and I was like, chicken. It was more like, oh, chicken stock, like chicken bouillon, chicken powder. But that was something where it's like, again, you think about it, and then it's like, how do you replicate this flavor in chip forms? When I think about an egg, like a fried egg chip, I guess you can make it taste like the egg whites, but like, how do you get the flavors of the yolk? How do you get that flavor that kind of reminds you of the richness of a yolk? You know?
Now I'm interested how we have the flavor of salmon with like
Mm-hmm.
sauce, the Lay's also. Yeah,
Mhm.
and I was just interested how would they make it
Mm-hmm.
taste like a fish, like an omega-3.
And that's
Yeah.
the thing. They probably based on like, again, they would for example, if they made like a smoked salmon chip, it would probably first off be the smoky flavors, and then there'd be something about it that'd be like fishy.
Yeah.
Or crabby.
Or
Like
well, usually if they go for like a crab, you're looking at like maybe probably your imitation crab flavoring, or
Yeah.
they'll do like Chesapeake Bay seasoning. So it'd be like Chesapeake Bay crab, like Boston crab. And it'll be
Yeah.
just crab seasoning instead, and they'll be like, it's crab.
Mm.
So that's where it's
Also-
like it's hard to say. Like when I've had all dressed potato chips, and I don't know what all dressed is supposed to mean, but I've just been calling it after I saw the Try Guys do it a long time ago, where Keith was like barely barbecue, because that's what it tastes like to me. It tastes like barbecue and then it's gone.
Honestly,
But maybe
I
I just
kinda
didn't have a good all dressed chip.
I kind of hate bacon and barbecue chips.
Fair.
Yeah, I don't know. I as a child, I was always just watching cartoons, and they like barbecue sauce,
Well,
so
here's the-
tasty, so good. And when I actually tasted, I was like, no.
It depends,
No.
because there's different types of barbecue sauce too. There's not just a lot of flavors that try to go for barbecue try to emulate one type, unless you're looking at like, and then until you start going into Tennessee barbecue, Mesquite barbecue, spicy barbecue. There's so many different types of barbecue
It
as
was
well.
McDonald's barbecue sauce.
Oh, McDonald's barbecue sauce sucks.
Yes.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna get hibachi real quick with my roommate, then I can join. Yeah, no worries, Spice. But like, it's because here's the thing, I love barbecue chips, but I'm also the kind of like dumb fucking bitch that dips barbecue chips into more barbecue. Like I'll get a bullseye, like some bullseye barbecue, and I'll dip it in that. Like you got to get like good barbecue sauce, and
Mhm.
Lay's barbecue are very good. They're zesty and almost very lightly spicy with how their barbecue is. And that's where you want your standard barbecue sauce. You want it to be zesty, you want it to be smoky, and just a little bit spicy and sweet.
Mhm.
But Canada has a smoky barbecue chip, and I don't really like it. I find certain simulated bacon flavors kind of suck. Not everything needs to taste like bacon.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yes.
It's very easy to just add a smoky something, and then like a slight meaty flavoring, and then call it bacon, but it's not.
It's not bacon.
It's not.
I remember I was watching Jacksepticeye, and he was tasting a lot of different sodas, and there was like a bacon with a chocolate soda.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that video.
And then ranch soda. I was like, ugh.
Oh yeah, those freaking novelty sodas. Yeah, they're not meant to actually be liked.
Yeah. I hope so.
Mm.
It was just 4 challenges.
The best
Very
soda. The best soda that I think I've ever had
Mm.
is one that I had at Comic-Con when me and Jester went to visit. And I'm sad because as far as I know, they have yet to find a way to ship it internationally. But fuck when they do, I will pay for it as like a treat. It's called Wild Bill's. You can only get it in America right now. Wild Bill's soda is so fucking good. It's essentially kind of locally made in like their state, small batch made soda, and they go to cons a lot. And if you get like their tankard, at least when we went to Comic-Con, if you buy a they're like tankards that hold like 24 to 32 ounces. It's a pretty fat tankard, and it'll be a metal one too. If you buy one and you get like the little bracelet that they give you, the little wristband, you can essentially go back to their booth at any time for a refill.
Ooh, nice.
And with the sodas they have, you can even mix them. Like for example, they have a cream soda, and then they have a wild cherry soda. So if you mix them together, you get cherry pie.
Oh my god.
And they'll have orange. If you mix that with cream soda, you've got creamsicle. Like
Sounds magical.
like honestly, you can do that at home. Get yourself an orange Fanta and a crushed cream soda, mix them together, creamsicle. You're fucking welcome. Like
yeah.
yeah.
No Fanta and cola in Russian.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Freaking when I was younger, I used to love strawberry soda, but strawberry soda was one that I barely saw a lot of, but it was so fucking good.
I really liked pear soda.
I never had pear.
We called it Duchesse, and it's pretty standard
Mhm.
and sweet. And for me, it's just a standard lemonade.
Hmm.
But yeah, it's really good. It's sweet and refreshing. Not too sweet.
Mm.
Yeah.
I haven't. I
Also,
Mhm.
Mhm.
No, you go first. You go first.
yeah, I was. We have soda from Georgia, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and there was a soda with freaking fruit called the feihua,
Mm-hmm.
and it's amazing.
Ah.
Kind of strawberryish, but not really.
Mhm.
They're like green fruit that also, if it's ripe, it's really sweet and kind of tastes like strawberry, but different.
Oh.
Like sour hints, I think.
Oh.
yeah. And the soda was really good. Also, we have a green soda called Tarhun. It's made from herbs,
Mm-hmm.
and it's really green,
Oh wow.
like really, really green. Yeah, it's kind of not my cup of soda, but
Mm-hmm.
but it's good. My dad like it.
They're in DR. There's a brand that's like, because in Mexico there's a soda brand called Jarritos, which is like again like a bottle, like old style bottled. You have to like get a bottle opener glass soda, and then the Dominican Republic has its own version called Country Club. And those sodas, I think you've got guava, you've got tamarind, you've got strawberry, you've got your cola. And I'm telling you right now, Country Club, I don't know if the flavor originated from DR, but champagne flavored soda
Oh.
is very sweet. When I was younger, I hated it.
Ooh.
But I can get it at the Walmart in the import aisle. This big, honestly, it's amazing now. And obviously, you can only have it in small quantities. And I think one of the intentions is to mix it, or to again, whenever you're having like a dinner party, but you don't want to give alcohol to the kids, you have champagne soda, which it's just a really sweet soda. And I remember my mom used to buy that a lot because me and my brother just hated drinking it. It was a brand called C&C, which was an American, small kind of like private company. I remember seeing it a lot in bodegas and stuff. And as far as I know, it's an American brand. I don't even know if it exists anymore. It was like C&C soda. C&C cola and exotic sodas. So yeah, I remember growing up and seeing these a lot. So there was, oh my god, there's so many different flavors now. I remember cotton candy. I remember cotton candy soda when I was younger.
Sounds really
Hold on.
sweet.
Oh yeah, no, it tasted like bubble gum. I remember blue raspberry. I remember watermelon. I remember pineapple. I remember orange, because again, these sodas is what I grew up. Cola champagne. There was also seltzer. So these were imported sodas that were essentially brought to like the States. I'm seeing here they've got cherry lemonade, mango tango lemonade, ocean dream lemonade. What's that even mean? Sweet peach, blueberry, strawberry,
Tastes like
kiwi.
sand, probably.
I've never seen these flavors. Some of them were hard to find. Lemonade with a unique twist, a hint of ocean-inspired flavors with a zing of lemon.
Wow, it tastes
I
like
need to-
salted water.
I have no idea, but... And then on top of that, when I was younger, I grew up with a lot of a Peruvian soda called Inca Cola. And that one is actually a lemon verbena soda. And it's so good. It tastes... It also, some people would say it tastes reminiscent of like bubblegum and like a pineapple-y bubblegum. It's hard to describe this flavor, but it's so good. I remember for a brief moment our Walmart had it and I was so I saw it in the store, and this was after like I had like moved to Canada after a while and was like kind of admitted to myself that I'm probably never gonna see certain foods again. When I saw it at the store, I had to like stop myself from getting emotional.
Oh.
Because I never thought I would. I honestly, unfortunately, it's not in the store anymore, which makes me sad. But when I saw it there at the time, I got emotional because I was like, "Yo, this is for me. This is." And they have Marta Goya there too, which is a malt soda that I grew up with, so they still have that. But like, I had to buy it. I was like, I saw this, I had to grab it. Jester, it took him a bit to understand. When I was like, "You don't understand. This is my childhood. Like, this is my culture. Like,
You're as beautiful as a day I lost you."
like, I never thought I'd see it here. That kind of thing. And it's like, it's just a soda. But like, again, like growing up and going to like a Peruvian restaurant or having like a barbecue or my brother's birthday, and like we pull up and we pull up at like my aunt's place. One of my aunts who's like from my dad's side of the family, and they got Inca Cola in the fridge, and it was like, hell yeah. Like I would give up every other soda for that shit.
Yeah.
There was I don't know if it was just my area. I don't think so, because I remember seeing it at any other place and some other places in Jersey. Anthony, do you remember Pathmart?
Yes.
So you know how Pathmart had like its own brand of sodas? Did you ever encounter the guava strawberry?
No.
I'm so sorry. That soda fucked.
Heh.
That soda fucked. It was so fucking good. I only ever had it once. It was only in the huge like 3-liter bottles, and it fucked.
Is Pathmart only exclusive? Is Pathmart exclusive to Jersey?
I have no idea. That's the problem.
You know what I miss from my childhood? Two things. We have like a lot of milk drinks like for children, and we have the mini cocktails like in those boxes, like for juice but with milk cocktails. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And there was like a bubblegum flavored sweet milky cocktail with flavor of the bubblegum, and it was freaking amazing.
Okay.
I never found the drink that was the same as this one. And also I missed we have like yogurts and other stuff named skeletons.
Yeah.
Skeletone. Yeah. And they were freaking delicious. They have yogurts with jelly beans, with other flavorings like okay, again, jelly beans. I freaking love this flavor. A lot of like things like M&Ms and Miller's, or how it's yeah, like cookie stuff and cereal flakes. Yeah. And they were amazing. They were really tasty, but it stopped producing in Russia because there are skeletons on it. It looks like a bunch of poison. We want to feed our children, and but the children was like freaking loving this shit and eating it all every day, and parents like, skeletons are look like poison. No, not for our children.
No.
Yeah, and it's just vanished one day.
All right.
And when we need Avatar the most, he's vanished.
So I went and looked up because I was curious. So first off, it's called Pathmark. And yes, it was based originally in New Jersey and was normally in the Northeast. Now there is only one Pathmark left, and it's in Brooklyn.
Oh no.
There's no other Pathmark.
The Forbidden Zone.
Why?
Don't
worry about it.
I mean, Brooklyn, New York is interesting. It's not that bad.
It's not that. There's worse
It's
parts
not that
of New
bad.
York.
Okay.
It's not. It really isn't that bad.
Honestly, you could have said any island, any of the New York islands. I would have said the same fucking thing. I just wanted to shut up. Just Brooklyn happened to be the one that came up.
Like Pathmark again. I grew
Because
up going.
Queens, I'm like the Forbidden Land.
I grew up going to Pathmark a lot when I was younger. That was just a supermarket that we had the easiest time. And I remember one time when I moved to where my family is now, there was a Pathmark not that far off. And I remember that's where I saw the guava strawberry soda. And I was like, what the fuck is this? And we got it. And it fucked so good.
There was a Pathmark in my town. And now it's like, it's a center for like doctors and stuff like that. I remember going there all the time as a kid and like, hey, I want to get me some Go-Gurt.
I remember Pathmark, and at some point it was very brief. It was called Food Town.
Yeah.
It was
What was there?
It was called Food Town, and I don't know. That apparently also. Where did that start? It also founded in New Jersey. Again, supermarket company. It was called Food Town, and then I remember at some point it turned into an Adams. Very briefly, but yeah, I remember it was called Food Town. Locally owned, family operated shop. Food Town. That's smart. But yeah, I remember that, and then I remember Pathmark when I was really young. And they had a lot of like Latino products and stuff because of where they were at. Now there's like the occasional like actually Latino owned supermarkets where you find like so many like imported stuff. They're just essentially like supersized bodegas at that point. But it's man, taking Jesper through one of those was funny. It was like he stepped into another place. He was like, this is very like cramped but full of so many things. And it was like, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Hi, Joe to the Heavens. How you doing? We're just chatting and just chilling out. But yeah,
No, you continue.
I'm trying to think, because it's like I never saw that soda ever again, and I remember again CNC specifically was like a little, at least when I experienced it was either in Pathmark or in a bodega, and the funky flavors is where we would find them in the bodegas because they were usually in a smaller bottle. So it was easier to just like, it was easier to stock just like a couple of those and offer it as like a weird flavor that just that bodega had for some reason. And that's where I encountered, they have a red candy apple. I think I tried that once too. I remember that's where I saw the cotton candy and the blue raspberry soda. The blue raspberry soda also fucked. Like, blue raspberry anything tends to usually fuck pretty well. But I remember, because it's like these sodas, when you would get like a good size, how much was each bottle? Each bottle was 24 ounces. So yeah, a little over a pint. And they'd be like maybe $1.50 for a bottle of soda. And it was like a bright blue, it was a bright blue soda, and then it had like this really like pastel pink and blue, like at least for like a soda, a really cute little label. Oh, Dintin shared some of the freaking oh wow, there's a lot in here. Sabor huevo frito. Yeah, that's the, I would wonder what those would taste like. Pollo frango and lemon. Sabor chili and lima. Okay, that's chili and lime. I would find oh shit, I almost dropped my bottle opener. Chili and lime. I never found them in potato chips, but I found them in plantain chips. And plantain chips are so fucking good.
Oh.
Plátano chips are so fucking good. I'm so that's one of those things where I'm kind of really happy that like other like cultures and white people have decided that they like it too, because that means I have easier access to it when I go to very white areas. At that point though, just get salted, because once you start fucking with the other flavors, that's where you're like, man, esto no sabía nada. Because when you want the other flavors, you want the other flavors. And I remember when we would go to this one super local Spanish place called El Campesino, we would get the plátano chips. And the one that my mom loved getting, she would like getting the salted. She loved getting all of them, honestly. But the ones that I fucked with were the original salted and garlic. Although the garlic one, that was when I learned young that like whenever I have anything garlic, it like stays in the back of my throat for a while. But the one that she would also buy that I didn't like as much, but now that I'm like, think about it, I'm like, you know what though, that flavor low-key like slaps, was chili lime. It was spicy and it was limey. And I didn't like it when I was younger, but I feel like I would like it now. And a plátano chip is so fucking good. Pimiento asado. I'm guessing that's smoked pepper? Or like, I'm seeing bell peppers and they're like toasted. So I'm guessing toasted bell pepper? Yep. Sabor boletus. So I'm guessing that's mushroom, because I'm seeing mushrooms. Honduras sabor jamón. So that's your ham flavor. Miel y mostaza. That's honey mustard. And then I'm seeing here...
It's what did I say? It's the lemonade with feijoa.
Yeah, I'm seeing that one.
It's called natahtar.
Ah.
Yeah. And the next one is with slightly pickled
I
cucumbers
see.
and the white mushrooms with
Cream?
the sour cream. Sour cream, yeah.
I gotta
Yeah.
hop out. I will be lurking in chat, but
Hell yeah. Mwah, love you.
Check it out.
See you later.
Mwah.
Love you. Bye-bye. Hell yeah. Okay. Mushroom
first time I
microbozy.
Talk with her. With them, sorry. I hate
Yeah.
myself.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
Just,
As long sometimes people slip, but Once you catch it, then it's like, oh shit, and then you just keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just Russian, don't really have normal pronunciation of they them, so I always slip, and I hate myself for that. In text, you can quickly fix yourself and don't look like a freaking moron.
Yeah, it takes a bit to learn and get into the habits. No worries, you'll be fine.
Still embarrassing.
Hope
Still
so.
embarrassing. Feeling that guilt. Oh my god.
Aw.
Yeah. Anyway, mushrooms.
Mushrooms. But yeah, I feel like the mushrooms with cream would sound pretty good. It would probably taste like maybe like cream and mushroom. Oh, soup. Like a soup.
Yeah. Good soup.
Like the Heckin' Cuckoo Bumper chips that I saw was an imported flavor from China. That one, and then there was like a chicken and tomato. That one I wasn't a fan of because it just tasted like chicken bouillon and tomato. Like with like the hint of tomato. But it's really weird because it's like most people will be like, ew, ketchup chips. But honestly, if you already fuck with salt and vinegar, you're gonna fuck with ketchup. I find that ketchup just tastes like a stronger salt and vinegar with just the hint of tomato. I wouldn't say it actually tastes like ketchup. It's not a sweet, because most people think when they think of ketchup, they think of kind of sweet. Ketchup is considered sweet.
Yeah,
But
because they
it's
put a lot of sugar.
But like, again, the ketchup chips, they taste more like salt and vinegar. And it's the only chip where whenever I eat too much of it, like the roof of my mouth is like burned.
Oh.
Like, you know how like when you eat a lot of sour candies and the roof of your mouth gets like feels raw?
Yeah.
That's
I feel
what
that.
ketchup chips do, and it's only ketchup chips that do that.
I always feel that with chips, especially with crab chips. They just kind of make my tongue numb, and it's because of a lot of like salt in it and spices, and the mouth is burning.
Yeah.
And if you eat a lot.
The only thing I can
Yeah.
think of with like the ketchup chips, because again, it's not just, and it's the only chip that does it, is that I'm thinking it's whatever powder or flavoring that they use to simulate the vinegar is just acidic, and it like burns when you have too much of it. But like it's the only one that feels just like I can't stop eating them. They're so good. But after I eat them, the roof of my mouth and sometimes my tongue, if I'm like, because some of them will have like the powder on really thick and you just want to lick the powder off. But that's when I'm like, yo, I think my tongue is burning off. But it's so good. It makes me wonder if it's the powder they put on it. At first I thought it was an allergy, but other than that, it's not like anything
it's just
swells or
salt.
anything. It just, I just feel like it's just melted the top layer of the skin or some shit. I don't fucking know. Obviously because I can't see, but I just know that like, just that area feels very tingly and raw afterwards. It's very weird.
Yeah. You know what I remembered?
Hmm?
In Russia, we had like a freaking competition with Lays. Lays make a competition for Russian taste, and there was like the taste of dilled potatoes, boiled potatoes with butter, and the taste of adjika. Adjika is basically like peppers, tomatoes, and some spices. It was like a sauce, but it's like chunky one with bits of peppers and other vegetables. And it's kind of spicy, but also like have a rich taste of vegetables. Yeah. It was crazy, honestly. Just hate shows. It was the ad was everywhere. Even in my small town, there was like a billboards about this fight. Like, take a vote and decide a new new freaking chips. Yeah. And you know what? They both just disappeared after that.
Huh.
Yeah, just the boiled potato win. The freaking chips with the taste of a potato win. Yeah.
yay.
Chips, the taste of a potato. Wow.
There was
Yeah.
a couple things that Lay's did
Yeah.
where like me and Jester have a thing where whenever we see a new flavor of a potato chip, whether it's limited time, promotion, whatever,
Mhm.
we get it. We love trying new potato chip flavors. That's just a weird thing we have. And there was a brief time, because Lay's has done this in the States and in Canada, where they'll do a contest where people submit flavors, and then they do voting, and then the top 4 become actual chip flavors, and then essentially they become the finalists, and then people buy them and vote for them online, and then the winning one becomes an actual chip flavor. So America had one where I think it was the second one, but it was it was called Choose Your Flavor. And I remember there was a specific CVS, no, Walgreens. There was a specific Walgreens that would have it. So that when me and when Jester first visited me when I still lived in Jersey, I took him to that Walgreens and I got him this one flavor. It was called cheesy garlic bread. That one was really good. He really liked that one. Now, Jester loves cheddar and sour cream Lays. We have them here in Canada, but they're the wavy chip, and the wavy chip is thicker and crunchier. He likes crispier chips. He's not a fan of wavy chips. So when he came to the States to visit me the first time, one of the things he wanted was, I want a bag of cheddar and sour cream. Because Canada used to have the regular thin ones, and he used to love that flavor. But again, then they got rid of it, and then eventually Canada brought it back, but only wavy. So I know there was a couple times where I sent him a bag. Like, I tried to send him some in the mail. I sent him 2 bags of cheddar and sour cream, and I sent him a bag of cheesy garlic bread. And when he got them, he was like, they're in okay condition. They're kind of shattered. But they came relatively fine. He was just happy to have them again. But when he came and visited me, he was like, I want a bag. I want a fresh bag of that shit. And I was like, let's go get you some chips, baby. And he was so happy. And then the second time we went to visit the States, we we looked so fucking crazy going through fucking customs and shit, because he was like, I gotta bring some of these with me. We're leaving. I need at least one of these bags to make it home with me. So we grabbed like 2 bags of cheddar and sour cream. We grabbed like this other flavor that we saw that wasn't in Canada. And then I think another one was cheesy garlic bread. I can't remember, but we brought like 4 bags of potato chips. And because, thank God, they were sealed, it went through TSA no issue, because they're just fucking potato chips. And honestly, he was so happy when we got through, because neither of us knew. It was like, are they even gonna let us fucking bring this? We look so weird holding like a disposable like shopping bag with, you could only fit, the bags we had were relatively small, so we could only fit 2 bags of chips. So we have our big suitcase, that, because I have a huge suitcase, so we fit most of our clothes in that one, and then we each had a carry-on. So I had an overnight bag, and he had a backpack, and then each of us on top of the backpack, and one of us pulling the big suitcase, we're each holding a reusable bag with 2 bags of chips, going through the fucking TSA, being like, putting our bags on letting them take the luggage, and then putting our carry-on bags through the thing, and being like, are they gonna look at us weird that we're literally just putting down a bag with bags of chips on it? And then they're like, let's hope not. Like, they better not take my fucking chips. Thankfully, again, they went through and it wasn't an issue, and he was happy, and he was able to eat one on the plane. But it was, God, it was so funny. I remember when Mountain Dew had a flavor contest. They had a sour one, which was great, and an okay fruit punch, but the winner was a white one that tasted like Vault soda, which I'm still convinced the whole thing was rigged so white could kill Vault soda. Huh.
Hmm.
That's interesting.
Mm.
I don't think I've had the only Mountain Dew flavors I've had Voltage and Code Red, and I think I like those. Cause it did. Oh. I don't know what Vault Soda is. What's Vault Soda? Is it like the Fallout thing? Is it a Fallout thing?
That's Nuka-Cola.
Oh, never mind. Then I have no idea what Vault Soda is. But heckin', I remember. So yeah, the Lay's had a like, it was choose your flavor, I think. Choose your flavor? Like, well, how did it go? I don't remember what it was called, the contest. Okay, it was Do Us a Flavor. It was called Do Us a Flavor. Yeah, so, I don't know if this was the first or the second one, but cheesy garlic bread was competing against chicken and waffles and sriracha. By the time I found cheesy garlic bread, it had already won, and usually when one of them wins, the other flavors become very hard to find or they're just gone. Canada had one where it was butter chicken, cowboy barbecue beans, Montreal smoked meat, and PEI scalloped potatoes. And I think PEI scalloped potatoes won. And I remember Jester having that one and saying that aside from the cheesy garlic bread, it was relatively close to tasting like cheddar and sour cream. And I think it won, but I don't remember. I don't know what this one is. There's crispy taco, fried green tomato, and everything bagel. I have no idea how that one went. I remember there was, for the States, there was Southern Biscuits and Gravy, Greektown Hero, New York Reuben, and West Coast Truffle Fries. I don't know which one won that one. I might have been between the Gyro or the Southern Biscuits and Gravy. The Southern Biscuits and Gravy fucking slapped. It was so good. Then there was, and I think this one also made it to, no, this one didn't make it to Canada. Canada had a different one. This one was another state's one, which was cheddar bacon mac and cheese, mango salsa, wasabi ginger, and cappuccino.
Ooh. Cappuccino.
Yeah, like coffee. Potato chips.
Well,
Yeah.
Hmm.
These are potato chip flavors. Needless to say, cappuccino didn't fucking win. The one that did win was wasabi ginger. It was kettle cooked. I haven't tried wasabi ginger because I hate the flavor of wasabi. Wasabi's disgusting. I love the ginger that's used in sushi. I love the pickled ginger. I just didn't want to try that one because I was like, I already know I don't like wasabi, so I'm not going to try it. Bacon mac and cheese was pretty alright. It just tasted like cheese and bacon. I'm surprised that one didn't win. To which I was like, man, wasabi ginger must have really fucking slapped for it to win. But, I just never wanted to try it because I was like, I don't know. I don't know about essentially what is a sushi flavored potato chip. There was another Canadian one. There was one where there was, here we go. Here's one. Creamy garlic Caesar, grilled cheese and ketchup, pierogi platter, because in Canada, pierogis are very popular. Canadians love, because in Canada, there's a lot of Russian and German and Ukrainian, like, at least in this general area, there was a lot of those immigrants back then. You can get it's hard to find a place that a market of some sort or a place that doesn't in some way, shape, or form have pierogis. So yeah, there was a pierogi platter and maple syrup, potato chips. I don't know which one won here because I don't remember. I don't remember if I ever saw the thing, but maple mousse did not fucking win. Then there was another one, and I remember when we were talking about the Cuckoo Bumper chips, Jester pointed this out. There was bacon poutine, There was jalapeno jalapeno mac and cheese, tzatziki, and cinnamon
What?
bun.
This is the chips, yeah?
Chips. Tzatziki.
What is it?
Tzatziki? So tzatziki, hold on. Tzatziki is actually really good. So it kind of reminds me of that sour cream thing you told us about earlier. So what tzatziki is normally made out of, let me find a quick. So it's a salted yogurt and cucumber dip that's made of strained yogurt, crumbled shredded cucumber, olive oil, garlic, lemon juice, salt, and herbs like dill, and sometimes what else do they sometimes put in it? Let me see if I can find a quick recipe. Yeah. It's pretty much like a yogurt sauce. Garlic, sea salt, dill, and optional you can put in a little bit of mint. It's Greek. It's so good. It's so good with pita bread. It's so good with like certain because of like the cucumber. It's a very refreshing. If you ever have like a platter where they have like little cut up bread like rye and sourdough, it's wonderful for dipping in it. It's like a fresher spinach dip, honestly. It's so good. And yeah, and then cinnamon bun potato chips. I think Jester tried the cinnamon. I think Jester tried all of these, and he was like, cinnamon bun is absolutely disgusting. It's essentially a potato chip covered in cinnamon and sugar. But again, when it came to these voting stuff, for the most part, there was
Gross.
early on, there was always a flavor that made you go, what the fuck? And it made you wonder, like, these only got in because of a fucking prank. There's no way. They stopped doing these sorts of things, and I'm sad that they did, because honestly, again, some of the flavors that won were pretty fucking good. I have no idea how a sriracha potato chip would have tasted like, aside from just spicy. But some of these were pretty fucking good. Again, I remember the bacon mac and cheese. Mango salsa, I can't remember if I tried that one. I never tried wasabi ginger, and I didn't fucking touch cappuccino. I remember there was a bin. There was a bin in the Walgreens that had all of these chips mixed up. And when I'm telling you 75% of it was cappuccino, because nobody was fucking taking that one.
Yes, they should.
A little part of me regrets not taking one to try it. But I don't know why. Maple mousse, did it taste like mousse? No. I have no idea. But after that, that's when Lay's started doing a thing where it would suddenly like import other flavors. Because obviously other countries have Lay's, like their own flavors of Lay's. Yeah. So I remember there was a brief period where they did a thing where it was called street food from around the world. And I think it was specifically Canada that did this. They were like, we're introducing 3 new chip flavors. And it was like, oh yeah? And then it was like, these represent street food from all around the world. And I was like, okay.
Right.
Me and Tristan were like, we're interested. And it was like, we have one from Mexico, one from Italy, and one from Canada. And I was like, okay, Italian street food, Mexican street food, Canadian street food. What are the flavors? Pizza, taco, and grilled cheese. I was like, what in the fucking white tourist bullshit?
Parish.
What in the kind of white tourist bullshit? I was like, I looked at Jester and I was like, y'all have Canadian street food and it's grilled cheese? And Jester was so mad. He was like, poutine! Poutine! I was like, here's the thing. When it came to Mexico and Italy, I'm not gonna speak for Italians. That's Anthony's job. When it came,
fucking the sheer audacity of it just being pizza.
Pizza. That was the Italian street food.
Wow.
Pizza.
Not even spaghetti.
Pizza. I was like, what is it? And then, now here's the thing. When I looked at the fucking, like, Mexico, it was like, again, it was taco. First off, you're not wrong.
Look, street tacos are fucking awesome. I don't know what people,
exactly.
they're
Street
fucking
tacos,
awesome.
street tacos, fuck, they're amazing. You get yourself the dinkiest fucking food truck, you're going to have the best fucking tacos. That being said, there are so many other Mexican street foods aside from just fucking taco. That was just too easy.
I almost feel offended.
Like,
that
you
they
could
decided
have
to use taco. Like, you could have done anything.
You could have done fucking elote. You could have done freaking pinchos de carne. You could have had chicharrones. You could have had so many. I'm not even fucking Mexican. And you could have had so many other fucking street flavors. And they just didn't. God, you're reminding me of Colombia. And that was where I was like, yo, is this really... What is this? But that was the one. They were all honestly kind of. They were all also really mid. The pizza was just fucking tomato and oregano. It just tasted like pizza sauce. Like,
didn't even fucking make pizza.
When the Mexican one, it just fucking tasted like taco seasoning. And the grilled cheese one was just cheese. Like, they were so fucking basic. I was so sad. And then they just decided to import actual flavors, and that's where I got the cucumber. That's where we got the tomato and chicken, which are both flavors from China. Then there's India, which one of them was a tiki masala. And the other one was a cream and onion. Cream and onion's good. It's that one's really good. Apparently the States had some of these too, where there's Philly cheesesteak, Nashville hot chicken, chili relleno, which is just stuffed pepper, New York style pizza, and carnitas street taco. Like, and I'm seeing here they've got like a logo of like a brand where it's like restaurant inspired flavors. So like they're inspired by like a specific like local thing. I have no idea. Like, then there was a brief period where freaking potato chip Lay's was doing fucking flavor collabs. And honestly, some of these, they had 3 collabs. They had Lay's with Smart Food white cheddar popcorn.
Okay.
There was oh my god, hold on. It was like Lay's and then like flavor collab. I have to remember. There was Doritos. There was definitely Doritos. I think it was like just normal nacho cheese Doritos. I'm seeing there was other one. Flavor Swap. I'm seeing right here, I'm thinking these were in the States because I'm seeing Cheetos, Cool Ranch Doritos, Fritos chili cheese, and Wavy Funyun. But we didn't get those. I'm trying to find the ones we did get. Okay. I remember these, yeah. So we got Ruffles all dressed, Smart Food white cheddar, and then Doritos sweet chili heat. And that's what Canada got. All dressed, honestly, just tasted like, again, barely barbecue. Honestly, the Ruffles collab was the most like underwhelming and like basic. Because what's Ruffles? Another potato chip brand. So it's like, what did you do, Lay's? You just took Ruffles seasoning and threw your chips in it. What's the fucking difference? The only thing is that Ruffles are wavy chips and Lay's are usually just like the crispy ones. Barely barbecue. Sweet chili heat Doritos, on a chip, it wasn't bad, but there is something about the corn chip with the chili, with the spicy chili, that just works better. It just kind of felt, it just didn't feel right. But
But
White cheddar Lay's potato chips were like God descended down from the heavens and said, "My children, you deserve the best. And the best is here in the form of this potato chip.
Hmm.
This will be my proof that I love you, but it will only be for a limited time. So bask in my glory while I am here and enjoy this flavor." Because it was so fucking good!
Fucking breaking out the ASMR for that shit.
Because it was so fucking good! It's not fair! Where is it? Bring it back!
Give it back, you animals.
It was so good! Fucking... Yeah, sorry what was going on. I was distracted, then distracted again. I'm sorry you had to be there, Cerberus. Like, fuck. Those white cheddar potato chips were so fucking good. Like, I could definitely be biased. I love white cheddar popcorn. White cheddar popcorn is the best popcorn. Fucking fight me.
I like white cheddar pop.
White cheddar popcorn is the best popcorn. When I was younger, when my dad would bring the big obnoxious Santa tin full of popcorn, white cheddar was the one that always went first, which sucked because it was always half of it was
Yep.
fucking caramel, and then the other half was split between the white cheddar and butter.
Yep, half of it is caramel, which no one wants.
I kind of became Stockholmed to fucking cheddar caramel popcorn. It's not bad, but you can't have a lot of it before you get fucking tired. It's got to be like the caramel has to be like slightly salted or it's not worth it. It has to be a slightly salted caramel popcorn. Other than that, you can't have a lot of it before you get tired of it. I used to fucking hate it, and then I kind of grew onto it because nobody would eat it. And I was like, but I want popcorn. And until this tin goes, Mom and Dad won't buy any more Pop Weaver microwave popcorn. So I made myself fucking eat it until I liked it. But y'all best know that white cheddar popcorn was the first thing that was gone.
Then there's a small bit of white cheddar and some powdered butter that are both way better, but then you have half a tub of caramel that's just like, I want you to be gone.
Go away. Shoot.
And it's kind of crazy because like the caramel for the caramel popcorn is really just essentially toffee. It's just butter and sugar. Give me more buttered popcorn. Instead of using the butter to make your dinky caramel, give me
Yeah.
more buttered popcorn. What the fuck? But because it's usually a Christmas treat, and a lot of people buy sweet things on Christmas, that's why they put that. And on top of that, I'm not sure if this was also the intent, but I'm going to assume, is that you know how, like, apparently an old tradition was taking string and weaving popcorn through it and decorating your tree with that?
Yeah.
Caramel. It lasts longer.
Yeah.
You have that hard coating that will essentially preserve your popcorn. So you make your dumb popcorn string, wasting fucking food, and and there you go. You don't have fucking musty popcorn smell in your house, and you have your stupid popcorn tinsel. You fucking idiots. Who the fuck actually does that? I want to know. Please tell me. I'm sorry.
You're not sorry.
She's not.
Again, maybe it's coming from a family that like was really anal about not wasting food. That just seems like a waste of food for me.
It is.
Like, I can see it being like a cute little fun thing for the kids to like get a needle and string and like you know, make a little thing of a fucking popcorn and put it on the tree and hey, look at the popcorn on the tree. But that's food. You could have been eating that.
Yeah. You should eat it.
You should have been eating it.
In old times, people done this because they don't have anything else. Like,
I don't get it.
Yeah.
But that's also, I think, partially why the caramel corn always had the most. Because I see no feasible reason why there had to be that much fucking caramel corn in the goddamn bucket. Aside from, well, if you don't eat it, you can decorate your tree with it. And that's why caramel corn is so prominent, especially during the holidays. I can't understand any other reason. But yeah, those fucking white cheddar Lay's potato chips. It's just hard to go wrong with potatoes and cheese. Thanks for the head pats. It's hard to go wrong. They're so fucking good.
Yeah.
They're a limited time only, and I was like, what the fuck you mean? They're so fucking good. It's not fair.
You're about to be limited time only when you mean in the fucking tin of this shit.
Oh, I remember these. So now the stream has just been talking about Lay's potato chip promotions, and I'm sorry, but I'm not. So there was
Face squeaky for the advertisement.
There was a brief moment. Again, I'm very passionate about potato chips. There was a brief moment where Lay's had a promotion where they were like, hey guys, we're gonna take 4 classic potato chip flavors and we're gonna introduce 4 new potato chip flavors. And what you guys are gonna do is you're gonna vote. We're gonna pit certain flavors against each other and you're gonna vote. And whoever wins the vote becomes a permanent flavor. Which means that one of the examples was cheddar and sour cream. They made smoked Gouda and chive and put that against cheddar and sour cream. And if Gouda and chive won the vote, they were going to get rid of cheddar and sour cream.
Yeah.
Needless to say, smoked Gouda and chive did not win.
Okay.
It wasn't bad, but you can't tell me you're gonna pit fucking cheddar and sour cream and make me choose between that and smoked Gouda and chive. You can eat my ass. There was another one where they took Lay's regular barbecue and then they made Korean barbecue.
Okay.
And they pit those two against each other. Honestly, at the end of the day, I think this competition was rigged because I don't think any of the new flavors won. I'm trying to find like a picture. Not better than cheddar and sour cream. Yeah, I can't. I remember it was barbecue versus Korean barbecue. I don't think I ever found the Korean barbecue. I was trying to find that one. I can't remember what this promotion was called too. It was like, it wasn't Save the Flavor either. It was like, because there was 2 other flavors. I think there was one to replace salt and vinegar, and something to replace something else. I'm trying to find them now because I'm very curious. What were they called? Here we go. I guess it was also called Flavor Swap. Oh god, continue to cite. Okay. Okay, so it was Flamin' Hot Lay's versus Lay's Fiery Roasted Habanero. Cheddar and Sour Cream versus Smoked Gouda and Chive. Honey Barbecue. That was the one. Honey Barbecue versus Korean Barbecue. And then it was Kettle Cooked Sea Salt and Cracked Pepper versus Kettle Cooked Olive Oil and Herbs. Needless to say, as far as I know, none of the new flavors won. So all the old flavors stayed, as far as I know. It's hard to beat Honey Barbecue. Honey Barbecue Lays were good. But I never tried the Korean barbecue, so I couldn't say. I'm gonna assume it tasted, they were trying to probably go for like a beef bulgogi sort of flavor. No idea. But they probably did the whole voting thing to kind of just raise interest and get people to try the new ones. And it was probably rigged from the start. It's hard to say. But I remember the smoked Gouda and Chive. It was good, but nothing super to get me like, oh yeah, I'm gonna vote for this one. I think I tried the olive oil and herbs, and honestly, I couldn't tell you if I tasted the olive oil. It was very herby. It was very herby. Hi, Han.
There are lines on the floor.
There are, in fact, lines on the floor. But, that was, I never tried the habanero one, because I was like, I don't like spicy potato chips, so why am I gonna buy another spicy potato chip?
Lemon pepper shrimp.
Oh, shit.
She's a
It's
shrimp.
fucking shrimp time!
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shrimp time. Hold on, I gotta... Here we go.
The freaking Alvin and the Chipmunks.
Yeah, we're at shrimp time. But, that was in the States. I'm trying to remember, because there have been several instances in
We're
Canada.
on for tonight, by the way.
Oh yeah, are we on for D&D tonight? Since we've got that in about an hour? Holy shit, today's flown.
Yeah, as far as I'm aware.
Alrighty.
Alrighty, hell yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. There's been a bunch of other flavors that have found their way into heckin' Canada. Whether they be imported or a random flavor that Lay's is like, hey, let's do this. People might like this. And they've been okay. Again, roast chicken was one of them. I think they brought back like a hero. They brought back something like that. And then yeah, there's like the imported flavors from other countries, which some of them stay and some of them go. I might buy a cucumber chip at some point, just because they're still around. And I do genuinely like them. Dr. says they suck, but I like them. There's one flavor chip that wasn't Lay's. It was, the brand was called Wise. I don't know if anybody knows that brand. I saw them in bodegas a lot, too. That was where I first tried honey barbecue. Garlic and onion.
Classic.
It was a potato chip that tasted pretty much just like Funyuns.
Well, it is onions.
Mm-hmm.
Girl.
Yeah. It was really good. I remember eating a lot of cheese doodles when I was young, too. Has anyone here heard of cheese doodles?
Yeah.
That's what they were called. Cheese doodles. I ate so many cheese doodles.
Like saying cheese doodles.
Cheese doodles. It's such a funny name. I remember when I was younger, like when I was really young, I'd say like cheese doo-doos. Cause like it, yeah, just cheese doo-doos. And it took me a bit. I don't know what's the difference, cause I haven't had like actual cheese doodles in a long time. Doodles is inherently funny. Yeah.
Yes.
And I remember the crunchy cheese doodles. I remember white cheddar cheese doodles. I fucking remember white cheddar Cheetos, and those were good. But the white cheddar cheese doodles I remember early on were really fucking good.
Yeah.
Holy shit. But yeah, no, those flavors take me back. Those were freaking baby me. Go to the bodega with like 25 cents. Sometimes if I was fucking ballin', I had 75 cents. And I would get a bag of potato chips. And I would get those little juice barrels. Those little juice barrels.
Mm-hmm.
And I would always try to get the blue one. The little, hold on, not juicer barrels, they're juice barrels. They're called little hug. They're little fruit barrels. God knows what the hell these were made of, aside from just water and sugar. It was probably just water, sugar, and food coloring. But I remember I fucked with the blue one and the red one. And those were like, I remember there was like a special one where there were berry ones, so occasionally there was a pink one. And yeah, there was strawberry. I'm just looking at the box here, where it's like, there's fruit punch, there was grape, there was lime, and then there was like, whatever the blue one was. Tropical punch, lemonade, fruit punch, orange, grape. Okay. So the blue one was like tropical punch. Mm-hmm.
You know, it's always kind of gives me giggles when I saw like tropical punch, fruit punch.
They're different.
I don't know, just the name punch.
Oh
Like, yeah. For someone who's learning English as their second language, it's kind of sounds funny.
It is funny because it's like, why do we call it punch?
Yeah, why? Because it punches your taste receptors. Yeah.
I do wonder that sometimes. Why do we call it punch? What about it punches?
Yeah.
I never liked Hawaiian
your
punch.
receptors.
I never liked Hawaiian punch.
What's a Hawaiian punch? Like
It's just a juice.
just a juice.
It's a fluorescent red juice that is also definitely aimed towards kids. But like they're normally bigger bottles.
Mm-hmm.
And it was essentially a tropical punch, but it was red instead, and its mascot was like a weird Hawaiian dude on a surfboard.
Yeah, typical. Yeah.
Yeah, and it was again called Hawaiian punch. And the natural flavor was fruit juicy red. I wonder if it's in Canada. I wonder if it's here in Canada. If I see it, I might buy it and see if it tastes like what I remember, and if I still fucking hate it. I am curious. Because I remember even when I was younger, it was too sweet.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, something about it. But there are other flavors. There's ocean orange. There's polar blast, which is like, I guess there's berries in there. And then lemon berry squeeze, which is strawberries and lemon.
Mm-hmm.
But it was basically a very sugary, fruity punch. Again, it was definitely more tropical punch because it's got mango and pineapple and, you know, cherries and shit like that. I remember not being the biggest fan of it. But there are some people that when they love it, they love it. Greenberry Rush, that one's a strawberry kiwi. I think I had that one and it was alright. But again, they were all very sweet. And then one specific juice that I never liked that I also never quite liked. But my mom would occasionally buy it because my brother liked it. Sunny Delight. Or like, I think it's just called Sunny D now. Hate it. Hate it.
Yeah.
That's not orange juice.
It's something.
For example, I think the bottle says it's like 5 to 10% juice. It's apparently tangerine, apple, lime, grapefruit, pear, and lemon on top of orange. It's just kind of like... It's more like a cocktail. When you see like Tangy Original, there's an orange, there's a lime, there's a lemon, and there's a grapefruit. I didn't the brand, but I remember loving strawberry kiwi juice boxes as a kid. When it came to box juices, there were several. There was Juicy Juice, there was Capri Sun, and eventually Kool-Aid got in on that shit too. And Kool-Aid, what it tried to do that was different, because like Capri Sun, its drinks were clear, and they tried to advertise that like, you know, there was no dyes or anything. But then Kool-Aid came in, and it was like, fuck you. Colors are fun. We're gonna make the back of our pouch see-through so that you can see how colorful our juices are. Because it was Kool-Aid. Because Kool-Aid was also known as a very colorful juice. Whereas Capri Sun was like, colors suck. Look how natural we are, because we are clear. And yeah, Capri Sun was pretty good. But like...
They were all... Oh, there it goes.
No. Oh, I can hear it.
They were all very sweet. They were all very sweet. And I'd say I was only into them for a very short time before I had better juices, and I was like, I don't like these anymore. But I never liked Sunny Delight. Sunny D just sucked.
Well, yeah.
I'm sorry, I've been talking about food and you're so hungry right now.
No, my brain just shut it down because it's too late.
It is also very late for you, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's still fun to talk with you guys, even when my brain is shutting down slowly and I'm not controlling my language anymore.
No, very, very fair. We've been going for about 5 hours now. That's crazy.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yep.
You started up pretty early, so yeah.
Well, noon is actually a little bit late for me nowadays. I find like I like starting at 11. But yeah, no, I kind of just like let myself ease into it. Where I was like, I just kind of want to sit and talk and hang out. Like I was like, I don't want to play. I was like, maybe I'll play a game if things get like weird and awkward. But I just kind of want to just sit and talk and hang out. Like, I just want to just chill. I just want to vibe. And I've had a lot of fun.
Yeah, and you achieve it. Yippee! Yeah. By the way, I can recommend you one fun game. I don't know if you can play it on Twitch. It's just fun. It's called Monster Prom.
Oh, you can play that on Twitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We love
yeah.
We played that. We played the shit out of that forever ago.
I've
I
played.
just downloaded the second part.
Yeah, I've played. Have a good night, Cerberus. I've here's the thing. I've played Monster Prom before. Now the weird thing with Monster Prom, when it comes to Twitch and YouTube, because I don't think Twitch hates Monster Prom. The problem is the music used in Monster Prom.
Oh.
Even if
you can set it up.
I think, yeah, even if you get the streamer, I've heard some instances where even if you play the streamer friendly mode, it can still fuck up.
It's weird.
Yeah. This
this music is just for a game, and people copyrighted the music from the game. It's kinda
So that's where like Monster Prom can be be a bit of a pain in the ass to play. I don't think I have it. I've played it, and it's okay. It's
just fun
yeah.
if you don't have anything better to do. You
Yeah.
can be with friend and just be laughing because of the funny dialogues.
The most fun I've had playing Monster Prom was drunk.
Yeah.
I like it. It's essentially a visual novel party game, which is fine. My only gripe with Monster Prom is that even if you play a short game, which is supposedly only supposed to be an hour, it takes forever.
Yeah.
A round of Monster.
Reading all the-
Yeah, there's no way to really have like a short game of Monster Prom, because obviously you want to get a group of people want to, you know, read and voice and play and have fun, and you know, they're exploring their options and thinking about what to do. That doesn't take 60 minutes for a short game. There are people that and then when you play an even longer game, that can end up being your whole stream. Doesn't Monster Prom have a red and blue version now? I don't know about the original Monster Prom. I don't think so about the original Monster Prom. I think now with Monster Camp and Monster Road Trip, that's where it's kind of different. Where it's like there are some people in one game and some people in another game, and I think that's fucking stupid. Because instead of just making them a DLC, and Prom 2. Okay.
Hey.
It's really cool that they've added other characters that you can romance. Like, I can't remember his name right now, but I think he's I think they're non-binary. They're a Reaper.
Oh yeah, they are.
I can't remember his name at the moment. I think it starts with an M. I think, I if they don't start with an M, I think their last name is Belladonna.
I think so.
Milo.
I think it's Milo.
Yeah, Milo. I really like Milo. But that's also because he low-key reminds me of Gallon. So he kind of has a bit of a Gallon-y personality.
Of course.
I'm sorry, I have a type.
I liked Damon. Yeah, in the first one and the second one.
I also like the Himbo Werewolf.
Oh yeah, yeah. Heck yeah. Honestly, I would romance also the Brian, one of the main characters that you are playing of, the zombie guy. Honestly, I would romance him so much. I was like, oh, hello?
When it comes to the girls, my favorite one is Miranda. I think she's just really cute.
She is.
And I like that she's also a little bit of a juxtaposition in terms of her character. Love Miranda though. I don't care for Polly.
No, me too.
I don't care for Polly. I think Polly is the worst girl. I think she's overrated.
She's alright.
Also, Squeaky, you got reverse Romanian Wilkinson from Monster Prom, right? Yes, I did. Yeah, that was I totally played Monster Prom, guys. That is fair. I think she's fun, but also fair. I think Polly is kind of overrated.
Kind of.
Zoe's cute, but I don't know. I feel like Miranda and I can't remember her name right now. The Gorgon. Vera. Yeah.
Thank you.
I feel like Miranda and Vera. Now I could be wrong because again I don't really do a lot of fandoms and I've only played so much Monster Prom, but it definitely feels like Miranda and Vera are the least appreciated of the girls. I think Vera more than Miranda. I feel like a lot of people like Miranda because she's pretty and pink, but like I feel like Vera, a lot of people are easily dismiss her as a bitch. Because of how she is. But I feel like they're very
treatment.
As long as you don't come after my boy Damien, we're fine. Which one's Damien again?
The Red
Damien is
Devil.
the devil boy, and I romance him.
Oh, the red one?
Yeah, the
one.
red
Oh, yeah,
one.
he's neat. I like him. He's neat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like dudes with flaming butts.
But yeah, I find myself liking Milo and liking Himbo Werewolf.
Yeah, because he's
Yeah.
himbo, of course, anytime.
Well, here's the thing. I don't normally go for himbo characters.
Scott.
Scott, yeah.
Mm.
I just thought he was funny. I just thought he was funny and cute. Like
I just think he's neat.
I think he's neat. The Huntress.
Just came back. What's up?
We're just
Monster
talking
Prom.
about Monster Prom for a little bit. When it comes to the Huntress, I get her shtick. She's fucking cringe, and she's supposed to be.
Yeah.
She's supposed to be
You
cringe.
know,
Chunibyo. She's Chunibyo.
Yeah, she's that character that have like the syndrome, the 8th grade syndrome.
She thinks she's the main character.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, main character syndrome. Yeah,
Yeah,
like from Saiki Kuso.
yeah. She's again.
Yeah.
She thinks she's the main character. I don't know. I'm not super into it. Aravi is great. Okay, now y'all telling me again. Like, now y'all saying characters I don't fucking know. I've only played the one Milo is in and the original Monster Prom. I've not played any other ones. So
I like Damien, and also I like the blue Oni, that blue demon. That
oh, she's neat.
yeah, she's nice. She's so anime. and
Yeah.
stuff.
Like
How's her name?
I can't remember her name, which is
Dahlia.
fun.
Yeah.
Dahlia.
I think one of the reasons I have a little bit of an with Monster Prom though, aside from the issues that a game takes too long, I think it's because for a brief moment
Romance.
that was the only thing that like Diko wanted to play, and like the only thing he was willing to play with other people. And that's not a problem on his part. It was just I wanted to play other games.
You grew tired of it.
Well, I played it a couple times. I was like, this game takes forever. And again, it was like, after a while, because it took so long, I was like, we could literally be playing anything else and doing more.
Yeah,
And
I
that-
agree.
And that's where I was like, I don't think I like Monster Prom because of that. Because of it being also a party game where other people make choices and have to look at things and figure out what they want to do, that ends up adding more time to things. So scheduling a thing, essentially, and this is gonna sound weird, a game of Monster Prom feels like D&D. But like worse.
Yeah,
It's like D&D
Also-
but worse.
it's not really. It's a kind of you're romancing a character, but you don't really feel the romance in question. Because it's a really quick game for like a romance simulator. Yeah.
Mhm.
It feels really quick, really rushed, and you just boom boom, and in 40 minutes you're already here with your chosen one, but literally nothing happens.
And-
You just
and
see
that's-
here for shit and giggles.
Unless you actually try to go down their route, which can be pretty hard,
It's
The-
really hard.
it's really hard to go down when you find the person you want to go after. You have to fucking really hope that you are lucky enough to find the events to get their perfect
Yeah.
route, or else you've essentially wasted your time and you'll just get a
Yeah.
basic thing. And that kind of also low-key sucks, because if I'm gonna try to romance a character, I want to win the shit out of them. Like,
Yeah.
and that's, I think, also that kind of gets me, because the idea of like just picking a character and then kind of very briefly and very basely going through the motions of building a relationship without really actually getting to know them and stuff,
Yeah.
my demi-ass doesn't understand it.
Yeah. Same. By the way, you know what's my favorite romance simulator?
Mm-hmm.
Baldur's Gate 3.
We still
Yeah.
have yet to play that one. I have it, but we've still
We
yet to
should.
play it. I gotta
Yeah.
find like good
Baldur's
mods
Gate.
for it. Now that I have Overwolf, maybe I can like get a lot of the mods I found, but
Wait,
Mm.
Baldur's Gate? Oh, yeah, that's-
Yeah, I
that's
said
the
Baldur's
one
Gate 3.
Yeah,
Best
that's-
romance game ever.
And then other players could decide to screw you over or do other events that could screw over yours. Yeah, that's another thing too. Because even if all the players, at the end of the day, it's still kind of a it's weird. It's a competition and yet it's not. You can easily go on your own routes and not really interfere with other people until the game decides that you have to do that. And that kind of sucks. Because it's like, I don't want to fuck over anybody else's route if we're all going after a different character. I don't want to screw over my friends. Why do I have to?
Yeah.
And that, again, the appeal and charm in Monster Prom is definitely there, but because it's also trying to be a party game and it's trying to be quick, that's where it really turns me off. And that's where I kind of don't like it.
Yeah, and that's why I was like, when I was buying the second game, I was like, why didn't I play it more often than... And after like 2 games, I was like, oh, that's why.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. It's like knowing that, like, essentially, if I'm remembering correctly, and someone can please correct me if I'm wrong, Monster Prom 2 was originally going to just be Monster Prom 2, but then they split it and they made Monster Camp and Monster Road Trip and then Monster Prom 2, and it was like, you know what we can do? We can milk it.
No.
And that's where I was like, I was already disappointed with Monster Prom. But then I saw what they did with what was going to be the sequel, and then decided to make 2 more games instead and split everything, so that in order to unless you wanted to date a specific person, you had to buy a specific game. And that's when I was like, why? You could have just had just one big game.
Also, they have like a lot of DLCs, like for different types of main character. But to be honest, if you play different kinds of like main character, nothing changes. Nothing, absolutely nothing. How people treated you or how they react to you, nothing is changing.
Yeah.
But DLC, so giving you more options, and in the fact that you really rarely saw your character.
Yeah, I feel like at the end of the day, what got Monster Prom the attention
the cute art style and fun shits and giggles. And
well, again, I think again the setting. Obviously, you're dating hot monsters.
Yeah,
it did definitely go for a more Western cartoonish style, where at the time a lot of visual novels were just being brought over and translated from Japan.
Yeah, and
it
mostly was the style.
It was a party game. And it was quirky and unconventional.
Yeah.
Again, the characters, some of the characters were actual awful people.
Yeah.
And you can date them and do all that stuff. And I get those appeals. But, and maybe it's because of how, like, again, Cody was very into the game, very hyped for the game. And when he got it for a while, on and off stream, it was all he would play. And I was like, man,
I'm tired of it.
I would rather do something else. So I think I was just like, for that brief moment it was out, I was just overexposed to it.
I wish they could make like a remake of the first game and make it full.
Yeah,
like full and more serious, like where the dialogues like mean something and it's not a party game.
Well, I remember. It does also, the game has a pretty rad cast though. Yeah, again, it's.
Oh yeah.
Again, I'm not saying the game is bad. The game had a lot of good things going. I just think the execution ended up being pretty convoluted because it's still trying to be a party game.
Yeah.
And I think there was a point where I remember Monster Prom, the people that made it at least, released a thing that it was like, hey, do you want to mod Monster Prom and create your own route and create a character and put them in the game? Do you wish your character was in the game, but, you know, obviously we can't do that? Here's a way to mod. Here's essentially a mod engine or a mod thing that allows you to then create your character. Obviously, you have to come up with the resources art-wise, but you can write scenarios, the requirements to get them. You could essentially mod a route into the game.
Oh, yeah, obviously.
And I remember one of the VA got canceled though. I can't remember which one.
For what?
Apparently one of the Monster Prompt VAs got canceled. I don't remember which one.
For one.
The
for
character
what?
you can select that's like a Shadow Boy. It's voiced by Cryoatic Monkey. Oh, like Cry? Like the YouTuber Cry?
Really? Was he?
I remember he was canceled a while back.
No, not that. I meant, I didn't realize that those 4 even had a voice. Interesting.
Yeah, I didn't really pick that.
Please don't tell me it was for diddling kids. I think it might have been.
Oh.
Well, you see.
No.
He was grooming fans. Yeah.
Wait, I blanked out for a minute. What?
Took advantage of fans.
Damn it. Oh.
By the way, I had my
Cryotic. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, he got canceled for grooming his fans.
haven't heard of it, but for some reason I'm not even surprised. It's happened too many times with people like the person, and they're like a fans of the certain project, and this freaking people use it.
It's because it's really, really unfortunate when you are a socially awkward person on the internet who isn't used to all this influx of attention, and suddenly you get it from a lot of people, and
this reminds me of so many creators.
Yeah, because it happens, unfortunately, too much. And the reason it happens so much, and again, this is not to justify it, is because a lot of people on the internet, a lot of famous YouTubers started as socially awkward people on the internet who didn't get a lot of attention, who didn't get a lot of validation, suddenly getting a lot of it. And suddenly being able to get almost anyone they want. And yes, a lot of younger fans who essentially idolize them, and there is now a power dynamic that, whether intentional or not, can be abused. His last video on YouTube was him after taking his meds and basically confessing. Also, I'm gonna go to bed. Yeah, have a good night, Riot fan. But yeah, and imagine having fame is just a pain on your dating life. I don't think so, because PewDiePie and Marcia are doing fucking amazing.
Yeah, they're doing fucking amazing.
They have a baby. They have a baby, and Bjorn, like I'm gonna be real with you. I watch the fuck out of PewDiePie whenever he uploads like once a year now. But like,
yeah,
his PewDiePie is so freaking happy and amazing, and I'm so happy for PewDiePie because him and Marcia are beautiful together. And their baby is beautiful, even though I don't give a shit about babies. And PewDiePie has a kid, yes, baby Bjorn. His name is Bjorn.
Yeah,
he has.
Adorable.
He has a couple years ago. Him and Marcia got ready, and freaking I think last year the baby was born.
Yeah,
and he lives in Japan now. He's almost a year old. It's gonna be almost a year now, because I think I remember the gender reveal was on Boys' Day in Japan, or Children's Day, which is also known as Boys' Day, and then I think a little bit later he was born. And yeah, no, PewDiePie is doing great right now. He even proved how anyone can pick up a pencil and draw. exactly. Like,
yeah,
he's doing great.
Honestly, I like how PewDiePie I basically grew up watching him. Like, I was watching a lot of English YouTubers to learn English. Like, and also I really wanted to watch their content because it was fun. And I didn't understand what they're saying, but I was just staring at the screen and like, yeah, funny.
I remember when I was younger watching PewDiePie.
Yeah. I am the original 9-year-old.
Like, when I was watching him, it was like 2011, 2012, and it wasn't a lot, and I had unsubscribed for him for a bit, not because of anything he did at the time, but because I was getting so many videos on my feed that I couldn't watch. Then the incident happened where he said a really bad word, and a lot of people
PewDiePie on the bridge.
and that started the whole canceling, and that started the adpocalypse and everything. And I gave it some time to really think about how I felt about PewDiePie, because obviously slurs and shit like that are absolutely no-go. And then there was a bunch of other things. And then there was times where PewDiePie genuinely like showed that he was apologetic, that he was trying to change, that he even didn't even believe some of the things. Obviously, with the slur, it's harder to defend because you don't just grow up with that word. You don't just say that word. Like, and that was that thing where there was also that aside, there was also the time where he was wearing like a uniform that apparently had like the Iron Cross on it, but that's also like a Nazi symbol. But like, that's, as far as I know, I could be wrong, it is a Nazi symbol, but more so now.
Japanese.
Was it Japanese?
Well, the Nazis stole it from the Japanese, and everywhere in the world, this symbol of quote-unquote Nazis were stolen basically by from the Japan, and it was.
Are
I
you
don't
talking
remember
about?
what it
Oh, sorry.
was.
Are you talking about the swastika, or
You're
are you talking
thinking
about
of
the
the
Yeah,
swastika.
Yeah, no, I think you're thinking about the swastika. No, this symbol was not the swastika. It was
whatever.
a different one. It looks like a cross, but it looks more like a
it's
plus
literally-
sign. And they think
Oh,
they call
okay.
it the Iron Cross.
Yeah, it's it.
And-
Yeah, the Iron Cross.
And
Sorry.
I think
The Iron Cross is a German emblem dating back to Bismarck.
Yep.
And
Thank you.
I think there was a brand, there's a European brand that uses this symbol, but it's not quite the same, if I'm remembering correctly. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. But
People just
he had, there was one instance where he was wearing a military uniform that some people thought was a Nazi uniform, but it turns out it wasn't.
Oh my god.
And then and the reason he was even wearing the uniform was for like a joke, for like this weird skit joke. I don't remember because I didn't see it. And then when it came to the Iron Cross, the brand that he was wearing used that logo, and it was like small. It was somewhere on him, on his like sweater. But I think when it came to the Iron Cross, I can't remember if it was adopted by the Nazis in Germany or if the West, like as in America, took it and turned it into a neo-Nazi KKK sort of thing. That's the part I don't know, and someone can give me maybe context. I don't know why the Iron Cross is now associated with alt-right.
It's a whole thing.
Yeah, I don't know, but apparently there's a European brand that utilizes something that looks very similar to it, if not is it, and he was wearing it, and some people thought it was like a dog whistle or some shit.
Shit.
But I think after that scandal, he stopped wearing it in general, because I don't think in any other video since, at least maybe around the time I started watching him again after a couple years and things died down, I'd never seen him with it.
Well, obviously.
So I
you
don't
got a lot of attention. Hate.
yeah, and so but the thing is, I don't know. And then when it came to his content in general, when it came to his content with Cinnamon Toast Ken and Jacksepticeye and things like that, everything seemed fine. His live streams, I don't quite remember because then they became members only. But again, no scandals or anything ever since. So once after a couple years, when I heard things died down and there was no real issue from him, I started watching him again, and mostly just watching his life vlogs with him and Marzia. And
Yeah.
I thought they were really comfy. They're really comfy and they're really wholesome.
Yeah.
And I fucking love it. I love him. I love there was one where they're in Japan and there's a spider in the house, and both him and Marzia are freaking out while they're trying to freaking vacuum it up, and it's a huge fucking spider.
Oh yeah.
That's one because the original looks like it, but in Bleach, that is definitely the original one, which isn't turned into 45. Yeah, there was a little bit of an issue with Bleach, but they kind of didn't pay too much attention to it because, again, the swastika is a Buddhist symbol. It's just what happens is the Nazis turned it a little bit and called it their own.
The Iron Cross was a long-standing emblem of Germany, but the Nazis used it, and so most everyone outside of Germany associates it most heavily with the Nazis, much like the swastika they stole from India.
Yeah. So there was that. But yeah, no. Now PewDiePie uploads like maybe a vlog every month or every other month, and they're wholesome as fuck. It's just him doing things with his wife and his kid. Like, that's it.
Yeah, also when he basically watched some fun videos with their friends. It's fun too because I was like, it's just like me and my friend sitting on Discord watching some fun videos.
Thankfully, PewDiePie has never, aside from the whole bridge thing and maybe the uniform and the Iron Cross thing, never had a scandal since that I know of that really blew up. I think there was one issue where... There was one issue, and I remember this one, where he was watching, like, TikToks. And the only other thing was Fiverr. I remember that. I remember the Fiverr thing because he was trying to do the meme where it was, like, the Hitler did nothing wrong meme. Which, it's a bad meme. It's a bad meme. Let's be real.
Well,
but it's...
To be fair, his content was around,
edgy.
like, some edgy and unexpected dark humor.
Yeah, he had that little edgy phase, but even he acknowledged that this was a meme, and around that time it was a lot. It was seen a lot. I remember even around that time seeing a lot of Hitler did nothing wrongs, and it was an edgy meme.
Yeah,
even then, I didn't like it, but I also understood why some people were doing it because look how edgy. And that's why he did it. But even when he saw that they actually did it, he was like, holy shit. And then that Fiverr account, they got freaking fucking obliterated because people reported them. And I don't know if PewDiePie tried to do anything about it. But he was he felt very bad from what I remember. Funny Valentine was another one. My household of vendetta against Mr. Pie. My German daddy-o, my Nigerian mother banned him. Oof. That's why I chose the Griffith did nothing wrong instead. Yeah. It's better when it's his fictional characters, guys. Shao Tucker did nothing wrong.
I mean, it's still funny because it's absurd, because of how absurd it is.
Yeah.
Obviously, I'm gonna laugh.
It's funnier if people actually didn't believe it, unironically.
Yeah, it's that thing of it would probably not be as much of a her edgy joke if there weren't actually people out there that believed it. Excuse you. But either...
Excuse me, what? It's fine. I don't get. It's fine. I think it's stupid. It's stupid to say that. You know, it's whatever.
Oh yeah, don't gotta tell me I watched him anyway out of rebellion and he was chill. Yeah, but either way, there was a more recent-ish one where he was watching some TikToks. And I think there was, maybe 2 issues. I remember one. But I remember I think there was this one chick where she had those really long clickety nails. And she's signing and she's talking. And I think PewDiePie had made a comment that he couldn't really pay attention to. I can't remember. It was either that issue where he was making a comment about her nails being so long, or it was another issue which I can't remember what the TikTok was about, but he had accidentally misgendered somebody because he didn't know who the who the person on TikTok identified as. And I think he assumed they were a woman? I can't remember. You know, I'm going to look this up real quick. I'm going to look up PewDiePie.
Personally, I like the Iron Cross. It's an aesthetically pleasing symbol and was very much a military bit like the Medal of Honor here, sort of. But the Iron Cross predates Germany, and comes from Prussia, where Otto von Bismarck was from. But yet...
There we go. So, okay, there was one where someone appeared on Dr. Phil. I'm trying to look here so I don't accidentally misgender them either. Here we go. No, it was someone who was transgender, and they're wearing pretty heavy makeup around their eyes. And apparently, PewDiePie called them a Walmart Jeffree Star. Now I can't remember if at any point in this video they had pointed out, because it was only a Dr. Phil clip. So I can't remember if in the video it was said that they were trans. But eventually, the person who goes by the name of Bamarin, who does identify, who is a trans woman, said, I know you're not out here with 100 million subscribers, with 8,000 scandals, which, okay, no, but misgendering trans people. And if I'm remembering correctly, again, there was no part in the clip that said that this person was trans. And the only comment was that they looked like a Walmart Jeffree Star.
Yeah, I think he just saw a random clip and didn't really think about it, and he was just
just made the joke. But like, it was looking like at their makeup and being like, this is their makeup reminded him of Jeffree Star. Now, to be fair, I know to be called a Walmart anything means that you look like a cheap bargain brand version of the person, but Jeffree Star is a Jeffree Star is a makeup icon.
Well,
like Jeffree Star has their own scandals.
I'm sorry, but I kinda see it.
I see. That's the thing. At a glance, I would probably be like, "Oh shit, freaking yeah, that makeup gives Jeffree Star." But I don't think that means that
because no brows and heavy.
But I don't. Hi, Vivi. We'll be wrapping up pretty soon because it's actually close to D&D time. But I don't think that calling someone that means that they're purposefully misgendering them. Because again, as far as I remember from the clip, it wasn't said that they were trans. So I just think in this case, I just, unfortunately, he made a bad joke, and it ended up coming off this way to them.
He wasn't
being transphobic. He just made a shitty joke.
Yeah, it's just comparing the makeup, not the person.
Yeah. So it says here's article. And again, he used he/him pronouns while watching the clip. But again, if the clip never said the person was transgender, it could just be someone that really likes makeup.
Yeah.
Because again, you look at Jeffree Star, they wear extravagant, sometimes very femme-presenting makeup, but Jeffree Star identifies as a man, identifies as he/him. And yeah, maybe PewDiePie still shouldn't be assuming gender like that, but I also don't entirely blame him for kind of going to wherever his brain defaulted. And
yeah, just a random clip that he wasn't like making too deep like cuts to know who those people.
Yeah, it's not that deep. It's just like, hey, person looks weird. It's whatever. I don't know. I have no idea what this person looks like, so I don't know what you're talking about. I assume it's just like it's not that deep. It's just like, hey, looks weird.
Yeah, so apparently, PewDiePie's defense to it was, if I go on Twitter, this is what I see. These anime avatar kids are relentlessly calling me a transphobe on Twitter. The 30-year-old added, I allegedly purposefully misgendered someone. It was in my Dr. Phil video. This person who, to me, was so clearly a Jeffree Star wannabe or lookalike, I didn't even think about it. She had a masculine name. And that was the thing, too, that when Dr. Phil was talking to her, Dr. Phil was calling them Bamarin, which sounds like Cameron.
Oh, yeah.
And in some, like, Cameron can be a female's name, but it is pretty often a boy's name, if I'm correct. And that's where the name of the trans woman was Bamarin, like Cameron, but with a B.
I've never heard of that name before.
I don't know.
Sounds like a gender-neutral name.
Sounds like a screen name.
Yeah, at least considering the fucked up stuff they did, that aside, it seems like some of the more recent stuff is more accidental things than a normal person would make, but are increased in proportion due to the popularity of the person. Yeah. Like, it seemed like this was something that was blown out of proportion, and unfortunately, Miss Bamarin also decided to fuel the fire by calling PewDiePie a literal rat and saying that, like, oh, you misgendered me in front of millions of people. and you're a transphobe. And it's like,
Once you start doing that, it's kind of a bad faith argument, though.
yeah. And that's where it's like, well, it's shit like this where PewDiePie leaves Twitter and decides to say fuck it because, like, no matter what he says, people are gonna get.
Welcome to becoming part of the problem.
Mm-hmm.
Twitter.
Like that's like thanks. Like he this was clearly a mistake. He wasn't purposefully trying to do it. And then afterwards, when he's corrected, he uses the right pronouns. So it's, again, like, some can argue, well, yeah, it's because he got in trouble. But, like,
you can politely correct a person and just
yeah, it's that thing of, like,
It doesn't get him clout.
at the end of the day, it is so much easier to try to like, when it comes to correcting and talking to somebody about something that you have a disagreement about, it is honestly, you will get a lot further, even if you don't succeed, you will end up a lot further trying to talk to somebody reasonably like they're a fucking person in good faith than if you approach them as if they purposefully trying to hurt you and they're an evil person, and if they don't even see a facet of what you're talking about and understand, then they're a horrible person and a bigot and they will always be this way and people don't change. That is the best way to make sure that they will never change your mind, and is the perfect way to make sure that your side of the argument is always muddied. They will never see you or anyone that shares a similar view as you as a reasonable person, because you are now the experience that they have to talk about.
Yeah.
Sometimes, you know, I get the idea of sometimes there are people that they're trying to get a rile out of you, and you just you have to no, you don't. You don't have to yell at them. You don't have to engage with these people. You don't. You really fucking don't. When it comes, people talk about the toxicity and the shit on Twitter, and yes, it is there. But guess what? You only get more of it if you engage with it.
Yeah, don't feed the troll. Don't feed the troll.
Like, when nowadays, especially when it comes to people when people saying dumb shit on Twitter, if you see a blue check mark by that, most likely, especially now with how Twitter blue checks can monetize the engagement they get on their tweets, I'm gonna tell you, assume they're doing it because they know that if they piss people off, it gets engagement, it gets ad revenue, and it gets them money. Don't engage with that shit. If you want to, go for it. But don't be mad when it's all over your fucking feed then. Because that's what you've told the Twitter algorithm. You have told it that you want content that pisses you off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
My Twitter just full
Also,
of
fun
banners
fact
and-
drill, Finster came out as gender fluid recently, and has been on HRT for a while.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't even know about Finster. Who's Finster? Let's see. Being firm yet forgiving is usually the best way to go with these things. Two things. One, preach all of this is true. Go off. Two, what the hell did I miss? Damn. I'm just happy that my Twitter is just full of art. Exactly. People act like it's so fucking hard to navigate Twitter without seeing dumb shit. No, it's not. Literally click the 3 dots and say see less of, especially when it comes to a trending topic. And if it's a person that you see a lot, or just fucking block. Either block or tell Twitter you want to see less of it. And I guarantee you, unless you interact with posts like that, even if it's just clicking on them to look at the comments, you are telling Twitter that that's what you want to see. Don't do it. Stop it.
Yeah.
Fucking stop.
Yeah, because of my friend that was interacting a lot with conflict people, and she was trying a lot of time winning the argument. Her For You page is full of those kind of arguments, and mine just fan arts, Genshin Impact, posts from my favorite VTubers and creators, and if I see something that I don't like, I just don't watch it, scroll it away, or just don't recommend me.
Yeah.
It's
Block it or
crazy
tell
to
Twitter
me.
you don't want to see it.
It's crazy to me that there are people who still don't understand.
Cultivate your
that
online
you can-
space.
You can just walk away from it. It's the fucking internet.
Yeah.
You can
Yeah.
just I'm not engaging with this anymore, and then just walk away. That's it. You don't have.
Sometimes
It's not like an
I
in-person
go-
argument. You can just, and even then, you just walk the fuck away.
God, I wish.
Sometimes it's psychological when people don't want to feel defeated because they just stepping out of the conversation,
Mm-hmm.
and also people could just like take him for that, like, huh, you're gonna walk away like a freaking baby, like a freaking chicken or something like
fuck
that.
it,
It
fuck
puts the crawl under the skin.
Yeah.
And then
Well,
you
they're
can
not-
go,
they're
and then
not real-
you just have to remember, as far as I'm aware, you're just a name on a screen. You're not really even
At a certain
person.
scale,
I
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
think.
you're not a-
away largely
you're not a real
stops being
person.
an option.
This
But
is-
yes,
Yeah, I don't
Well,
play it
there's
stops, but
Strangers on the internet that
know.
sharing
Also mood.
personal informations.
yeah,
Yeah, it's.
Yeah.
I mean,
you're just a screen name and like a Twitter avatar. Who gives a fuck what you? Why should I even care what you have to say? It's like, who cares?
yeah.
What's the point of this? There isn't one. You know, it's just walk away, man. You don't have. This is why people have like full. It's like fucking drama threads of people. It's just like, look at this never-ending goddamn circus of people. It's like, who gives a fuck? What? I wish I could be that bored and have that like much time on my hands, right?
Like,
For the most part with this, it's crazy.
if it wasn't for the fact that we have D&D in 10 minutes, I would love to talk about more things, because now
Oh,
that
yeah.
we got into Twitter, that's where it's kind of like I have
Next
a good
sentence.
plethora of hot takes, not even just about like Twitter, but like about like how people need to learn how to cultivate their space, and that getting angry about things on the internet, like you're being forced to look at it, is very stupid. Like if you don't like something and you don't agree with something, if it's not hurting anything, if it's not hurting anybody, like if it's a ship you don't like, if it's fucking
Creator you don't like.
just if it's just something that normally you don't like and it makes you uncomfortable or whatever, whether the reason is valid or not. Like for example, like Lolly and Shota, I don't like it either. I don't want to see it
Yeah.
either. You know what I do? Block, don't want to see these posts, and I move on. I don't start freaking rallying the troops for that shit.
Yeah, that's why I don't understand why people just taking their time to go on the video, on the post, and say,
Yeah.
you fucking psychs, and hate what you do, and hate this fandom. And the question is, why? What are you doing here?
I hate people that go out of their way to look for this shit and then be like, you like that stuff, you're gross. And it's like, where did you even see that they like this stuff? Oh, I went on their Twitter, and I went on their blog, and I went on their Pixub, and I went on their this and their likes. And why? Why were you looking for it? What are you doing? Oh,
Yeah.
well, these people need to be stopped because they like bad things. I'm like, okay. Yes, I agree. I don't like these things. Are they hurting anybody?
Yeah.
Are they actually diddling people that they shouldn't be diddling? What is going on? No, it's because they like it and it's bad. And it's like, that doesn't answer my question. I know people use the argument of like, well, this stuff is used to normalize this stuff and groomers use it. Okay.
Really? I thought
Replace-
the argument was.
re- re-
I thought the argument was it was a dog whistle.
This is, again, I want to be like over it quick because we have D&D very soon.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
the logic that I see with people that like that are very, very against LollyCon and ShotaCon and stuff.
Mhm.
And again, I have to just reiterate it for myself. I don't like it either. I don't agree with it either. There are people that claim that this stuff will be used by pedophiles to normalize it so that they can groom minors. A pedophile does not need it. Trust me. A pedophile
Yeah.
does not need it. How do I know? I've been
Didn't need it
unfortunate
before.
before. Okay? Trust me. They didn't need it. Have some used it? Yes. It's unfortunately has happened. Is every groomer, pedophile, whatever going to use it? No. They don't need it. That being said, the argument to me feels like when people say, well, if you like this stuff, you're a pedophile. It just sounds like the people that say violent video games make you violent. It sounds like, to me, it sounds like the same fucking argument. People saying that if you like this, you're a pedophile and a child abuser when this person hasn't hurt a single person. it just feels like it waters down and discredits the word, and that's why I see so many people abusing it on Twitter, and I'm fucking sick of it. It's disgusting. It's just as the people who misuse the word and throw it around as baselessly as they do are just as disgusting at this point as the actual people that do it. I don't like either of them. Like,
it depends mostly on the person.
Like it depends. It's a very case by case basis.
Yeah.
Like again, I don't agree with this content existing either, but at this point, again, like I remember there's like a Vice thing where like they were talking about how Japan is the land of pedophilia because
the main issues are how it largely already is normalized and desensitizing with how prominent it is. Sadly, we don't have the time for me to really get into that can of worms.
Yeah. It's a huge can of worms that we unfortunately don't have enough time for. And maybe in another Just Chatting stream in the future, I don't know when, maybe we can get into that. Because I do have a couple hot takes about certain things that I would love to see people's opinions on, but I don't feel like I could even briefly like hint at what they are for fear of just going over and not giving them proper time and justice and a please allow me to explain kind of thing. But who knows?
If you want, I can just call Xfinity and tell them to turn an outage out in my area if you want.
No. No, we don't want you to lose your power again, Anthony. The amount of times I see people throw on the P word on Twitter just brings pain to me, but because it does water it down. But yeah, I don't like it. First of all, if the person is past 10, it's not pedophilia anymore. It's a febophilia. But people don't want to use that one because that just means attracted to teens. And that no one cares about that, unfortunately. People use children and it's not surprising that people nowadays use protecting children for nefarious means. Just look at the government. But we're gonna end it off now. We're gonna end it off now. We're gonna heckin' raid somebody out because we have D&D in 5 fucking minutes.
As there is a very strong correlation between people who seek out that content and those who want to reduce the age of consent.
Yeah. Again, we can definitely talk more about it because me and Lynn have talked about it occasionally. We've talked about it here and there about our opinions of it. And I also just think it would be a very good conversation to see like different takes and how people think. But I think for now we are going to raid into Sodium Metal. Sodium Metal is a instrumentalist, and I think he's an instrumentalist, but he is definitely an audio mixer guy, and he is currently working on Scylla's cover. And I think most of the music on Scylla's album, and right now they're working on their vocals for Song of the Ancients, which will be a song that I'm going to be a part of once I get the proper material so that I can record my half. So they're currently editing Hayden's vocals. So heckin' give them a check out, give them a follow, give them some freaking love. Tell them freaking good luck, instead of give them a good luck streamer or give them a good luck audio man, I don't know, freaking, or just say hi or something. But we're gonna head out. I had a lot of fun just chilling and chatting with you guys. Maybe we should do that more often.
Why not?
Huh?
Why not do it more often?
I don't know. I just sometimes don't. I don't know. But maybe we'll do it more often. I don't know. I just don't have a lot of Just Chatting streams.
Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye.